just want your time. I just want your time. Your time, oh, oh, time. I need your time. 365, 24/7, I'll be fine. As long as you spend a little time. Just want your time. You make me feel like we could be something more. The way your light shines, there's no shadows anymore. But then you put doubts and doubts and doubts in my mind. Still, you make me feel like we could be something more, something more. First you are in, then you are out, like snow in the spring. I just want your time. I just want your time. Your time, oh, oh, time. I need your time. 365, 24/7, I'll be fine. As long as you spend a little time. Oh, spend a little time. I need your time. Spend a little time, yeah. I'm stolen. Cause you love to have them all crying. Calling me sweet, telling me you need me. But I'm from a city that's high school. I give them this anymore, I go. Cause you a bad money, she don't love money. She break grass real fast like conman. Wanna swim down to the deep end. Wanna know all my secrets, honestly. Can you keep it real? Cause honestly, I can tell that you're real fond of me. Baby, don't be shy, I can see it in your eyes. I've been running around. Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I don't understand you, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I don't understand you, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Take it, baby, baby, I ain't scared to take it. Oh, and maybe when I take it, oh, I feel it coming down too strong. Cause I want ya, and it's hard to resist cause I need ya. And it's hard, baby, yeah, cause I believe ya. Hold me tight, holding on tonight. Holding a cuppa, get to you clean and proper. Way I move, ain't no weekend lover. You gon' let me on your mind forever. Ever, thanks, baby, turn it down like a sweet and ready. Go slow, keep it nice and steady. Know that you've been keeping patience. Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand you, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand you, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night?
Hello everyone and welcome to the first day of qualifiers for the LCQ here at Amazon University Esports Masters. I am Hazard JC, joined alongside Cairo on the cast. Cairo, it is a pleasure to have you with us. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling bright and breezy, to be honest. Has it up early doors for some nice Valorant action, and what better to be on Amazon University Esports Masters?
Yeah, exactly that. For those who don't know what Amazon University Esports Masters is, it's the premium university circuit within EMEA. So, of course, you have your own uni circuits. For those from the UK and Ireland, you'll be familiar with Null, for example. They are run alongside Amazon. It feeds into this broader university league where we get some international competition around EMEA, which is really nice to see. This, of course, being the last chance qualifier for Valorant, the final opportunity for teams to qualify in towards that main event, and then, of course, that LAN playoffs whenever that will then take place. So, of course, thoroughly looking forward to it as well. Make sure if you guys want to keep up to date with everything going on here, you follow the socials at UE Masters on both Instagram and Twitter, University Esports Masters in full on Facebook. So looking at the calendar really quickly as to what it is exactly that we have coming up over the last few weeks, months, we've got Rocket League, Valorant League, Teamfight Tactics and Clash Royale, so there's plenty of action despite whatever the game may be that you are playing or interested in as well. I think it's important to reiterate here, all of these teams will have already qualified by this point in time, so make sure to reach out to your own local university circuit, whichever country that may be, whatever the case may be, to get involved with this. But as you can see, we're quite deep into this now. Of course, it is early May by this point in time, so Rocket League playoffs will be kicking off soon. We've got the LCQ for Valorant today. Next week we have League and TFT coming up shortly after that, so plenty to be keeping your eyes on in that regard. Just looking at the format then as well of how it plays out, of course, as I said before, there's LCQ, we'll have a main event, and then by that point in time you then move on towards qualifying for the LAN, which will be the sort of centerpiece, the crown piece of everything, which is all tied together. So to speak about that in a little bit more detail, we have a video already pre-prepared for you where it will be discussing the format at length.
The most prestigious university esports competition in the world has arrived. Over the coming months, Amazon University Esports Masters will provide opportunities for the best university players across Europe to test their skills in international competition and make lasting connections with other players across the region. In 2023, 17 countries in Europe will participate in a UEM, plus the Middle East and North Africa, which will also be included in the playoff phase. In this video, we will introduce the format of the competition. There are two types of games that will be run in a UEM. Team games, like League of Legends, Rocket League and Valorant, and single-player games, like Teamfight Tactics and Clash Royale. For team games, a UEM is divided into 5 phases: local qualifiers, playoff qualifiers, the last chance qualifier, playoffs, and the grand final. Single-player games are similar, but they will bypass the playoff qualifier and last chance qualifier phases. All players who have qualified from their local qualifier will go directly to the playoffs phase. Local qualifiers are the core of a UEM. Throughout the academic year, local qualifiers are organised in each country to decide which teams will represent that country in a UEM. The qualifying teams from the local qualifiers will compete against other teams from around Europe in the playoff qualifier. This is a double elimination bracket, with the final 6 teams progressing to the playoffs. For teams who don't qualify for the playoffs at the first try, all is not lost. The last chance qualifier itself is a double elimination bracket. This means that teams who lose a game will still have a chance to qualify for the playoffs through a lower bracket. The final 2 teams from this phase will take the remaining 2 slots in the playoffs. The 6 qualifiers from the playoff qualifier will be joined by the 2 qualifiers from the last chance qualifier to make up the final 8 competitors in the playoffs. There are no second chances. These playoffs are a single elimination bracket, and the competitors are playing for a place in the grand finals. The location, along with even more exciting news about AUEM 2023, will be revealed soon. To be the first to hear announcements and learn more about Amazon University Esports Masters, follow our Twitter and check out our website.
So So as you can see, plenty going on, plenty to be excited about. Exactly, Cairo. Just looking at the format there as well. I mean, do you have any thoughts on what it is that we've got lined up today?
Wow, well, I certainly can see there's going to be a lot of pressure on these teams and on these players. Moving in towards the last chance, we're already feeling a bit of pressure because your last chance to qualify. And not only that, I mean, it's going to be one of those days with double elim where you've got to be trying to get as much out of it as possible.
Yeah, exactly that. I think it's really important to reiterate that pressure that you were speaking about. Of course, with it being a tournament of this magnitude, there are going to be a lot of players here who haven't previously played in some form of international circuit competition at this level, which is another reason why I really like the University Esports Masters format, because it's that elevated level of play, bit of international competition against some of the best from the different universities across the MEA. So very, very exciting stuff. Of course, we can get a look at what exactly it is that's on the line for these teams as well as we bring up the prize pool for what it is, that is in store. A little extra to sweeten the pot. We have 7,000 euros, with first place taking home 4,000 of that. So a very, very healthy pool to be winning.
Oh, 100%. I mean, you would not complain at that at all, Hazza. I think we might need to get a team together next year, Hazza, you know what I mean?
Look, if you can see by the hoodie that I was wearing earlier, it says UEA graduate, not UEA current student, I forgot what the word would be, but yeah, not at university anymore, so unfortunately nothing for me to be won. In that regard, that's why we're on the casting desk here, of course, and not in the server. So then moving on to what the upper bracket looks like, in fact, the teams exactly that we're going to be dealing with, we get a better idea of how this one's going to pan out today. So starting off, you see a few teams already getting a bye due to that favourable seeding, more preferential results in previous games that have come through. One of the teams that stands out to me immediately will be the home favourite, Nottingham University, who were able to win at the Null event recently that we saw in the finals there. That bagged them the qualification place, and they'll be looking to try and fly the flag as much as they possibly can. I saw a few people in chat earlier speaking about Team Pixel, the Belgian representative. They've got to go through SAP first in that first initial round one set of games. The teams in round two are probably going to be feeling pretty happy, especially the UK guys, because if they woke up the same time as us, it's a little bit of an extra lion on a Sunday. Happy days. You're not complaining.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and you know what? Some teams might decide, Hazza, to actually get up early, watch who they might be playing, if there are streams on Twitch or whatnot, and try and do a little bit of early recon. And I mean, I totally respect to them if they do that.
Yeah, exactly right. Preparation, I think, is really important, and especially underrated at a university level. When I speak as well of how this might be some of these teams' first time competing at this kind of level as well, you've got to sort of pull on all the bells and whistles that comes with that, right? Make the absolute most of the opportunity that you have, because there should be VODs available for some of these teams. There are different ways that you can create preparation. Sometimes going into an event like this, the best way to prepare is to simply focus on yourself, making sure that you have sharp fundamentals and you work well as a team. But by the time I'm already saying this, these guys have been playing for months at this point in time, right? Since they moved into university, perhaps if they're still a fresher, all the way through to anyone who might be coming towards the end of their tenure at university, you'll have been playing in this core for a while now. So there is that expectation at the very least for them to perform on this stage.
Yeah, exactly. And do you know what? That's what's probably going to be at the back of people's minds. There's a lot of factors coming into this. Hazza, we are in probably the exam season as well. So how good is that preparation actually going to look? You mean you're splitting your focus between exams, studying, and also I guess Valorant scrim time, if there is that. It's going to be one of those ones as well.
Yeah, it's important that you mention that as well. Actually, I guess last chance qualifier is probably the best way to describe my time at university when I think about how late some of those essays were handed in. Or I say late, I like to push the limits, let's say. These teams will be doing exactly that as well when we speak about them trying to qualify, right? Because this is the last chance, of course, as well. I believe that we are going to be going to a quick break, but when we return, we will then have that first matchup prepared for you. So don't go anywhere, and we'll catch you in a minute.
face everywhere. When I'm going out, you'll be there. 'Cause everything reminds me of you. I can't take no more. Girl, I think I'm losing my mind. Try to go to work, but I lost track of time. 'Cause everyone keep looking like you. I can't take no more. I miss your touch from your hands and your body. It hurts so much to think of you as someone else. Can't get enough when you're sweet talking to me. Now I'm talking sweet all by myself. Put your arms around me, put your faith in me, put your love on me. What you need from me, need your love on me, put your love on me. I'ma do everything for you. I don't want anyone but you. Put your arms around me, put your faith in me, put your love on me. Can we stop the clock and rewind? Go back to that moment in time. When you say you want me for life, was it all a lie? I gave my all to deserve ya. Begging on my knees just to show ya. You're the one I want and I love ya. No, 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 no lie. I miss your touch from your hands and your body. It hurts so much to think of you as someone else. Can't get enough when you're sweet talking to me. Now I'm talking sweet all by myself. Put your arms around me, put your faith in me, put your love on me. What you need from me, need your love on me, put your love on me. I'ma do everything for you. I don't want anyone but you. Put your arms around me, put your faith in me, put your love on me. Your love, 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 your love. Put your love on me. Your love, 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 your love. Put your love on me. I miss your touch from your hands and your body. It hurts so much to think of you as someone else. Can't get enough when you're sweet talking to me. Now I'm talking sweet all by myself. Put your arms around me, put your faith in me, put your love on me. What you need from me, need your love on me, put your love on me.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Amazon University Esports Masters. I am Hazard JC, joined yet again on the casting desk alongside Cairo Cast. We've already explained the prize pool, the format, some of the teams as well have been revealed that are going to be playing in our games this afternoon, and we're thoroughly looking forward to getting into it, and I believe that we can do fairly soon. In terms of your expectations here, Cairo, the bar hasn't exactly been set yet. It's in a position of flux as we're coming into the LCQ. The quality most likely is expected to differ when you look at the teams that will have already made the main event now in their absence. You know, who's putting the pieces together to follow in those footsteps?
Yeah, I mean, the question is going to be how good is the quality, has it? But I still expect a high quality of Valorant. I mean, while it might not be the top teams, this is teams that may have came second or third in the respective leagues, has it? So they should be coming in with a little bit of, I guess, understanding about how the game works. I'm expecting at least, at a very bare minimum, good fundamentals, how to control the map, how to fake pressure, how to actually execute properly as well. So this is things that I'll be looking for from these teams.
Yeah, it was like I put it earlier as well, having those fundamentals down to a T and being completely capable as a self-contained unit is important. When you look at some of the teams, even towards the higher tiers, when if you're first assimilating that roster, you're putting everything together, you're not almost immediately looking to be going straight straight into the top end of counterplay, right? Looking at anti-stratting your opponents, setting up strats and whatever, and having this really deep playbook. It's more about having yourself up to speed on every single map that you're comfortable playing in the pool, knowing exactly how the veto is going to work, because this is something we need to touch on as well. This is a best of one format, at least until we move into that lower final, as we do head through this sort of Herculean set of matches, this marathon that we have posted up for us today. For some of these teams, it's going to be, you know, seven maps minimum, maybe even 8 maps that they have to play. So making sure that you've got a sense of comfortability, but also, you know, just about enough in your locker to see it through. It's a fine balance that you have to walk.
Oh, it really is. And I mean, this is the thing. Today is a very long day. It's a marathon, not a sprint. We don't want teams just throwing it all into the first best of one, and then when they go in towards the next round where the higher seeds are already lying in wait, we could see them crash and burn. This needs to be thoughtful. There has to be a process, and there has to be a methodical process at that.
Yeah, it definitely does. And like you mentioned, there are those slightly higher seeded teams a little further along in the way, one of them being Nottingham, like I mentioned earlier. They already have experience at a LAN event, so it's those kind of small things in a team environment that are really going to do you a whole world of good, especially because these are university teams, so very much they're expected to be studying within the same campuses as one another, so already you're going to have quite a few benefactors that your average onliner team, despite what the level may be, don't have, which is that sort of opportunity for team bonding, that aspect where you'll feel a lot closer with your teammates, which then in return can sort of, from a psychology basis, help give you more favorable results. If you have a strong trust of your team, then you're able to pull off certain things where other players perhaps would, you know, bail them out or like not feel so comfortable.
Yeah, and that's it. It's going to be, when it comes into university esports, it's always so funny because there's maybe not the best of synergies as well, and it's kind of been like it's almost like a trial by fire for some teams going in towards competitions. Some like to practice. I imagine you back in your day were scrimming plenty.
Can I say? Nah, we were not scrimming. Look, I tried to get server time with the boys many times, but it's like trying to herd sheep without a shepherd dog. You know what I mean? It's difficult. It is difficult to do, but I mean exactly as you put it, right? I think the big thing with the university scene as well is consistency. The thing which everyone's constantly trying to snatch at, but it seems to find a way to sort of elude them, because as well, it's with people coming in and out of the roster, because you know your time at university, some of the best years of your life, is always a fairly short period, and that doesn't always overlap with everyone that you wanted to be playing with. So not everyone's going to be in the same sort of term as you, year as you, course as you, kind of thing. So you never really see these dynasties built. I know that in the UK, for example, Warwick mentioned, they always win. Like they always seem to come out top in the university rankings every single time, but that is because they've sort of laid that groundwork for that to be a possibility. And I think it's really important that, you know, these universities are investing in that craft and sort of setting that pathway for players to sort of be on the conveyor belt, if you will.
Yeah, I always think to myself, like, what does Warwick actually win? Because I watch the Valorant stuff, don't see them win that. I watch the Rainbow Six stuff, don't see them win that. I'm like, what is happening? Right, but we won't talk about that too much.
No. I know what you mean, man. They seem to make every final and then bottle it. I gotta look. I'm on the European stage here. I might as well say it. If there's anyone from Warwick watching, please, if you win an event, let us know. I saw them play the Rocket League. They made it to the finals, and then of course, you know, kiss the badge. UEA, getting the business done. But look, we won't rub salt in the wounds. Of course, they're not here either because we've got Nottingham representing the UK. And in terms of map pool representation, we can get straight into it. It's a best of one. We can just quite simply put it out how it is. We're going to be going into Haven, Cairo. How does that make you feel?
Do you know what makes me feel? I don't know even. I guess it makes me feel a little bit warm inside. You know, it's not Ascent, but it's still a map that demands a lot of fundamentals. You know, it's very attacker biased, and recently we've seen a little bit of resurgence from the defender side as well. So I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, I think if you want to have a strong defender side, it's all about your having good reads, good protocols, and flexibility. A nice mixture of the three, if we're being completely real. You need to have those setups where you can be proactive, take map control when you need to, push and pull kind of reactionary movements. Also understanding the flow of the map, the fact that it is one of the maps in the game, the two, when you exclude Lotus as well, with 3 sites, which is a lot more demanding. In my own personal opinion, I think that it fits the playstyle of Valorant a lot better than some of the other maps like Ascent, for example, where now you have this extremely defined meta. I think the same in many ways could be said for Haven, but there is still a chance for teams to add their own flair to it. Double walls has popped up quite a bit. We've seen a few teams try and innovate with the Gecko, while I believe there are, most likely better choices, but the floor is there for these teams, and now I'm just curious to see what exactly we get out of both of them.
Yeah, I mean, I think like when we go in towards this one, we're not expecting teams to innovate. We're expecting teams to play within those fundamentals. I mean, that's the biggest thing that I want to see. I don't want to see. I'm not asking for like the double walls. I'm not asking for the Gecko. Just asking for you guys to control the map and see how it goes.
Yeah, we should be heading into game in just a moment. We have UPV on the attacking side. Actually looking at what the map veto is here as well. How did we find ourselves here on Haven? Only the Lord knows, of course. Well, I mean, Ascent instantly banned by UPV. And I actually like that ban retrospectively, because you see a lot of teams sort of float Ascent as it being this map of comfortability that we spoke about when we're talking so much in the sense of having good fundamentals, being strong at the basics. That is probably the most vanilla map that you could possibly have here. I mean, there is literally a spot on the map called Gelato, but I digress. In terms of how the rest of it flows along, I mean, the fact that Pearl and Lotus have made it so late into the veto makes me feel pretty good about what we're going to be seeing later on. But yeah, Haven, as I said before, such a well set up map for really looking at where both of these teams are in their macro.
Yeah, and La Sapienza will be starting, I believe, on the defence there, Hazza. So that's interesting that they decided to pick on the defence, even though UPV picked that map.
Yeah, that is the choice that they're going to be getting, of course. So that's usually how the veto goes, right? If you don't get to pick the map, then you will get to pick exactly what it is side that you're starting on. As you can see here, I'm right in the middle of the map veto. I'm just having a little ponder what exactly it is that we've got here. Anything that stands out to you, Kara, that you want me to sort of hone in on?
I don't think there's anything that I can see when we look towards. Now it's me! Oh my god! Well, already looking at this, it is going to be the standard Haven comp, mate. It's totally what we expected from the start.
Yeah, very much so. This is sort of like, the George Russell Formula One thing when he's sort of like sat in the hallway and he's got his arms like this. That is sort of how it is, Nah, it's a standard set of sort of agents, right? If we want to just quickly go over it for those who perhaps aren't too acquainted with what you expect on Haven, it's a standard double initiator composition. Great for going in towards those retakes. As I mentioned before, with it being a 3-site map, sometimes you have to forfeit a little bit of that control in terms of player numbers. The Omen, pretty much the de facto controller, when you look at the sort of utility that he has, brings an additional flash in the form of the paranoia. Great for traversing the verticality from the shadows with how big the map is, as I said before. Really important for working those rotates on both the attacking and defending side. Killjoy, locking things down, it's in the name, and I think we expect plenty of that ultimate usage here too.
Yeah, I think it definitely is a win condition, especially for the defence on the retake, something they'll be looking to play through a lot. But that's why the Sova's almost demanded, because of that Hunter's Fury to, I guess, counter that. There's so much you can do with this comp. It's very universal, and I think that's probably why it's so popular.
Definitely. It's that standard set of agents. And when we were speaking about the Ascent that we would potentially see earlier as well, the only difference in composition that you would see is just the removal of the breach and the introduction of the KO. So it's double information. As you said before, push and pull. These parts work in different ways, the same way you'd bring a KO in to shut down a Jet Knife perhaps, but we are underway. Immediately heading in towards that Sea Rush. Perpetuo looking to take some of that ground.
Oh, nice pings here. Hazard's Perpetuo already finds one. There goes Goblin, but thrower just hiding in the back of sight, and well, Hazard will be hiding for the rest of the round as they go back to spawn.
Yeah, Kalele nicely deals with it. Great utility usage, a fast execute catches UPV unawares in that situation. And now they're looking to head in towards that retake, like I said. Good utility to try and pin the default box, and Perpetuo can't hold the line.
Yeah, something we need to think about as well. The Omen is gone, so the players can now play from long, and that's exactly what's happening. Now the rest of the players try to swing through, but all the utilities there, and it's a complete red wash in towards that kill feed.
Yeah, it definitely is. Nicely worked by UPV, and you're already seeing some of the ideas that they have available as well. Nice one-way on towards the spike to close out the round. The post plant is there. You keep Perpetuo within the site on that frenzy. A great opportunity for them to take some kills up close. And now I'm curious to see how they want to work this economy. We've had a few new ideas floated with the light shield meta becoming ever present. And look at this buy, Cairo. 3 ghosts, 2 rifles. If they can pull it off and see this one through successfully, then you're going to be looking at an incredibly healthy bonus.
Yeah. Oh, I think there was a Bulldog just bought up there last minute, Hazard.
There it is.
Just about to show us exactly where it is. Already finding 2. Trades going back and forth, and we've left with 1 player left. Hazard, that's going to be that Bulldog grab back. 4 players getting through.
Yeah, it's the sort of standard eco flowchart on Haven.
Yeah.
Okay, no money equals I'm going mid with pistols. No real investment that we see there from Sapienza. You know, it is literally just 1 sheriff, I believe. So the economy coming through fairly nicely for them now. Control will be on the light shields. The rest of them buying up heavy. The 2 Bulldog players on the heavy as well, actually, when you look at UPV here. But in terms of buys, you're going toe-to-toe here as well. And with the Killjoy set up in towards mid, C looking open for the taking, and the team wanting to pile the pressure on yet again and set up this early conditioning, I think we already know what's about to happen.
Yeah, and already finding Predator just with spams. Kios just playing in that CT position, looking like already Poison has it for that retake.
Yeah, really, really nice taking of the space there. Recon towards the backside yet again. And these are the kind of flows that Sapienza need to read into, understanding what this default C execute looks like and setting themselves up accordingly.
Nice trades from Garage there. We're down to a 4 versus 3 advantage towards those attackers. Omen gone, so again they can play from long from UPV, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Eldrone takes contact, a nice flash through, and already the spike has been half. This is doable for the defense, but it's whether they can get these picks that they so need. Already getting stunned up, time ticking away. The stun, the delay, it's just perfect, and that's going to be a bonus conversion there for UPV.
Really nicely done. Couple of rifle upgrades for them too. And coming into the round, I can't say that it was necessarily too surprising the way that it panned out, because this economy management we're already seeing from UPV has been fantastic. And I don't like to speak about the figures too much sometimes. It's easy to get stuck number crunching for the whole of the cast, but it really does go the difference, especially in building up that snowball on such a momentum-based map.
Well, Hazard, you don't need to worry about figures too much, because those hips don't lie. UPV are up towards 3, and already looking for a much slower round.
Look, I get that Shakira is Spanish, but I mean, I'm not exactly connecting the dots.
Figures, hips.
I know. I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant.
It's just a joke.
Poor.
Just a joke.
It's poor. It is poor. But yeah, in terms of what this defense looks like for Sapienza, and as I was saying before, a decision now needs to be made whether they want to set up more heavily for this C, for this A, and then be playing retake on one side of the map or the other. We're seeing a nice gamble being proposed on this round specifically, where a lot of that A space is being taken, and actually this is going to help them in the retake towards B, but they've already lost Simon.
Yeah, but look at the retake from mid here. Has it? Goblin could go huge. Already Kios gets at least 1. That's a big one onto the breach, but no one's talking about the Sova. Oh, whiffs! Oh no! And now it's just left in a 1 versus 3. Goblin needs to come up, but they'll only be going down 6 feet down. Has it? As they go back to spawn.
Yeah, it's one of those rounds where you're not holding out too much hope for the success of Sapienza in that situation, but with the Sheriffs, they got some decent work done, and I think a lot of that is simply to do with the risk that they took. In stacking a few more players towards the A side of the map, you can activate a much quicker retake on the easiest site to retake in the entirety of the game, I think, if we're being completely real, especially when UPV don't have any kind of expansive control towards either connector position. Now coming into the first gun round, this is going to be really, really important for the success of either of these teams, and Sapienza have that lockdown available.
Already info being thrown out, hasn't got much in terms of pings, but that is information in itself. Tells you that no one is there, and maybe already looking to take that map control away from UPV as the players now look to head up on towards C-Long.
I was going to say, you have this much heavier C setup now this time around. Unfortunately for UPV, there's no capitalization off the back of it. It has brought a little bit of stall, and with that stall comes the lockdown. Predatora needs to watch out for Perpetuo, who's hot on the heels, but they will quickly disengage with the rest of the team, who now set up towards Long. But it's a 4 versus 3, and there's an advantage for the defending side.
Yeah, Chuve was just on the luck there already. Picked up the jet as they re-cleared from A main, so it's still a 3 versus 3 at the moment. Well, it will be a 3 versus 3 indefinitely. No one knows about the person on the spike. No one's spamming through. This is the problem when you play from long and the Omen's still up. They've got rid of the diffuser, Hazza. It's down to a 2 versus 2. The Sova just coming in. Big pings, they know exactly where that Sova could be. On towards the spike. The spam not working out. And it's just going to be a defuse.
Just about hauls it over the line, Sapienza. Skin of their teeth, a 1v1 for the Sovas not quite presenting itself. And yeah, they make really great value out of that lockdown, like I said as well. It forced UPV to go for that challenge. Perpetuo in a perpetually difficult situation to be trying to fight in towards spawn unsupported. Relio couldn't use any of that utility to try and tee them up. As I say that, 10 assists right now with only 5 rounds played. So getting big value out of their involvement as things currently stand. But it's nice to see Sapienza as well just adapt the setup a little bit and be a little more pre-prepared for the round ahead.
Yeah, already stunned in towards that A main spot. The players looking to dip out, but Perpetual just punished for their aggression. Misses out on a potential pick there, Hazza.
And there's no trades. The kill goes untraded. Hunter's Fury invested, trying to pick off Simone inside the site, but the bolts don't quite find the mark, unfortunately for them. And with this conditioning of C early on, you already saw Sapienza at the very beginning of the round run down long, try and take that room back for themselves. Now got a quick freeze coming through from UPV. And it's just whether Sapienza expect this re-hit or not. If you look at the Killjoy utility that they have up towards the C side of the map, they're very well prepared to deal with this threat.
Yeah, this is the issue. As though as both Hunter's Furies being wasted, those lockdowns going to have big, massive, I guess, effectiveness when they get into it. Spike still not committed as the players look to have a somewhat of an early retake. Breach still up, playing under hell, and that's exactly what they're going to need for delay.
Yeah, and you see the alarm bot coming in there as well. Shock darts, all of this just buying stall. Finally, the go button is pressed. The players come through. They cascade in a waterfall as they try to flood the site, and it will work out for them brilliantly. 2 rounds on the bounce, 2 retakes on the bounce. Sapienza take the initiative and get their second on the board.
Yeah, it was a pretty good retake and all. I think UPV just a little bit late on the setup, but a little bit of delay. They tapped the spike to see if anyone would move forward. It didn't happen, and well, the rest of the site when the flood came through just couldn't deal with the amount of angles. The paranoia was absolutely perfect as well.
And when I was speaking earlier of that good economical work from UPV and the fact that even in the previous 2 rounds, which they ended up losing, they've got that spike plan, you are just looking at those credits rolling on over. There will come a point of no return, perhaps one which, of course, you can return to as it is regenerative after all, that they're going to struggle to buy. And looking at the ult economy here of Sapienza, it is a very healthy one, especially when they have the Rolling Thunder available and you are playing more heavily for that retake, it feels.
Yeah, already we have long control for UPV towards the A side of the map as the players look to slowly clear out the extremities of the site. Spike is committed here, although you would think it could be a fake as the Spike's still in towards lobby.
I'm really liking the map control that UPV have taken here as well, and I'm much more enjoying the setup that Sapienza is showing us. Truvy's just seen that the turret is not currently up and then been punished by Predator as judge in the close angle. I was just saying, they look like the positioning was good, and, well, the tools for the job is going to be the judge at that kind of range.
Yeah, the only issue is, though, with that pick, now Sapienza may have an idea of what is going on as the players look to poise themselves in towards B. Only the breach there to contact up if anyone comes out of the smoke, but no, just waiting. Info does go out and just misses out on Simone. Just at the back of sight, here comes Perpetual, gets the pick, but Simone's still not found. Hunter's Fury is the Rolling Thunder, never mind. Carolella still gets one, and so does Perpetual. We're down to a 2 versus 2 though, as Goblin again re-clears from mid. Graldi just out in towards the main spot as Chaos looks to crunch, but it's Goblin to get the pick. No one's found the Jet, still at the back of sight. Another info dart goes out as it's regenerated for the defensive side. The Jet's still hanging in the wings, and that's exactly what they'll do, but Chaos thrives in the chaos and comes up 3-4.
Wow, what another ridiculous round between these two teams coming into the retake. It seems like now, with a little bit of pressure piled onto UPV's shoulders, they're starting to show a little bit of crumble about them, right? And Sapienza on the opposite side really doing a much better job at how they've set up this defense before. Like I mentioned, it requires a lot of you at the best of times. And right now, they seem to have a much better read on what this exactly should look like. UPV have been doing a brilliant job at taking map control. It's just in these executions and then seeing it through in the post plant where perhaps the trades haven't been as ideal as they could.
Looks like already a big ping's coming through there for Sapienza as Perpetual goes straight through. They're still not cleared behind the cement blocks here. They are going to do it now. No, they're not. There's a trade there, Hazard. It's massive, and that's what happens when you play in a stack.
Like I said before, UPV doing a great job at taking some of this space. The health, not the best when you're looking at what they have available here. There's a Rolling Thunder. Do you concede the site? Do you look to send Perpetuo forward and go for another one of these duels? I don't think it's possible. And you're already seeing the lineups coming in. Perhaps the timing a little bit off there. Can't quite condemn the player in that position. Allows for Perpetuo to get up close. Finally, the Rolling Thunder comes through.
And the player's busted out of the smokes. A stun, though, just denied. And I guess... one player left? Oh no, I thought there was more. Has a Sapienza potentially going to lose this round and do so?
Yeah, they exactly do. I mean, the setup from UPV there was really nice. The timing a little bit off on that Nano Swarm setup. And like I said before, I've been really impressed so far with the level that we've seen from both of these teams. The ideas that they've brought forward, it is quite simply just the execution sometimes isn't, fully hitting the mark where it should be. Chaos there, I think, shows their hand a little bit too soon. Otherwise, you're dealing a lot of damage onto Perpetuo, who ultimately is the plant denial there as well, or the diffuse denial when you look at how far Chaos had already got it. So perhaps falling down to their own investment. And yeah, here we go again, another set play and a fast C execute.
Yeah, the players now know exactly where this Jet is. The ping's not quite working out as the knives just miss out as well. The players try to retake, but they're on pistols. It's somewhat working out, but the trades are there. We're down to a 4 versus 3. A shorty in towards the smoke doesn't work out as the Sheriff does damage on its own. Shock Darts now looking to do the damage as well, and they do. We're into a 1 versus 2. Goblin needs to somewhat find at least something, find at least one, or even find a rifle Hazard.
Yeah, has found the Vandal and will be looking to reload it. Has the Owl drone available, but you just want to be taking these fights head on. Unfortunately, UPV, they've set up a crossfire, a contact play off the back of Graldi, who will swing by themselves and take the head of Goblin. Lead restored, and UPV begin to keep building on what it was that they already had.
Yeah, it really is becoming a construction site for UPV as they look to build themselves up. And you know what? Yep, I was about to say we could see a timeout coming through, and we are going to see that from Sapienza. They've had a decent half so far, Hazard, but they're going to be wanting more if they want this next half to have a good foundation.
I think it's really nice to see the timeout come through as well. Sometimes teams are very reluctant to use one up. They're more happy to make those adaptations on the fly rather than being, you know, a little more self-aware, self-reflective, and actually sort of looking intrusively and being like, okay, right, something's not working. We do actually need to rectify this. You know, it's okay to take time. It's okay to talk. And they're doing it right now, which is important. And with half of that time already eaten through, I'm wondering what exactly it is that they want to try and do, because UPV have looked best on these C executes with those set plays, that set utility. It's pretty much the same every time around, right? You've got the stun towards the backside, the recon, the aftershock towards Plat, and Sapienza now, they've seen it enough times to understand exactly what that looks like. You have to be fully prepared for it. You need to know that Perpetuo is just going to be updrafting inside the smoke, position a player backside, have someone getting ready to break that recon, and just immediately spam the smoke. Because if you time it correctly, if you set it up correctly, it should be a free kill, because there are really no variations to what they're doing here.
The players already looking to hit C, the op. This is the first time we've seen it for the defensive side, but the issue is, though, here comes all that utility.
Yeah.
Paranoia all ready to Sweden that op, and look at how deep the control is in the site.
UPV are now making a change of their own, right? They varied the plan of attack, the direction of attack. You saw instead of towards the top of the site, it was off to the left. There was a Paranoia there to supplement. Now coming into this retake with the big idea that Sapienza had of the operator. It's just been shut down. A big 3K from Perpetuo, but it is alive as Simon has called a couple kills back.
Yeah, we are going to get the lockdown as well to buy extra time here for the attack on this post plant. And do you want to know what, Hazza? I actually like this investment. The owl drone's taking contact to know exactly where these players are, and the info dart follows it up. It's all about layers of utility. It's something that you talk about so many times. And well, there's a second ultimate to layer up from the lockdown. One last bolt in towards the quiver. It shoots out, and so does the bullets from the Vandal. 7-3 guaranteed advantage for the next half for UPV.
Yeah, very nicely done from UPV there. And they just pick up where they left off. Sapienza are going to be feeling a little bit hard done by, perhaps, especially as well. You can see exactly what their approach to the fast C hit was going to be. Put control on this operator, post them up towards the top site, and just look to pluck off Perpetuo as they make their way in. Not let UPV take the space, which, as I said before, has definitely been the most primary facet of how exactly the gameplay looks for them. Something that they've been very good, where you have to give a lot of merit, and yeah, right now it is just going to be another eco on those sheriffs.
Already looking to aggress in towards A main. The turret takes the contact. The players swing out. Rulio and Chuvy get the work done. There is a trade though. No more breach for this round for UPV.
Yeah, control getting one, but off the board. Something which Sapienza haven't done too much of here is activating that jet player and getting the most value out of them so far. But Perpetuo, on the other hand, seems to be able to do everything all by themselves. Even when you look at the utility that they've been supported with, a very capable individualistic fragger, and always a strong asset to any university team.
Yeah, it's when you see that supportive utility that puts them up. Look at the position they're in already. The alarm bot goes down and just distracts them for a moment. Chaos, obviously distracted by the commotion down on CT, gets taken out as well. 83 the scoreline. This is a big round here though for Sapienza.
Yeah. It's right now, it is a little bit of the Perpetuo show, but at the same time, you've got everything else. It's like, you know, when you're studying and you have that one person who's like putting in the most effort in the group work kind of thing.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm joking though. If you look at the rest of the team, like the assists speak for themselves, right? The numbers that everyone's putting up right now, there's not a single player that's going negative on the UPV side. Whereas when I said before for Sapienza, they're struggling to get that activation. Do you know what I mean? There's that lack of proactivity. Some of the better rounds that we've seen from them is where they were taking that initiative, looking to get those fights early on. And I mean, UPV are just running it down. There's nothing really too complex about what they're doing. Every piece of utility has its purpose, as do the players, and Growldy has already covered a lot of that ground.
Yeah, especially with this shadow step in the likes that they have. Perpetual, unfortunately, not able to clear close corners. Catrol clearing the gate the players though. Rolling Thunder no longer available for this round. That could have been a big win condition. But let's look at the spike, guys. It's already running away.
Growldy just sticking up close. Moved away from the heaven position. You're seeing the Paranoia prepared. by Predator. And actually, Juvi's come back. They want to try and just take the control of the site, which they already have, and move with it. Second player should have been spotted towards Heaven. Their paranoia comes in. No shrouded step just yet. Walking into the open, no man's land. Graldi will greet them with open arms. There we have it, 9-3. A very strong half from UPV.
Very well played indeed, Hazard. And you know what? We need now move on towards the defence. It's a game of anything you can do, we can do better for Sapienza as they start their attack. And it has to be a big pistol round. Lose out the pistol, Hazard, and I do not have a lot of confidence here for Sapienza.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where you're feeling hung out to dry a little bit by the result of that first half coming into the attack as well. We have to reiterate that with this being the map which UPV picked into, Sapienza had the choice of half and they decided to play into the defensive side. There was an improvement. That string of 3 rounds is the fruits of their labor for the changes that were made, but UPV realized, okay, if we just keep up this high velocity gameplay and keep, taking the spaces we've been able to, going that extra layer further, then, it's ours for the taking.
Control already doing the same play that we saw Perpetual do in the previous pistol, although them at the back of sight do the work. Chaos as well coming in. The trade's there, perfect. Advantage now towards Sapienza. Spike is down, and now it's all about this retake.
You see the nanos up there already. You have both the initiator players available. So, there are pieces of utility that UPV can work playing into this. They just need to make sure they clear out control in the backside, and walking through the dark cover is a difficult one to do.
Just waiting for that go button. Stu have the breach stun, but it's not towards where you would want it to be. Predatory coming through massive. Now it's all up to Rulio, so apologies. But that's a massive round there to win the pistol and now get that economy bolstered.
Yeah, it's hard for UPV there too. You could see the ideas that they were trying to play into. You have the dark cover towards the backside just to make it a little more difficult, not completely enable control of the site to Sapienza, making sure that the players can rotate in from defender spawn and you're immediately there to retake. You have on-site presence and you're not simply estranged going into the retake. So nicely done from them. In terms of this second round investment, Bulldogs across the board, couple Spectres, a little more run-of-the-mill from Sapienza, and they're going to take a leaf out of UPV's book by going for the same C execute, it seems.
Yeah. And look at where everybody is on the map for UPV. Over on A, it's a gamble stack, and the gamble has not paid off. That's going to allow for this post plant to look pretty comfortable, for Sapienza.
Yeah, it's I love to call a round like this a capture the flag round where each team has their own home base. They're nice and comfortable on this cozy Sunday morning. Actually, we've not quite reached the afternoon yet here, but for both of these teams, they'll be in a time zone which means that it is past 12 midday. So the high noon has been and gone. But yeah, it's just a slow approach, right? I mean, there's not too much that we can really break down about this round right now. The bigger thing for me is going to be, what does the post-plant look like for Sapienza? How do UPV plan to retake? How much damage can they deal? What's the bonus round presenting itself as?
Yeah, it's also about how much utility has already been used up. There's going to be a bit of a flank here that's going to be caught out by that turret that's just placed a little bit deep, I think. So anyway, that it got caught. Didn't hear the turret go off, but it's been retracted anyway, so that I would assume so. The player's now looking to get in towards the site already. A couple of preemptive bullets being popped, a couple of pings. Already advantage being taken. There's a second one there. Tap on towards the spike. The problem from playing from long is you can put down these smokes and, well, the spam might not quite work out. And that's exactly what's happening. The players on long losing the duels, but the players on the spike will actually be able to convert okay.
Yeah, man, that's what I'm speaking about as well. Just the final thing I said before we go into the retake, how much damage can they do? I mean, enough to leave Sapienza laying out on the canvas, it seems, with, teeth broken in their mouth, because UPV did a brilliant job there at just shutting down some of the angles. And it's all of the regenerative utility we were speaking of. It feels like Sapienza, they had the play to take control of the site, but in the retake, I mean, it's literally just sheriffs there as well. You have the dark cover cover to shut down some of the sight lines. A big ping out of the recon actually onto control on the default box. Stuff like that. And then from that kind of distance, yeah, the spam not really working. If you want to make the most of the gun advantage, you need to be up in their face.
That's a massive and big stun there just to delay and deny the exit from the site. Shock's now going out. Advantage being regained and rifle in the hands of these Sapienza players. It's whether they can do anything with that, but it looks as if they're ready to bust it in towards CT. That's exactly what happens. Trying to get more of these upgrades, and they're going to win out all the fights.
Yeah. And it's unsurprising, really, as well, when you look at what it exactly the call probably would have been coming out of the previous round. That's a really nice shot from Perpetuo, just reading the play, the head of Simon through the box as they dip behind the veil. The round is gone. UPV aren't going to be picking up that one. Sapienza with a brilliant retaliation, and that's just going to have completely emptied any kind of reserves that UPV had there. So, you know, maybe a hero rifle, something along those lines if you want to rebuy into it. But like I was saying, yeah, it's brilliant to see them understand exactly what it was that went wrong with that previous round and say, okay, let's put ourselves on the front foot. Let's take a bit of extra space. Owl drone in towards spawn. Great follow-up off the back of it. And, you know, it's no surprises that they win it out.
It's not only that though, Hazzy, you've also got to think about that stun that came through and towards the back of sight. I mean, that denied the Sova from getting out and allowed for that upgrade. And now, as we look towards this, it's going to be Goblin getting Growldy now. No more smokes for the rest of this round. That post plant from Long's going to look even better.
Yeah, you even see there, look, the recon comes in, but there are no players on the UPV side that can make anything of this. Chuvy finding one on the shorty, surely not a second to the Killjoy player. They get shut outright. Perpetuo with the blades, trying to run things down. Predator is there on the Spectre instead. It's another 4 versus 1. And any constellations for Relio here would be nice, but the very much expectation is that that won't be happening.
Yeah, it's been topsy-turvy. It's been back and forth. As Relio looks to get more, and it can't get much. That's it's respectable, it's decent, and now we move in towards what will be a massive swing round between these two teams.
Yeah, this is the biggest round of the game thus far. I think it's fair to say in terms of what that timeline looks like. Finally, we have the final form of Perpetuo on the operator, and I'm curious to see where exactly it is that UPV look to station this up. It's looking to be that longer sight line on A that can be dictated. The standard rotate flex position of Relio on the breach will have a fault line to set them up in this end. And all the while, this has just allowed for a heavier stack towards the C side of the map, which Sapienza look to be making their approach on.
Already, we are seeing a smoke go out, the dark cover, just to deny any information. The information now trying to come through in the form of an info dart has not many pings, but look at that stack from UPV.
Yeah. And they've just read into this one fully. I really like it. You have all of the contact that you need in towards mid. Such an aggressive angle taken by Perpetuo on A. It's just passivity right now, which is supporting them in such in this effort to hold the site. But can they do it?
Well, already controls found really. Oh, they're not close to close corner. Growldy comes in massive. One player left is Goblin. And well, they're going to have to find something. Nope, it's not going to be. Chaos now stuck out in garage with an alarm bot, monitoring, guarding their entryway in towards the site. And it's a 1 versus 4.
Yeah, and there's not really too much to be done here either. You've also seen Perpetuo, I believe it was, take the long way around, right, on the flank and actually position themselves. They flipped it to the reverse, and now they're just holding with this operator. The turret is down, so this is not information which Chaos has access to. In fact, right now, there's not too much that Chaos can do at all. I mean, they showed it to us there. Thank you. Yep, there's the nano and the alarm bot. And nothing going to be happening, really. Just holding on to the rifle into the next round, it seems.
Yeah, and it's respectable. I never even actually got to hear Perpetual's op ring off at all, Hazard, to be honest. I never even knew that they had it, but it's good to see them on it.
Well, I mean, yeah, exactly. That was the first thing mentioned coming into the round, that this is how exactly they're able to set up a little more dynamically, right? You have the operator anchoring A. That is the reason why UPV were able to gamble so heavily into the C site, because you had the Killjoy utility supporting yourself through mid. You could just put the players up there. And yeah, it's Growldy up close. Control just dashes straight in, doesn't clear the close player. They get punished. And this is something else as well we need to comment on for the Jet players. It's always making sure you're well supported supported with that utility when you're taking the space, but then also understanding those pockets and gaps in the middle and sort of between the lines where the rest of the team needs to be following it up.
Yeah, exactly. And it's also Graldi hiding in that corner, just having that awareness to go like, do you know what, let's see if I can upset Perpetual. Already pushed off an angle, ping going out. The players now looking to get back in, but look at that flashpoint, it's already ready. Perpetual burning the dash to get out, shotty out, and already look at this, re-engaging on short.
Yeah, just keeping their presence felt here on the operator, trying to ward away UPV, but with a Rolling Thunder, they have the keys to guard the entrance, and just like that, they're going to be opening things up, getting the spike planted, and we go into post.
There's a lot of that breach utility already used up, Hazard. That was a stun, a flash, and a Rolling Thunder. There'll be one flash and an aftershock left, waiting to get that stun back up online. Paranoia to go through. Perpetual will at least trade out. There's no more breach utility. The stuns and the delay not going to be there for Sapienza as UPV look to try and get a foothold, and they do. Advantage on from Chaos. Control now looking to bust out of the smoke, and they do so. Getting two. 1 versus 2 now. Rolling Thunder in pocket. The players coming in from CT. Lovely shots. It's now from the Omen, the Shadow Monster from Hell. The tap of the spike, the swing out. But Predatory will collect their prey.
Really, really nicely done from Predatore to just finish that one off. I mean, you're playing the timer at that point in time, just running down the clock. I think even if Rulio is able to win that out, you're not able to get the defuse, and it's already too far gone. So nice use of the Rolling Thunder, you know, taking the site control, setting themselves up nicely. There is enough credits for a reinvest. They want to push up to 12. Just carry on in that bracket. These are the best of ones, right? It's deadly stuff, Cairo. And looking at the trajectory of this one so far, Sapienza, they're on and up. They've been doing a brilliant job at just grinding out the rounds, and we get a different look at UPV here. A little more aggressive of a play, but a fairly staggered one in towards mid, playing fully for that A retake with the flank.
Yeah, definitely. Perpetual not quite finding what they were looking for on that flank, but certainly creating that pressure point for the players to think about as the rest look to re-enter in towards the site. Ping's going out, and it's actually demanding the Soviet's attention here, Hazard, which is going to be big util to delay that retake.
Yeah, we have so many ults available here too. Rolling Thunder, Hunter's Fury for the defending team, and for the attackers, they have this lockdown to try and work with. Chaos yet to invest it. Might be running down to short exactly to do so, and finally the shot's coming in. It's a flood of blue, and just like that, we have the Hunter's Fury available. They can immediately counter this play in towards short, even find a ping onto the player's position. The defuse is just too easy for them, and like that, UPV make the most of a mixed buy.
Yeah, exactly, and it's all, I guess, a big part of that has it is how the post plan looks there for Sapienza. You've got to think about how Perpetual was creating that pressure point in the back lines. You have to think about it, and they actually created a much more reserved post plan from what we've seen in the past. Something that UPV were, something that Sapienza were continuously doing was playing towards Graffiti, playing towards Hell. Yes, we saw it there, but I mean, there wasn't anybody on Graffiti from Memory.
Yeah, it's a difficult post plant to try and work, especially when you look at all of the ults that UPV had that they had sort of built up. As Perpetuo, again, confirmation bias with the previous round panning out in their favor, walks through and unfortunately just gets taken down, completely isolated. Like I said before, you know, your Jet player, you want to have them supported with a tailwind. Yeah, there's sort of that false sense of security, and it's going to be at least a player down coming into the retake. In fact, it goes one worse. Goblin takes down the site anchor.
Really problematic here as the players now look to all sit outside of site, ready to bust back in. Graldi finds an opportunity, maybe one more to be found there as a big Paranoia comes in. Dark cover there, that's exactly where they're going to be TPing into. The players don't even know as the flash comes in. This is massive, this is beautiful, this is UPV taking the map.
Really nicely played from Graldi there. You see the recon come in as well, so there's an immediate understanding of where the players are. The Paranoia catches all three. dark cover into a shrouded step. I mean, you simply cannot ask for more. I think while UPV had, perhaps a slightly better read on the thematic look at the game with some of the rotates on their defender's side and having such a strong first half as well, it was sort of like having the micro locked down there as well. And you even see it in a round like that where the individuals are able to step up and support themselves so well in a situation where you understand how your utility works exactly, all of the ebbs and flows. So brilliantly done.
I think Sapienza as well were actually making a really good comeback. I think, unfortunately for them, one or two post plants weren't as strong as what they should have been, and the ultimates eventually just pushed UPV towards that end of the game. I mean, you're talking about support of utility and the likes on that defensive half. On the retakes, I don't think there was any individuals. I think that was more on the attacking side.
Yeah, I mean, we had a couple of individuals like Pipetro, for example, on the Jet. It's always going to be the name that sticks out. They are expected to get those frags, and they definitely did as well. So it was an exciting game. As I said before, we were working out where exactly is this bar going to sit? Like, how good are these teams really going to be? And the Spanish representatives on home turf in some ways, when you look at all of the broadcast team behind it, right, they're certainly going to be happy with this result. And it must be said that I was thoroughly impressed with them round by round. So with that being said, we're going to go to a short 5-minute break, but when we return, we'll have that second round up for you.
Driving around in California, looking for something to make me stay. Round and round forever, searching for something I could never get replaced. Don't need you to save me, but I just really need to be saved. I'm just so sick of waiting for any luck to come my way. Yeah. Feel good, be good, stay good, and live good. If I could feel good, I'd live good, I'd die good.
I'm an odd person. I run in dark circles. I would love a long life, cause I love how life's worthless. I'm a paint purple, cause blue's overrated. We all outdated, we all so jaded. We all lost love like love's our savior. It's a dark place when it's all about the paper. Counting pretty cards before they deal you something heinous. I've been studying sitting on my ass. I'm so contemporaneous, in love with my behavior. But really I could probably try and be something greater. Get on my favorite, you could tell me something different, but I probably wouldn't listen. No, I probably wouldn't listen. The word, that's the ego, scared it's taking over. But fuck it if it's fun to run my tongue up on these road fronts. But I know I could lose it all if I'm not careful. I sound scared, hope you feel that my heart's there though.
Don't need you to save me, but I just really need to be saved. I'm just so sick of waiting for any luck to come my way. Yeah. Feel good, be good, stay good.
peephole. Everything closed this late, but your contacts. Here to catch a vibe, you might catch a little contact. Only thing showing this late be the freak show. Call for your come, I be checking through the peephole. Everything closed this late, but your contact. Here to catch a vibe, you might catch a little contact. Baby, live it up, you know the work week coming. Turn it into profit, so the hurt means something. Shine on the competition, shawty, that's easy. Cuban on the collar, so the next day freezy. Fresh white tea, ain't good, no stains. Swinging in the rental, got it hogging both lanes. Quarantine clean, but the streets still dirty. Round to the 9 if it's past 8:30. I've been on my grind like I'm tryna get sharp. It ain't come with keys, all I did is hit start. I ain't even planning, but it hit still. Car full of baddies, got me playing fifth wheel. Juke jammer, baby, got the party going up. I do what I wanna, I don't plan on growing up. See you slamming Henny and don't plan on slowing up. Call your boss and tell him you don't plan on showing up. Lungs full of gas with a handful of goals. Boys in a band, get a band for the shows. Stuck it up tall till I stand on my toes. Come and get your man, he'll stand for the... I been on M's, got him hopping on deep. Tell the bartender, get it popping on me. Know they see the vibe and I came up quick. See around the city on the same old... I been really working and it steady, got me buzzing. I been getting money, now I'm everybody cousin. Waffle House run and it's back to the bed. Hit it from the back, pulling tracks from your head. Only thing showing this late be the freak show. Call for your come, I be checking through the peephole. Everything closed this late, but your contacts. Here to catch a vibe, you might catch a little contact. Only thing showing this late be the freak show. Call for your come, I be checking through the peephole. Everything closed this late, but your contact. Here to catch a vibe, you might catch a little contact.
In my mouth is a desert, running dry on the tip of my tongue. I can taste your lies, how to measure the love you throw around. I could never hold you down. One of us will have to take a bow. Feeling you so close to make me drive around. Everlasting love, so much to go around. You got me so high I can't come down. I hope you know that I will never let you go. If all I do is dim your glow and fly on, baby, please just go. Your soul is the ocean, and I can't touch the floor. So full of emotion, I can't keep any more. Are we at a time where we'd be swallowed whole? Don't give up on us now. One of us will have to take a bow. Feeling you so close to make me drive around. Everlasting love, so much to go around. You got me so high I can't come down. I hope you know that I will never let you go. If all I do is dim your glow and fly on, baby, please just go. I can feel you there where I once had you all alone. In the back of my mind, I'm under your spell, I can't get out. My heart falls 5 below, and I'm still here. I'm freezing cold, but I will wait. I hold my breath till I turn
Hello everyone and welcome back to Amazon University Esports Masters, where we are here for the LCQ, the last chance qualifier for Valorant. I am Hazard JC, joined alongside Kairocasts yet again, where we have just seen a very strong first result take place, where now we're heading into round 3. The teams have moved onwards and we're going to be having another matchup for you available. That of course is going to be the UK representative, the Undateables from Nottingham, against Yeditepe Golden Phoenix.
Yeah, exactly. It is the UK representatives versus the Turkish representatives, Hazard, and this is going to be something that I'm really excited for. Turkey, I mean, it is something that's consistently said about the Jets and stuff like that, and how good the mechanical ability is in this region. But more so, I mean, the UK, I mean, Hazard, we've been doing decent ourselves, you know. So this is a matchup that I think I'm looking most forward to.
Yeah, of course. You had the Amazon University Esports UK and Ireland live finals, the spring finals that just took place. That is exactly where the Undateables were able to lock in that spot for themselves here in the last chance qualifier, being their sort of regional victors in that regard. Looking in towards the map bans very quickly, we can see that the map is going to be Ascent. So in comparison to the last veto that we saw, it's a complete flip. Ascent was the first ban in that one. This time Haven is the first ban that we're going to be seeing. Nottingham, not a fan of that one whatsoever. And Ascent, as I said before, what you see is very much what you get. There's a lot of expectation as to what we're going to have coming through here, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not as if Turkey isn't known for being good on Ascent, Hazard. We've seen that many a time, especially you look towards T1, BBL able to beat out Fnatic, etc. So this is certainly a map that I'm expecting both teams to be very good at, more so on the Turkish representatives.
Yeah, I think something to be said, the bigger picture for Turkey as a region as a whole, is that, you know, it's the second biggest country within Europe, you know, or that has land within Europe, right? Of course, the same as Russia. There's contingencies within Europe and also Asia. Yeah. But with a population of 85 million, there is a really deep talent pool that you have, especially for a game like Valorant, which has sort of surged in popularity there as well, with Valorant Champions being hosted in Istanbul a year previous. You know, there's a lot of interest there to be playing this game, I think. So I'm really curious to see what that next generation of talent perhaps looks like, at least in the university scene, and how they stack up against a formidable opponent in the form of Undateables.
Yeah, exactly. And Undateables, you know, has a. I mean, we've done, for instance, previous university finals in the past, and something you have to say is these university teams have a decent grasp of the game and what is required of them to play that.
Yeah, the university scene in the UK is one which has been kicking around for a long time as well, right? Ever since the game's inception, I know that there was UK Valorant, for example, which merged with Null, and they were running, you know, custom 10-mans in the beta when the keys had only just been dropped. There are people trying to get into the Discord, sort of knocking on the door, like, yo, where's my invite? I can't play because I don't have the game yet, but I want to get involved. Like, there's, as I said before, a demand for Valorant in both of these regions, and the teams that they've put forward here as well, I think, should be strong representatives of those regions as a whole. Looking at these compositions here coming into Ascent, I mean, you have the very standard composition, which our Turkish team are going to be playing, and then on the UK side for Nottingham, it's a little bit more off the beaten path. You've got the Astra and the Cypher joining the mix here as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see Nottingham go for this comp here, Hazard. More so the fact that it's the Cypher pick of all things that's thrown me a little bit. KG obviously been well drilled on this map. The lockdown obviously massive. The setup's already pre-established. The Astra doesn't surprise me so much. I think that's more of a personal choice for teams.
Yeah, I think the Astra definitely is, like you mentioned as well. And the important thing to note with Astra is, you know, she's gone over quite a few changes in her time. She used to be at the very forefront of the meta, but now has taken a little more reserved of a seat in terms of the bigger picture, right? Her utility, she only has 4 Astral Stars now from where it used to be 6, I believe, at one point in time. The cooldowns are a lot longer. So you have to be very acute with your utility usage. And I'm very interested to see how much value exactly it is that we can see come out.
Yeah, exactly. It's just when you were talking about stars and the cooldowns there, Hazard, in the back of my head I was thinking about all the old utility, the breach flashes haven't used to be.
Yeah, oh my god. The 2 raise grenades that you get that sort of like would refresh as well when you get a kill.
The cipher cages that used to slow and reveal you if you were like caught.
Yeah. To be honest, I don't really mind the slowing cages. They didn't reveal you, but yeah, I know what you mean. They had a slowing effect. Nah, they never did. The Cypher's camera, there used to be a bug with that where you could throw it a pistol when you were in it and start shooting people from inside the camera. I mean, that really takes home surveillance to another level in terms of getting rid of unwanted visitors. Another one would be the Ray satchels, I think, when they used to do 50 damage a pop instantly.
Yeah,
Always a busted agent, but I think she's found her place in the meta now, but no place for her in this map. It's an immediate start from Nottingham taking some of that market control.
Straight in already, shots being thrown in towards market, but there's an exchange, Pazza, and that exchange is one in the form of a kill as Jan B getting one and Kato's come in to help out. The players of Nottingham are completely stricken down, and the pressure, well, is going to put them back to spawn.
Yeah, definitely is. Pistol round going Yeditepe's way, which is very nice for them as well. This map, leans into a slight defender bias, not one that we're going to have to read into too much, especially when you look at these compositions as well and how exactly that factors through. I think that Nottingham Trent, for example, are going to have a much better time playing on this defender's half, because you've got the Cypher utility, which I think is going to be really strong for shutting down some of those executes. I mean, the global presence for flank control on the attack, of course, is something to think about, but then those layers of Astra utility that players will have to go through just add a little bit more to it. So on this round, a slower approach, but mid, the same goal.
8K already finding Dipsy, and it's a couple of bits of spam coming through. Spike still over towards that A side. Seems as if that Cypher camp may have just seen the KJ that peeked out of market. In the grand scheme of things, though, Hazza, you would say that Nottingham slowly but surely approaching short.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing a few different areas of the map right now, just perhaps trying to find themselves a kill, but unfortunately, there is no real pressure being put on AK's shoulders right now. It is just the firing line, shooting one player after the other. Nice little timing there, Zero, trying to find their way through. It's the no-scope, which will decapitate them. And now the spike is out in the open. These players backed into a corner. And as Yeditepe slowly creep towards this position, it's going to get a little hairy for them. Finally, they peak in unison. It does bear at least a single kill. That is all, however, and now Sean has everything to do with this ghost.
Unfortunately, Sean the Sheep will be put back in his pen. A 2-0, nice conversion of the anti-eco. I don't think, like Nottingham, I don't think there's much to take away from that last round, Hazza. Maybe more so the kind of mid-default in terms of the utility that was used, but at the same time, not a lot of investment either, so that util might not have been there.
Yeah, at the very least, it's set up some early conditioning that mid is an area of the map that Nottingham Trent want to try and fight for. So that is something which Yeditepe will need to be aware of, and already you're seeing a much heavier A gamble here because Nottingham haven't shown their hand in that regard just yet. It's something that they're certainly thinking about. Still got the Marshal for AK trying to dictate these longer sight lines in mid, and yeah, it's a much slower approach from them. I think more than anything, the only thing the previous round tells me is that Nottingham Trent need to learn their lesson that you should be playing for those numbers as much as possible when you don't have a gun advantage. And probably as well that, the strat book doesn't have too much depth when it comes to ecos and working with lesser weapon rate.
Aldron already clearing out B main and is pulling players across the map. Only thing is, for Nottingham, they need to get a move on quite quickly. AK already firing shots off. And not quite capitalising. Yeah,
they're going for this mid-reclear once again, and just that singular nebula on short has actually been enough to push their Yeditepe forces back to where they were, which leaves Quantum really isolated on the stairs here, which is unfortunate for him. As with 3 suppressed and the recon coming in, nothing more left up to chance as to where this execute will be coming through with only 30 seconds left.
Yeah, it's a sprint race to get things on the board, get it spiked down, even set up a quick retake. It's not going to be those. The players take the site and, well, already holding crossfires and exits into the site. Aldron going to re-clear Lauren and does so. Players now starting to fire in utility. They're going to get caught out, and that's massive. The re-clear, the retake already off to a great start, 4v4.
Really nice. A good quick use of utility there. And these players are going to have to back up. They wanted some more expansive control as to not get pinged out by the recon, but now they have bigger things to worry about as AK's just mowing them down. 3 kills on the namesake of the Vandal, of course. And just like that, UNIVERSITY convert their bonus.
That's a massive bonus indeed, Hazard. And it's not only that though, it's just how quick they were and ready to go straight off the bat of getting that first pick. And I mean, on top of that, I mean, that should have been a really easy Nottingham round.
Yeah, Lauren Don there is sort of stuck, isolated on the bottom position, and it didn't feel like they were too well supported by the rest of the team. I mean, in terms of what utility you have there, really, you're playing your Sova from within the site alongside the KO. You can send a recon over, send a flash at the same time. If the players are blinded, they're going to get pinged out. You know, combining a flash and recon is so strong. And yeah, they didn't have that. There was no extra sort of dimension to what the setup looked like. No main control. Really difficult to set up your B post plant when you don't have those kinds of advantages to work with.
With the Cattle thinking about a swing. Oh, that was nice.
The flash drive into the one-way, so I mean there is no blind, and that means no capitalization. Already you've used both of those flashes. No kills yet collected, but plenty of information about the player's position. And Kato will sneak one through the smoke.
Already used up all the smokes here, so if there is to be a site take, Nottingham will be making themselves look good in terms of that. But that's a big if, considering AK already looking to peak, has the rifle, and Cato's there to support. A complete whitewash in towards mid. One player left, it's Sean. Oh, and just can't quite find the head. It's going to be okay. A nice shot onto Cato. Quantum re-clearing from main, but the players are now starting to bear down.
Yeah, it's just a headshot angle, right? It nets them a singular kill, but that will be all. AK with another 3-piece. And UNIVERSITY finding their 4th. So, as I said before, it doesn't seem like Nottingham are trying to do anything too crazy on these eco rounds as well, as they found themselves in a pretty vicious cycle, now investing the timeout. Which leads me to believe that, yeah, they just want to run this same set style for every single round. It doesn't look like there are too many executes that they have lined up, right? They are very defaulty on these attacking rounds. And right now, something has to change because it's simply not panning out for them. I mean, there's been a couple of times where maybe they've got site control, but not been able to do anything with it. Or in the executes, the spacing hasn't looked ideal because those trades aren't coming through. And it's reflected, especially when you look at these rounds where, you know, there is an advantage for UNIVERSITY to be working with in terms of guns, which has been, you know, 3/4 of what we've seen played so far.
Yeah. And it's becoming a real issue. And it's not only that though, Hazard. They just feel, I don't want to say lost. That's not the right idea. It's just like when they're approaching these main positions, there's a lot of 1v1s being gifted. Nottingham not supporting themselves, but with a utility that perhaps they could. I mean, even Gravity well to pull that Omen out from main. I don't know. That this is just ideas. They're not dissuading people from angles. They're wanting to take those duels. And I mean, if you're going to take duels with Turkish aimers, I mean, there's only one way it's going to go.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, they want to be taking those duels. I think Nottingham seem like a team right now that have a fair amount of individual prowess, right? They're comfortable taking these duels. And look, we're seeing the util usage come through. This market control worked out fairly well for them on the pistol round. Ooh. And Laurent Don has even capitalized and found a kill to Froz. They've frozen. They slowed things down. They look to scale into this A. No main control, but it shouldn't be a problem.
Aldron just clearing out B main, but there is a lurker there. That's where the spike is. Maybe just faking that pressure towards A and trying to pin players there. There was the jet in towards Mark. If they find a time in which they do, AK once again get a big pick and bringing the numbers back even.
Yeah, natural selection, right? The weakling hangs off from the rest of the pack and finds themselves found into the execute now. Nottingham looking to move. The recons have been traded. A fake dash from AK, but not really selling too much. It's all going to come down to these two players in the back site. But I mean, you already have the retake set up in this 4 versus 4. They're just going to swing out.
Yeah, exactly what we expect. The players not quite working out. The spam there from Yan B, massive. I mean, UTTP has are 5-0 up and do not look to stop.
Yeah, you said it before as well. The Turkish Jets, the Turkish Barbers, just giving a haircut on the Bladestorm. 11-1 right now with that Bladestorm available. Like I was saying, the ultimate game is something that's going to be really important in these next couple of rounds here for Nottingham Trent. You're getting really close to some big pieces: Hunter's Fury, Null Command, and that Cosmic Divide. And their investment here is going to be absolutely pivotal as to what this game ends up looking like for Nottingham Trent, because right now, yeah, it just does seem a little bit directionless, right? You've got this big glob of players sort of floating around the map, and unfortunately, you know, when it's good, and it's Laurent Don finding another opening pick, and when it's bad, it just does not look ideal.
Yeah. I mean, it's a big one as well. That's AK caught his second death of the match so far. We're on round 6, Hazard. Not many times do you get to see that. The player's now looking to go elsewhere.
It's a really big pick to be finding. AK has had so much impact on these previous rounds. And yeah, Nottingham, they're just sort of feeling out different areas of the map. The game plan is quite set, as you can see. It's playing together as a team, trying to trade as best as you can and taking those room. Unfortunately for them, you know, they've been caught out in a few of these positions before, and now coming into this execute, it's a little slower, but it works. Dipsy has found another kill, but it does go traded.
Yeah, unfortunately, Sean just having to wait for the Blaze to come back online. The spam from Quantum just unfortunate, not finding what they were looking for. The advantage still towards these attackers. The Blaze perfect and firing right on towards the body of, or the head of Froz. 2v4. The players just now need to hold the angles as the spam comes through. Quantum from short. Yan B up on heaven, looking to fall in like the angel of death that they should be. That's the problem. You're looking for opportunities, and the opportunities are coming thick and fast. But unfortunately for them, they're backed up by plenty of more players. 5-1, finally Nottingham on the boards.
Well, really nicely worked from Nottingham there. And finally, they win some of those important duels as well, because as I said before, it's such a strange setup that they have when you look at, you know, the spacing not being perfect at times, but you're also playing within this group. So you're expecting them to be trading, but we're also seeing a lot of isolated duels taken. So, you know, my mind is sort of in two places right now as what is going on. You know, we've not seen them try and get any value out of a lurk, for example, through mid-late round. They are grouping up together, and I think the read that Yedetepe have had on this so far has been pretty strong. But this is the most important round of the half so far when you look at what the setup is like for both teams. Some decent ults on the board, the operator in play. Do Nottingham have a counter for this?
Oh, the flashpoint hasn't worked out either. AK just dips away from the angle and dips away with a pick, Hazard.
Yeah, really nicely done. Just off the back of the dash, and that's what I'm speaking about. Now Nottingham know that the operator is in play. You've lost your jet. Yeah, there's a nice reclear coming from B, but it's just shot down. There's no response. Dipsy can just turn away, hightail towards this A execute. The information is there. There shouldn't be a rotate called. A little lack of mid presence right now might set some questioning for Yedetepe on how they want to approach this.
No command is there. I think that's maybe what they're waiting for. Just heard the TP though. LP may have heard that. And that might be something to be thinking about. Just reclear and wind just to be sure. Have that peace of mind, Hazard, and waiting to press that execute button. They do so. The flashpoint perfect to push Kato off the angle, but not AK. Now look at this. The players trying to flood through main, just not quite working out. But Dipsy's found their way into the back of sight. The op is down, and it's all up to Yan B once again. There was a ping out towards main. What a clutch from Yan B! Just when you think it's not possible, when you think the numbers are against them, they're able to fight back, and what a spray transfer!
That is ridiculous. I don't even know if it was a full transfer or just a reset on the aim. Incredibly snappy and accurate. Oh, that's, I mean, it's just ridiculous, right? It leaves you in a situation where there's not too much left that you can possibly say. And if Nottingham are feeling as starstruck as I am right now, I don't want to know where the mental game is at for them. You have to immediately go into this next round, null command on the board, looking to just run it down into that B setup perhaps and take all of the util away. But even at that point, with the spike positioning so restricted in towards defender spawn, the approach looking a lot slower, in fact.
Not only that, I mean, they've managed to push the op off the angle, but if it's AK, you know what he's like, Hazard. They'll find a way back onto the angle.
That's a very cheeky spy cam that we see in mid as well. It can just sort of test the toes of Froz, who isn't finding any kind of way to break it. It needs a player to either walk out into the firing line or peek from short. So some decent early information here. Yet again, it's just about Nottingham playing this really slow early round, finding where exactly the gap is or where they want to posture for the execute, and making the most of it when they do push in. The Nanos have opened up. Sean's looking to make their way into the site, but they've been halted for a while, and AK's found the first kill again.
Yeah, I don't know how you're going to be able to stop this Jet player. Maybe just by swinging shot, and they do so. Look at this. Sean's found plenty of grass to eat upon, but they've not thought about Cattle. As Has said, there's a player still backside, but the players, look at this. They've got the pick that they needed to, and they're just going to go ahead straight to A.
This is what you want to see as well. A nice pivot. There's enough time left on the clock to get that spike planted, and you can set up for an idealistic after plant. I think the operator might have been claimed by a Nottingham Trent player as well, so you don't even have the chance to recycle that and bring it back on the board if you are Yedetepe, but you can't. You don't quote me on that, right? Yeah, it is actually Kato that's found a way to pick it up. So at the very least, AK can be holding on to that coming into the next round. But really nice, decisive execute there. You have the From the Shadows coming through in the retake. As we're just sort of sat inside the spy cam here. No gun attached to it this time around, like I mentioned.
Yeah, I think.
But, yeah, nicely worked by Nottingham on this one.
Yeah, 100%. The fight's just working in their favour. I think that's been a real issue for Nottingham, is the fights have been falling in towards Yetetepe's hands so often, and that's just been really unfortunate. But not only this time, the trades were there. Nottingham actually looked cohesive in that execute.
The bigger comment to be made for me when we look at how that previous round panned out and what it is exactly that we've just seen is that Nottingham can not let themselves be dissuaded by the individual heroics of Yand B and instantly reset, move on to the next, find the result, and keep these rounds ticking over. Because if they can find, a couple more here, maybe even put themselves up to a fifth or lo and behold, tie the half, then they're going to feel that real gust of momentum underneath them right now, which is something that you need.
Nice. Cheeky cam. Already cleared main. Even with the shots going out. Not even giving themselves up. And look at the control that AK's found, Hazard.
Yeah, it's just like I said again, holding on to this mid position, which Nottingham have completely conceded. I mean, you even look at the positions of these trap wires. It's incredibly deep towards Link as you have a couple of players probing B main. All the while, I think this is just a fake to allow for Nottingham to be given a little extra room moving in towards the A. The same util comes out in the set play. You have a more aggressive position held, so actually they can just call this rotate straight back. The fake has not worked because of how advanced the Killjoy has adapted to these quick button dashes that we've been seeing from Nottingham.
It's only that though, Hazard. The players decided to run away in Quantum. Oh no, you're seeing it before your eyes. Your very eyes as Quantum pops out and finds two. There's a trade. Spike is down and there's a little bit of a dash. The last two of the players that were trying to fake B need to get there quick.
Lockdown available, numbers advantage. Yedetepe can just set up for this perfectly. You've seen what it looks like as well from Nottingham with players not playing for these flanks. The silver lining is they have an ultimate of their own. It is the null command and it will stop that utility from coming in. The only problem is they don't win out the fight. And now it's a 4 versus 2. And Dipsy can't get that core stabilized, but Zero can try and fight by themselves. Not happening. AK finds the shot and the shorty should follow it up. And unfortunately for them, won't be able to. Nottingham lose another round and Yedetepe have their advantage on the half.
They do have their advantage on the next half, and advantage just now, as well. I mean, the problem is Nottingham, it's about when do you stop the bleeding of rounds, especially when you think towards yourself. I mean, for a moment there, you just don't clear the smoke. It's so unfortunate. It's like little things like that. Quantum finding that little bit of, I guess, spacing within the smoke. I guess if that's Astral Star placed a little bit back, that wouldn't happen.
I know what you mean. I think Astra's utility can be quite difficult to work at times, a little bit finicky, which is exactly why we don't see her used as often, because you have to be very controlled with how you exercise it. In this eco, you're seeing the priority for the Blade Storm come in. Perhaps a flash play to try and peek through. AK not able to connect that first shot. The Aldrone should follow it up. As Zero has found an A opener. This could be a brilliant chance now for Nottingham to kick on. As I said before, they have the Blade Storm.
Yeah, the Tepe don't want to rotate too heavily into this, or didn't for the time being, will do now. And as you saw the Sova just double think about it, KG now left to hold B by themselves.
You have the Neural Theft coming in, so, you know, more information for these players. I mean, as long as Nottingham go round for round, the timeline should suggest that they pick this one up, in fact. So, I mean, from that point in time anyway, you know, you find the next couple and you're still on for a decent half. Moving in towards the B, the operator has rotated. You want to take this Killjoy utility off the board, but you just can't remove AK. What a shot from Laurent Don over the top. But yet again, Yedetepe so quick at making their way back through.
Yeah, and look at this, already supporting each other by creating the crosses. A call being made by Nottingham. That's something that you have to commend, Hazza, is the way Nottingham's able to call so quickly off a dime.
Yeah, they have, but taken this extra space as well towards Tree, and this is something which they were completely lacking last time around. That awareness with the lockdown that's still not being used. Zero finding the frag. The spike is late in rotation. It's going to be taking the long way around just for added safety, but the problem is, it means that Yedetepe have rotated so quickly. The Tree control has now been conceded. The lockdown is coming through, and a decision must be made.
Yeah, do they fight? Do they not? Do they go all the way back to main? It looks like it's going to be just gifting a frag. And now look at this. The Hunter's Fury going to be playing from main. It's already coming in. You could have used that actually to try and find a way to destroy the lockdown Hazza, but decided rather to play it for post. It's not going to work out. And Yedetepe again, just so quick off the mark.
You lost 2 ultimates in that round as well. The Neural Theft, a little more shrewd of an investment when you consider the impact that it could have. I mean, it set them up nicely, but oh man, it's like with that much time left on the clock, Laurent Don doesn't really want to rotate through mid. They want to take the safe passage and join on A all the way through spawn where they know they're not going to get caught out. Problem being, it just takes up so much time. Nottingham are forced to concede the tree space. Yedetepe, again, so fast on these retakes. Then you speak about the Hunter's Fury. Your hands are tied. You want to be using it to shut down the lockdown, but when you're in sight and understanding that the retakes are so swift, there is that added pressure to be worrying about. So by this point in time, both teams very much understanding how their opponents like to play. It's just about reading between those lines and getting the most out of it.
Biggest pick here would probably be on towards the KG of Froz. Is already supported by the KO. Look at these protocols that actually Yedetepe have just off of destroying certain bits of utility or even getting contact from certain things.
Yeah. It's cruel and the best of one, I think it's fair to say, for Nottingham. They do reside in the upper bracket as it stands, but things can take a turn for the worst from celebrating on the stage of Confetti X on home turf to a much more difficult game against international opposition. It's creeping into this A, and yet again, it's just this snowball of players trying to roll things up and get it started, and they finally will.
Oh, Kato puts Nottingham to the blade. Now they look to try and escape with... I was going to say with the side, but it's not even going to be. The players can't even get out of shot. Completely mowed down. It really is going to be, I don't even know, a butchery, a meat grinder, Hazza.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely is. They get put on a skewer and spun around like a kebab. They're Nottingham, really unfortunate for them. And... yeah, I mean, I guess you can say that it's unfortunate, you can say it's unlucky and whatever, but if we're being real, I think Yedetepe have just had a much better setup on this game. This defense has been so well drilled, the rotate's very strong as well. Like Nottingham, they don't really have any map presence. For having a Cypher player with that global trip that you can really make good value out of, they've not really done too much to test things, you know what I mean? And like even running into that operator, which that AK's been holding on to, there's no utility to slow them down. You're peeking in dry. You've lost one of your initiators. And on the final round of the half, one that could be the nail in the coffin if you don't pick it up, I just don't see where things start to get any better.
Yeah, I'm struggling to see where Nottingham are going to come back. I mean, let's have a hope that maybe on the defensive side that they'll make a resurgence. This would be a big round to win if it was going to be that case, just because of 9-3 and whatnot. That is Archie going to get a trade though on towards Quantum. Problem is his dips is being lost as well. Still holding that man advantage as we see UNIVERSITY putting Nottingham again in towards an unfortunate situation. That unfortunate situation there's going to be 10-2.
I mean, Quantum even gets picked back up there. Being in the prone form on the KO when you get knocked, you can see everything that's going on in front of you. So Quantum just says, okay, there's actually nobody short, because Nottingham didn't finish him off. So Frost walks in and says, okay, I'm just going to stabilize the core, flawless round. Like, there's already players in position. I said before, like, Nottingham are so sort of grouped up in all of these executes that Yedetepe feel really happy to go for a fast retake every time, because they've already got the rotates, the players in position. It just seems too simple when it really shouldn't. And, you know, with both of us being from the UK as well, it's easy for us to sit on the desk and like be a little more biased and sort of say like, oh, you know, it's not so bad for Nottingham. But as I said before, even with that timeout coming through, it doesn't seem like they've made the necessary changes to rectify some of those problems. And unfortunately for them, it's not going to get any better coming into the pistol round.
It's definitely not. Dipsy trying to tag up a couple of players. At least gets him the man advantage. Decimated. Back to 3 versus 3, but the problem is, though, you look towards that health pool and it's not great.
Oh, Kato fighting on their ones, low HP, but getting the job done. Archie trading it out, a 2 versus 2. Nottingham really need this round, but it's Yan B with another 2k that just shuts them out, keeps them on 2 rounds of their own, puts Yedetepe within 2 rounds of sealing what is a dominant performance from them thus far.
Yeah, it's been dominance after dominance here from Yedetepe. Every single gunfight that's been taken, you just favour them just with the confidence that they have, just to swing out and deny anything that comes through. I mean, Nottingham, they try that little B main play. I respect it, but the issue is they're swinging into a stack, and that's why you need a little bit of utility to support that.
Yeah, they definitely do. Yeah, I was going to say force investment here. Didn't quite get a look at it. Yeah, it is. Stingers. At this kind of range, Laurent Don, I mean, if they're any good on the Stinger as they are the Sheriff when it comes to working with pots and pans, then you know, maybe there's a chance. Cheeky little tripwire from Zero as well. The setup is for A, and this is a round I think where Nottingham just need to make a gamble. You're already seeing the 4-in-1 setup. Like, you have the entry here from AK, but then there are players already in position to be following that up later on. Trapwire is really nice. AK managed to dodge it, and the spam is brilliant from Yan B.
Yeah, it's just consistently all Yedetepe, and that's all it's going to be. The spam working out. Players might just be thinking to themselves, when do they get a chance? And well, I'll tell you what, the chance is now for Yedetepe to take this map.
12-2, Cairo. 12-2. I really don't know what to say. Nottingham, they've tried their best here. I mean, I guess you could say their best, but sometimes your best isn't enough. And as I said before, coming into this one, Turkey, one of the bigger regions in the competition, deep talent pool, brilliant individuals that we've seen in this game specifically. I mean, when you speak about EMEA at large, they've produced some big names, Alfia, CNED, the list goes on.
Yeah.
But this team even, right, I think have a few stars of their own, like AK, for example, and I'm really curious to see how much further they go on in this tournament. Spotting out the wire, it's going to be Froz that takes the bulk of it, and some resistance is here from Nottingham Trent.
Beautiful. The first time that we've seen Nottingham take a real advantage since their attack in half. Shots going out just to make sure that there's no more trips, but they haven't quite found it.
And feed just disappearing for us for a second, so can't quite see what is happening in the game. I don't know if that is if that's the same for the viewers at home. Empty cans. I mean, we can just speculate, right, as to what might be happening.
I think they are shooting out an intel dart. A couple of pings coming through, and I think we have just had a slight technical issue.
Yeah, we do. Oh, but we've returned. Oh my goodness! And Nottingham have found the round. Nice. So difficult exactly for us to dissect what it was there. Apologies for the technical lapse that we had for just a moment. But we are back. Are Nottingham back though? And they have a decent buy round here. Yedetepe should as well. They can invest almost fully if we go for light shields. And yeah, just look at the scoreline, 22-8. Brilliant work from AK.
Yeah, 100%. I think as well, you've also got to think, what is UNITEPI going to do here? There's going to be a little bit of vision strikers in towards Tiles. Has a punished already though, but on the other side of the map, the players have already rushed in towards A. I mean, maybe this is a little bit of trap play that Nottingham are wanting to do with the vision strikers, because they're already set up for this retake.
Yeah, it's a brilliant reaction that they've already made it. 5 versus 4, AK in an elevated heaven position, maybe looking for a flash to support them with the Vandal in hand, makes a one-way on the Cloudburst instead. The re-entry is going to be difficult, and look at this flank from the Killjoy player that's going to be realizing itself on short very soon.
Yeah, that's going to be the win condition late here for the players of UNITEPI, and maybe don't even need it. Well, maybe they will. That's a big pick from Dipsy. That's now going to be them to re-enter in towards the site. Lots of pings, left, right and centre. They've not cleared hell yet, but they know there's a player in towards main. They know there's a player on short now as well. 3-2. The players now looking to play together from short. There's a trade there though. The player on the spike taking off. 1 versus 1 is Jan B again to clutch it up. To win the map, UNITEPI will take you against Nottingham.
I mean, while AK was leading the way in terms of frags, Jan B had some of the most impactful kills that I think I saw there. So in the end, parlak bir performance, a brilliant performance from the Turkish team. I had to throw it in. I know that there's plenty of fans of them in chat. They're going to be loving it, lapping it up, of course. 13-3. I mean, ridiculous scenes, right? I mean, what a showing from them. As I said before, they really had a grip on what that defensive side looked like. They made the most out of having the setup that they did as well, I think, with the Omen. The paranoia, I mean, how many times did that help them out with going for those really quick retakes and activating players in those positions? As I said before, when your rotates are good, you have the possibility to go for those quicker retakes. And on the Nottingham side, I quite frankly just don't think they did enough in terms of map control. I mean, you have an Astra, you have a Cypher. There's so much potential to be going for those lurks on your attacking side, trying to play into those fakes a little heavier because they didn't really sell any of them when they were trying to. The eco rounds, there wasn't so much depth. You're quite simply just playing the same round that you would on your gun round, but with pistols. And when you're doing that, then the chances of success are always going to be a lot lower. Not too many positives to take. So hopefully they can watch this back in between now and that lower bracket, if they want to make some kind of a Leviathan run and carry through. But once again, parlak bir performance, a brilliant performance from our Turkish team, UNITEPI.
Yeah, exactly. The confidence that they had in that game was sensational, and you could see that in the way that we're playing. I think that's the biggest thing. And do you know what? I guess you've covered all the marks. I don't know if there's anything for me to actually say off the back of that.
Yeah, I don't know either, right? It feels like we're sort of lost for words. You don't expect a game like that, which, had a lot of promise on paper as well. Like, this is the top UK team. They already have LAN experience. They played the UK and Ireland live finals in spring, which would have only been like 2 weeks ago now at this point. So, lots of momentum, lots of confidence behind them, you would think, but it just didn't materialize to much in the server, unfortunately. So hopefully for the UK boys, they can kick on from this, learn from some of those mistakes. And well, for UNITEPI, once again, congratulations, very nicely done by them to carry on that run in the upper bracket. But in terms of the games that we have coming up for you, there will be that round 4 matchup coming very soon, but first we'll be heading to a 5-minute break.
Damn, Reggie.
Poorly fabricated thoughts of judgment in a cluster. Drop kick 'em, drop victim, life living. Don't drop love, it won't get 'em. Drop cops to spin prisons, break it all vicious, free fall. But don't let up at all odds with no heart. It's just obvious I can't do all of this now. All of this time got me wondering when I'ma stand on the ground. Cause I've been sitting in a free fall. Don't think I'm ever gonna land, they playing T-ball. I just hit a grand slam, life is seesaw. And I'm a heavyweight man, think I'ma lead off in the place I wanna stand. But I've been stranded in the air, hanging out with empty hands, begging for a chair, at least a place to rest my band. Pushing vocals for Barada, got no morals, got my partner by my side, even when I'm acting like a monster. Sorry that I ever got her. I wish I handled you in more heartfelt manners. My manners disappear constant. I blame it all on the world. Think I should focus my posture. No, my position is perfect. Repeat that like a mantra. So self-deceit like a guru. That's how I'm feeling, like constant imposter syndrome. I got that. I'm asking something I locked in. I put myself in the boxes and stack alongside my awkward. Think it's time that we knock 'em and watch 'em topple it over. Yeah, this a free fall. Don't think I'm ever gonna land. They playing T-ball. I just hit a grand slam, think I'ma lead off in the place I wanna stand for. I get stranded in the air, hanging out with empty hands. Yeah, this a free fall, don't think I'm ever gonna land. Life is seesaw, and I'm a heavyweight man. Think I'ma lead off in the place I wanna stand for. I get stranded in the air, hanging out with empty hands. I made some bad decisions, let's call them learning moments. I'm my worst opponent. I said I didn't notice, only cause it hurt to notice. See, it was perfect for a second till a minute turned a leap year and I couldn't hold it. It's all falling down. I dropped the hurt upon us. See the worst in every person. I'm my surface monster. Only show a half face. Swing bashes for the bad days. Get lost at every pathway. Someone save me from uncertain somethings. The whole world is broken. Humpty Dumpty got no pieces. He can put it back together. God is mad the weather. How we show his temper. Hurricanes, fires, plagues, and locusts. Think the world is falling. Someone catch it, please. All these catastrophes got me scared. All the love in me will atrophy. Dissolve the apathy. But think I'd rather be right here in this second. For it all falls down and I'm left with the embers. Yeah, this a free fall. Don't think I'm ever gonna land. They playing T-ball. I just hit a grand slam. Think I'ma lead off in the place I wanna stand for. I get stranded in the air, hanging out with empty hands. Yeah, this a free fall. Don't think I'm ever gonna land. Life is seesaw, and I'm a heavyweight man. Think I'ma lead off in the place I wanna stand for. I get stranded in the air, hanging out with empty hands.
You're like the wind. You're like a butterfly. spending the days on my own, then repeats this for weeks to come. I don't care what I miss, 'cause my life is dismissed. I keep searching for my bliss. It took days to finally start writing songs, but now it's begun. I go oh, 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 I go oh, 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 I sing along. I keep pushing myself now, deeper I knew sound more than ever before. Keeps repeating my phrases to see if it changes rules I've gone before, like I couldn't get over, couldn't get over, couldn't get over you. Couldn't get over, couldn't get over, couldn't get over you. I go oh, 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 I go oh, 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 I sing along. But the look in your eyes when you told me goodbye is the one thing on my mind. It took days to finally start writing songs, but now it's begun. I go oh, 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 I go oh, oh, I sing along. I keep pushing myself now, deeper I knew sound more than ever before. Keeps repeating my phrases to see if it changes rules I've gone before, like I couldn't get over, couldn't get over, couldn't get over you. Couldn't get over, couldn't get over, couldn't get over you. I go oh, 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 I go oh, 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 I sing along. I go oh, 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 I sing along.
Ay, 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 ay. Look. Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, they ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you? Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, they ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you? Big flex, my swole up. Double cup and I'm pulled up. Hating like hold up. What's the problem? I'm pulled up. Big flex, my swole up. Hard body, they fold up. Shorty say I done glowed up. Double text on my phone up. With your boy, I'm the man of the year. I'm not a fan of your peers. Serve him a fade, I'ma hand him the shears. He not the man of your peers. Heart of a lion, I'm trampling fears. I love the man in the mirror. Cry me a river to stand in the tears. You better stand in the clear. I'm going crazy, fugazi. How would they ever go with a kid? Put it on, baby. It do not faze me, boy. I do not get what you did. Eating that kitty, she stuck to my rib. How can I trust him? He the pigs. Bro got a Glock and a couple of C's. He think about splitting a couple of wigs. Shotty my DNA all real. Sweatsuit, all heel figure. And I ain't even gotta deal with you. If I ain't never split a bill with you, I got Hennessy and horchata. Baby girl wearing nada. Growing from a cider. Bad robe in his Prada. Fiji water by the cold glass. Granddaddy by the Ziploc. Flex season, I'm road running. I'm staying all on my tip top. Young man with an old mind, so I ain't worried about slight. I be up till sunrise. I'm staying out on my night shift. I got a bottle of bourbon, a bundle of honeys. I'm jiggy, I'm flexing it. Figured I hit it and quit it. I'm busy, I ain't got the minutes for texting it. Came from the gutter with me and my brother. I'm moving my mother right out of the city. I'm a star and they know I go hard, so I'm kissing them babies and signing them. Gold blinging like Chingo. Rock star like Ringo. Checks coming in back to back. I'ma line them up like bingo. Oh, I think that they like me. They be all on my wood tip. Not a stain on my white tee. I'm popping all of this good. Big flex, my swole up. Double cup and I'm pulled up. Hating like hold up, what's the problem? I'm pulled up. Big flex, my swole up. Hard body, they fold up. Shorty say I done glowed up. Double text on my phone up. Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, it ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you? Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, it ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Amazon University Esports Masters LCQ for Valorant. We have just seen a very strong performance from Tepe, and we will be seeing them again in just a moment as they continue on their run through the upper bracket. I am HazJC, joined alongside Casts yet again, and we've seen some pretty strong performances so far.
Yeah, we have. You're saying it's a run through the upper bracket. With that last match, you might think it's a sprint with the way that they're playing. They are, honestly, the responses, the protocols that they had on Ascent were really well drilled. On top of that, the fast retakes, the utility, and just the sheer confidence of this Tepe roster is nothing to be scoffed at. Something that we could kind of talk about, though, is the fact it was Ascent. That is a map that should be well drilled.
Yeah, you look at the maps that we have seen so far, it's been Ascent, Haven, and now it's going to be Haven again. We're seeing that is the pick of HGI, of course. That's standing for HGI Black, so they are the German representative in this competition. Of course, we've got to look at Tepe already being the Turkish representative, and they've done a fantastic job thus far. Haven will test that macro game a little bit harder, so I'm expecting to see, a more difficult test for them in this one as well. You've also got to consider that HGI have already won a game in the upper bracket, whereas Nottingham were sort of forced in immediately. I'm not sure if they had any form of a warm-up scrim, but HGI already going to be firing on all cylinders, you feel. It's Tepe that will be starting on the attack side of Haven, so a great chance for them to get the ball rolling almost immediately, keep things ticking over as they did on their attack of the previous map. While we didn't get much look at it, perhaps there are still weaknesses there to be exploited, and we'll have to see if HGI can do a better job at it.
Yeah, definitely. The DAC region, very talented in their own right, has again, Tepe, we've already had that experience of them playing. It'll be interesting to see what they're like on Haven. It's a map that obviously demands a lot in terms of macro strategy, and that is something that Tepe seem to have a decent grasp on Haven.
Yeah, I don't think that those retakes are going to be anywhere near as quick as we saw them before because of the rotation times being longer and be sort of tying everything into the mix of that too. Looking at it, I mean, we even said about the protocols from Tepe being very strong, but if we're being brutally honest, there wasn't necessarily too much, as I said before, that really tested them on those protocols, right? Their responses, their reactions. There wasn't any kind of double layered utility execute from different areas of the map. The timings weren't really clicking for Nottingham. So if HGI can deliver something a little more substantial here, that's really when they're going to be put through their paces, and I'm thoroughly looking forward to how exactly that does work on Haven. You spoke a little bit already about the DAC region and some of the teams that play through there. They've shown us some interesting compositions in the past. I know that they're a big fan of the Yoru. We've seen a few teams actually run that on Haven, but it seems like we're going to be getting run-of-the-mill bog standard comps for both of these teams.
Yeah, it's exactly what we expect, Hazza. We're not expecting the teams to innovate. We're expecting the teams to play with good fundamentals. Tepe already proven that too is HGI now. It's their turn to come in with their own ideas of how they want to play on towards Haven.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, like there was a neon floated there for a moment, and I would really like to have seen the neon because as well, when you have these teams and they're not playing the same set of agents every single time, there's a few more interactions that take place between the teams on the map, and it's the exact same as what we saw in the previous game when you had the Astra, you had the Cypher. Those were the deviations from the Omen and the Killjoy, and I think looking at Tepe, the comp that they brought, the more meta composition, suited them a lot better in what exactly it was that they were doing, because everything has its place, all of the pieces pull in the same direction, and you get the result that you're expecting. And this time around, when you have a mirror matchup, now you're just looking at, okay, how is that utility usage? Who's getting the better out of what it is that they've brought through and getting the result?
As we begin, I believe it's actually HGI that are starting on... Oh no, sorry, I think that the sides are ever so slightly wrong. HGI are actually starting on the defence as we see Tepe now beginning to take A main or A lobby control. That contact from Berserker already looking to play in for an AV or an A hold.
Yeah, you had some utility to set them up in sewers immediately, but that space has now been conceded. The concession, the double barrel that comes to this is you have players within the site itself. They rotate away. Take is going to take it, in fact, finds the first kill onto Froz. And Berserker also taking a kill on A. I mean, it's trades back and forth, but very split up from this Yeditepe attack.
The advantage for the defence, if they could convert this pistol, would be unreal. Already setting up in the most standard way to hold A. They're actually going to leave the site and play for a retake, Kaza.
You saw like a 1-1-3 set up on the A approach immediately. Jet may be looking to try and create some kind of a lurk for AK, but they will just join up with the rest of the team. Some util coming out immediately. You have a fault line, you have a flash. A decent contact play that could be set up off of Yanbi. But look how long this rotation is taking for the B Killjoy player. Tekit is going to be a while before they arrive on the site, and even then, the retake can't get underway.
Oh no, Yanbi just brought out the util at the wrong moment. And look at this, the players have been dissected. One player left is AK, mechanical ability and bucket loads. But that bucket load is going to spill all over the shop. The shot's not quite hitting. HGI convert.
Very nice pistol from them. I mean, once they got in position for the retake, it was systematic in the end, right? Took a little bit longer. You had players in towards mid, still testing that area of the map. But already we're seeing Yeditepe do a better job on their attacking side than what we've seen from teams previously today. You know, trying to play the map, create that pressure. On a map like Haven, as I said before, these are the question marks that you need to be raising if you want to have more success. It gives them an extra window to stabilize within the site. Unfortunately for them, the post plant just doesn't quite find the mark.
Well, now with an advantage in terms of weaponry, HGI now look to gain an even better advantage and has it. This is exactly what I'd like to see, but Yeditepe forcing into this. They go straight in towards B, trying to play in close corners. They're going to be able to find the conversion on towards players, left, right and centre, 2-player advantage, and that's guns on the floor.
It's what I said, rolling with the punches. Utility usage is sublime to the backside, but AK doesn't even need it anymore. We'll find an additional kill. Twice the player numbers for Yeditepe in post, and both of these HGI players are making their approach from opposite ends. This is such a difficult situation to try to work, and there should be upgrades around if Yeditepe can find it. Michael, the last one remaining, and just forced to save this Phantom.
I wonder if Yeditepe, with the way that they somewhat had a feel of the map from that last, I guess, default pistol, is something that they were able to identify, like, oh, the B site looks a bit weak, let's try and hit that fast, and especially forcing into that round.
Yeah, I see entirely what you're saying there, right? Just pulling on the rotations. There were definitely gaps in the previous round, and that is something that they've extrapolated a little more here. I really want to commend the Sova utility specifically. You saw the shot come in to break the alarm bot. The recon towards the backside just meant that the positioning from AK was a little more assisted from that position, so nicely done. Now tied up one apiece, and yeah, it is just Michael on this Phantom that'll need to try and be the hero in the round. Nothing too special done, but
yeah,
just wondering for a moment what this setup looks like.
I was just going to say, not only that though, it was the layers of utility as well, with the paranoia to assist after that. Looks like the players are going to try and fight for A lobby once again, but you've got to think of this utility. AK not even stopping, not even having breaks, but Froz maybe needing some breaks of their own as the players do look to try and fight in towards short. Look at this, they're coming in and fighting in numbers.
Oh, nicely done, and the numbers pay off. Yan B with a kill inside the site, but is blinded up, and there's nothing they can do. Blind and dead. The defenders sweep it up, and it's an instant sucker punch. I said, you know, what does the setup look like? It was that heavy A play for the C retake. You're at the very least going to have your stun and your recon heading into it. And with Michael on the Phantom, the fact that they can just play from B and be that rotate player also means that you're going to see that Phantom get a lot more action than you otherwise would. So nice prioritization from them already, and one of those prerogatives is bringing this operator online. Berserker will be dictating C, it looks like, which they have quite the player numbers in. So an interesting way that they've postured this.
Maybe reading in towards that last round, how good that defensive the A site was, hoping that Yeditepe are pushed towards the C side of the map, which already looks to be as the players stand outside garage.
And HGI here have already fully given up on that A, you know, in its entirety, which is a little puzzling for me. I mean, you have the alarm bot towards front B. You could have been taking that contact towards long, and well, now you don't really want to walk back in A by yourself because you know that players could be there. And these are the question marks I was speaking about before. They've been raised sort of without too much going on to actually make it so.
Oh, Rian B's found Tacket. Nice aftershock, unfortunately not able to find Kato. The paranoia goes through, but it's a return on that paranoia. The player on long not having the rifle aware, just already got util up. Michael just managing to somewhat escape all the utility and gunfire. Now it's in towards an advantage. HGI can't find the players, and there's a bit of a stall here.
Oh, I was just about to say, as the dark cover evaporates, Michael had a great position in towards the backside to just be holding things down. The Owl drone's already taking contact, retaking in on the op. Might want to put a rifle in their hands here if it's going to be a little more doable. Another ping towards the default box for Quantum as you're seeing some space towards Garage try to be taken, but they're already moved through and the kill has been found. Drew taking one and in fact finding the second as well.
Yeah. Well, it seems as if Drew coming through, absolutely massive. Great defense there and a great retake. All in all, HGI just staggered UNIVERSIty's attack and execution. Players coming out one by one and just getting picked off consistently.
Yeah, as I said before, HGI doing a great job at holding on to that backside a little bit longer, even with Michael just posting up there. It was their own dark cover from that position, which actually allowed them to take that room there.
Yeah.
Yeditepe investing it. On the one hand, I understand if you're trying to move from Garage, you want that cross available to you. And it was an eco as well. So we're seeing AK here looking to get an early priority for the Bladestorm towards C-Long with the ultimate orb. The operator has rotated into A, the more understandable of the positions. It's a big swing round in whether Yeditepe can get themselves on the board and set themselves up on this attack.
If, buts, and maybes. Oh, well, there's definites here, Hazard. And the definite is AK coming through once again. Nice trade from the Hunter's Fury. But Yeditepe have completely taken C and Storm. Spike now going down 4 versus 2. Make that 4 versus 1 after a nicely placed aftershock. And well, it might be a shock to the system for HGI here.
Yeah, 3 of the 5 kills on this round are with util or ultimates. So, as I said before, in this mirror matchup when you're going to be tested on those kinds of things, Yeditepe getting the better of it. And yet again, lovely recon over the top from Ju. Finds the first in the 4v1. But that might just be the last that we see from them in terms of action. A flank slowly creeping in from Froz. Shooting out the recon, the suspicions confirmed. And there we have it, the round as well. The second on the board for Yeditepe, and they get that one in pocket. Really nicely done.
Yeah, fantastic already. It sometimes has a, there's a little saying that I like to kind of call back on, and it's everybody has a game plan until you're punched in the face, and that really was a big punch from Yeditepe in towards that C site.
The game plan from them there as well is just to increase that pace a little bit. It worked out on the B round that we saw them able to pick up, and it's worked out on C for them now too. So yeah, just being a little more aggressive, I think, is paying dividends. And already, in terms of that aggression, Berserker on the Bladestorm might be trying to test this extremity a little bit. And I think they could be in for some decent value from it too. When you look at Yeditepe, just immediately scaling into this A, and the defender rotate, perhaps expected.
Is Phoebe going to peek out though? I really hope not. Does have all that utility and would be great for the retake. Just got to hold the exits from any aggression in towards CT. AK, well, I mean, we've seen them do this so many times before, and hides in the corner.
Moved around the other side of the dark cover, does the Owl drone check it? They certainly should be doing, and they will. Both kills picked up for the defenders. It's suddenly a 3 versus 3, or 3 versus 4, I should say. Rolling Thunder in their hands. Hunter's Fury to stall things out. You need to pick up the pace, and they will do it.
Yeah, they certainly will. Already through, the player on shot stunned up there, and the KJ util is down. Hunter's Fury comes through and gets 1 ping, but the spike's already been halved, and now the assault on towards long begins, but it's going to be Yan B to win it out. Oh no, not again, Hazard. We're seeing a spike defuse on Haven when the players are already engaging elsewhere.
It was all about the Rolling Thunder to just push those players even further back. Really nicely done from HGI. They already had a bit of site control when the ultimate was invested. It wasn't exactly like they were going in completely blind with no information as to where Yeditepe were posted up. So really nicely done by them. I mean, still with a few casualties there, fatalities even. You've got Berserker on the Judge, but I mean, up close and personal in Garage, not really anything to be worried about. And you also have the turret for contact, so a nice setup which HGI can bring through. And already 4 rounds on their defender's side, a pretty decent start.
Yep, holding on towards A main. The breach just in A link as well, Hazard. Not really holding much, but maybe holding on towards more of a stun off of that. Oh no! Oh no, it's the Judge! It's the Executioner! Oh no, it's just all turned in towards disaster there for UNIVERSITY.
I mean, like I said, you got to play to your strengths when you're on choice weaponry, and that's going to be exactly it. I was going to say an upgrade for Berserker, but they've gone down with the ship. Unfortunately for UNIVERSITY, yeah, it is a bit of a crash there. Whereas for HGI, plain sailing. You know, they're feeling pretty good about this one now. In fact, they're going to be picking up an operator to work with on this defense. I mean, we saw it once already, and I can't say that it was too paramount to how this one was working. But I would like to see them flex that setup a little bit more as well, because right now, that A control really hasn't been something that HGI have been playing for too heavily. They're effectively playing retake on both ends of the map with a little more sort of setup towards this C.
Yeah, I think this is the first time we've seen UNIVERSITY on the ropes out of the 2 best of ones that we've played.
I mean, HGI already have more rounds than Nottingham. So.
Yeah, and it's not only that though, it's the fact that it's Haven defender side, you know. Everything all started from that pistol, and I mean, they've just been rolling with the punches ever since.
Yeah, they definitely have. In terms of what UNIVERSITY want to try and do here to set things on a better course, you look at the ultimate available. I'm saying ultimate. Both of these teams have the same available to them, but the From the Shadows probably doesn't factor into your plans too heavily. I mean, sometimes you can get this nice synchronistic play with both of those 2 ultimates, where you can put the From the Shadows and get your Omen right in the middle of a lockdown, where someone isn't able to challenge you because they're quite simply flushed off the angle or they're detained. It's one of the 2. But I don't think there's too much possibility to be doing that here on Haven. And yeah, going into a 4-spy, AK immediately trying to pile on this pressure with the Singer, and it has been vacated yet again.
Yeah, already looking to play for the retake. HGI stacked more towards C, just on the off chance that was the change up from UNIVERSITY. No, it's on towards the A site, and Drew's already found an advantage. It's the Sova as well.
Yeah, really good kill to be taking. It just means that it's less stall to worry about coming into this retake, and also no possibility of a Hunter's Fury even if you had built into that ultimate. AK is trying to go for a Scorched Earth policy, bring everything down with them as they possibly can. It ends up being just the singular kill. The lockdown comes through, the space taken, the vacuum filled, and that defuse starting to get worked on by Dew.
Yeah, it certainly is. The spam not quite working out. The paranoia, good, but it's even better. The spam back. It's 6-2 here for HGI. They will be at least even on the score count as we move into the next half.
And you expect them to create an advantage now and build from it with the rounds that we've already seen. German efficiency at its very best from HGI here, reflected within the server. Mechanical, almost. Surgical, I guess you could say. The fact that Drew's the one sticking the spike on such low HP there too, I mean, it makes sense. But the fact that they don't catch any of that spam, and then Phoebe with the tracers on the Vandal is the one that picks up the kill on the way back through. Yeah, still questions to be asked about what these post plants look for UNIVERSITY, because they have been struggling.
Well, everyone does make fun of German efficiency, but you won't be laughing.
That's the Killjoy voice line, isn't it?
Yeah. I was going to try and follow up with, I can't remember what the second part was. I was going to say, you won't be laughing when the retakes keep working, and there'll be another retake scenario here as the lockdown gets invested. Hunter's Fury will deny that, but I don't think that investment was needed.
Yeah, I mean, at least it keeps them shut out the site more than anything else. I think the voice line you were looking for is just keep laughing while you use all my gear, and you're seeing it exactly there, right? The lockdown has given them control of the site. That is exactly what UNIVERSITY have used to find their way through. The alarm bot quite deep. Frost finding both, and that is the flank gone. A 5 versus 3, and now they press the advantage. Brilliantly done from UNIVERSITY. In fact, it's flawless.
Yeah, I think that what we're seeing more was the fact that I don't think you needed that lockdown because it wasn't going to be a fast to destroy that lockdown because it wasn't going to be a fast retake. The players slightly staggered, and do you want to know what? All on top of that, UNIVERSITY having the procedures to play off the alarm bot, get those kills, and it genuinely was a staggered retake here from HGI, which is something we haven't seen much of.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a little bit of it, I think it's fair to say, in previous rounds. But I mean, as you mentioned, as soon as they're ready to go for that retake, it's been pretty clean thus far. UNIVERSITY looking towards the flank, as they have done on a few rounds. The one that it does come through is the one that they lose, unfortunately, for them. As Phoebe wants to try and challenge, and the spray is good, but Froz has found a couple back. 3 versus 3, plenty of time left on the clock, but UNIVERSITY are just going to run this in. A 3 versus 1 advantage. Michael having to fight out all by themselves.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Froz just holding from long for that swing is perfect. Now the nanos go down. Berserker trying to retake from Lom solo. Alarmbot will find him, and now the player's somewhat disconnected. And that's exactly what it's going to be. Froz on for the ace. His tech walks in themselves, and maybe they're making a hero player of their own, but they don't check graffiti, and they're going to be painting the site red.
Nicely done from Yan B. They're picking up the last one as well. Froz on that slightly later play, right? In from the flank. And I mean, 4 kills from them on this Killjoy has been brilliant to see. UNIVERSITY aren't really playing... Yeah, it's another lockdown coming up soon, but they've not really been playing the map too much, right? They have just sort of been heading into these executes, which is sometimes what it can feel like a little bit on Haven. But I mean, it's nicely done. They had the player numbers there. Immediately, you know there's only going to be like one person in the way. And now coming into the eco, it's very heads up for this to be a slower approach from them, I think.
Yeah, look at the reading from HGI. They know that there's no contact A main. There's no fast action jet moving their way, so they know it's got to be B or C, and they're already setting up for that. But UNIVERSITY have somewhat of an idea, looking to take space in towards C Link, and Yan B shutting down Drew, but they've not thought about Berserker. The spam not quite working out, dashing through, the judge not finding it, and the rest of the players fall to the wayside. It will be a team ace.
Yeah, really nice teammates there. And those are the kind of rounds that you're going to see up against an eco anyway. Yet again, one of the differences from this series to the one that we saw just a moment ago in the best of 1 on Ascent is that for the eco rounds, these teams have a few more ideas about how they want to try and play it. You see there, it's just a heavy A stack. They gamble for it. And even in towards the flank, there are chances at getting work done. But UNIVERSITY, with this knowledge in mind, they take things a lot slower. They're making sure that they can punish those overextensions, get the most out of it. And now we're looking at 6-5. I said that the chances of this being a level half is probably fairly unlikely, but at this point, I mean, it's very much not out of the question.
Ultimates to be invested, the biggest of them being the Rolling Thunder for both teams, but I guess the ace up the sleeve would be that lockdown hazard, keeping maybe the Rolling Thunder for that post plan. That's exactly what we see.
Yeah, you're just going to see these ultimates traded most likely. That is how you have to play it effectively if you're UNIVERSITY, especially if you just reactively use your Rolling Thunder, then you're going to get the better timing on the stun as well, so you can just keep this in your hands.
The players now locked up. It's Kato here. That's going to be the trap. The Rolling Thunder comes in and it actually stuns up one of the player. The spamming's coming through. The Rolling Thunder, though, from the attacking side, not quite committed, but they've not even thought about Berserker from the back lines. Both teams stunned up, and who's going to win out? It's going to be AK with an absolutely crazy play. It's the Jet to come through. Oh no, it's going to work out. The spam doesn't really get through, but I'll tell you what does. The run for HGI. Massive heads-up play there from the Jet of HGI to confirm an advantage.
A little bit of friendly fire there. You can always see that UNIVERSITY have taken it well, or HGI in good spirits, I guess. But yeah, the flank was good. The timing was really brilliant from Berserker as well to make that approach so late, and UNIVERSITY aren't expecting it. But the bigger of the grievances, in my mind, is just the Rolling Thunders. Like I said, you just trade it 1 for 1 in that position. I think that perhaps UNIVERSITY were trying to get a bigger return on that investment, so they wanted to stagger it out a bit longer until the players had actually sort of hit the goals of the site itself. But as soon as that happens, the window had been and gone. They missed their chance, and HGI get a much greater capitalization off the back of it. Now into the pistol round. It's a very standard split round, and yeah, these teams in University Esports just seem to be loving the C execute.
Already, the Omen has called out there's going to be multiple players heading their way, and do you want to know what? Maybe stayed a bit too long in towards the site. The Chef Berserker actually bought up light shields and is punishing players just peeking out, maybe looking for more. As we've seen Frost getting spammed through garage. Why stand there? Questions to be had, but do you want to know what? The information there. Now we look at HGI setting up for the CT retake as the time ticks away. UDTP maybe not with much of a chance. The paranoia even to delay more. AK has plenty of mechanical ability, but it's going to be a hard ask in this situation.
Yeah, with the Sheriff in hand for a moment there, you're thinking 4v2, unlikely, but a few players very much within range of getting taken out. And as you mentioned, we had Berserker there buying up into the light shields, getting a ghost drop to them. Really selfless stuff from the HGI side to just have that jet cradled almost with the raid boss-like defenses that they have available to them. So really nicely done. Standard buy on the full set of Spectres and the Guardian here, making sure that at the very least they're picking up a 9th and keeping things going. For UDTP, yeah, it's a couple of pistols and they want to peek out aggressive. Nice stun, but not enough to get it done. The Spectre, just so much more output.
Yeah, Berserker really is going berserk at this moment in time. This is going to be a heads-up duel. AK on low HP, but against 2. Don't imagine there'll be much to get from here. Okay, apparently there is. There is. UDTP have found a way to win out these duels. There's upgrades to be had, and AK still continues with the Sheriff. Still low on HP and 12 in a dream.
Frost has managed to sneak past the turret, but there's an alarm bot there as well. A second layer to the defense, an additional padlock, keeping them chained in. Turret takes the space. They should understand where the players are, and they're just looking to challenge together. They both walk through, and they pick it up. Frost 1v2. Nice paranoia, but it's surplus to requirements. HGI do find the 9th with that safety net of the Spectres, but still incredibly close.
Yeah, that is incredibly close, and again, HGI has a just finding what the force of UDTP can be. Hey, AK, what was that? 2-3 kills they were able to get with just a Sheriff and 12 HP. It's actually madness. Not only that, though, we've also got to see what does UDTP's defense look like when it's in full force.
Yeah. We're not getting to HGI's full force attack just yet. Berserker already has the blades, however. The round 3, the bonus blades, as they could be called, is something that we've seen quite a bit recently for teams just getting that built up. And that even goes back to giving them the light shields early on and already getting to work, swinging around the side. Brilliant stuff. Only 2 left available to them. But, I mean, you have a Vandal now.
Yeah, I mean, it's beautiful stuff. The way they've been able to set up Berserker time and time again. The team play from HGI is something to behold. Something we were beholding UDTP for that, has for being able to set up AK. And well, now you look towards this, UDTP are on the back foot well and truly. In fact, maybe even on their back.
Sometimes you've got to know when you're beat, and they are just going to be saving these rifles, both of the initiators. Those are the players that you want upstanding coming into your retake, but with these kinds of player numbers, it's just too far gone, right? The boat has pushed out. It's very much left the pier. And here we have it, a 10th found, some upgrades there for the remaining players. This is looking great for HGI. They just barge their way in through the door. The blades get good value in clearing a lot of that space and being on the run as well. The maneuverability of your jet player when they have the knives available, the blade storm, is just ridiculous at times. And it adds that second layer to what is already, you know, a very explosive HGI execute.
Something that we truly have to say here, Hazza, is UDTP keep trying to hold the site, and it's given HGI chances to win these duels. I mean, there was 2 players there. It was the KG and the Omen, so Froz and Kato, and they just get punished with the utility.
Yeah. We are, of course, in the upper bracket final right now in this best of 1, so It somewhat feels like we're crawling up the hierarchy slowly, the food chain, as AK is hungry for revenge. 2 kills found, a couple of big openers. Tepe just need to sit on this. No reason to go chasing for any more. But why do you care? AK just wants to get it all done by themselves. It's a quad.
Now Berserker has to go one better. Has to go for the ace, has to punish these players. I mean, a Vandal in hand, waiting for the players to peek out. It's going to be Quantum first. Sees the shoulder, here comes the rifle, but it's not going to be. It's the rifle of Berserker, now facing up against 3. The spam comes through, denies AK the ace, but UNIVERSITY, they get their 6th and actually put HGI to the sword.
Yeah, you only come in there with 2 rifles as well. So yet again, we're seeing both of these teams be a little selfless, say, okay, AK, you're a crack duelist player, the Turkish jet, if you will. Take this Phantom and go hold W in mid. And that's exactly what they do, right? I mean, there's not really too many other ways that you can phrase that, because it didn't look like there was a ridiculous amount of util usage to tee them off or anything like that.
Yeah.
They were very much just taking those fights on the fly. HGI, their reaction is quite slow. They just invite that pressure, didn't do too much to dissuade it, and now another fast execute.
Kato finds Berserker. There's a trade at least back in towards that. The smoke's not going to be there for that post plan, which may allow HGI to play from the long position, has it?
They are trying to take up a little more of the site. You have this flank coming in through mid. Will it be too little too late? The alarm bot's been spotted. All you need to do now is suck those players in. Stop them from making this retake happen and buy as much time as you can. Time could be running low for Tekkit, and it will be.
Yeah, Froz even goes one better, finds the advantage now. This post plan retake looks even better for UNIVERSITY, and that's exactly what happens. Completely and utterly dominant there.
As soon as the alarm bot gets hit, you feel like all that Tekkit needs to try and do is just buy space for the rest of the team. They're playing so high up inside the site, you don't really have any kind of late win condition. I like the fact that they were able to sort of take the duel and win it, but you expect an immediate trade. You're walking into the belly of the beast, its lair, in fact, and you just get eaten up from that position. So 10-7 now. UNIVERSITY resurging on their defender side. The side, I think, which we expected to perhaps be the better of the two from them.
Well, as they begin to go in towards the next one, the economy here for HGI is slowly but surely dwindling down. And again, it's not at the swing round yet. Maybe the next one is, but certainly if you're HGI, you really want to get that 11th.
Yeah, you definitely do. Some kind of security for them. Fault line coming through on short, sets up AK on the off angle. There's no one else here really to trade their position, however. So it's something to just be aware of at this point in time. the Aldrone is coming up and at least giving a little bit more space for UNIVERSITY, but HGI are just waiting for that overextension. The drone of their own would be incredibly deep, but Fibby just peeks it dry. With the numbers advantage, AK can fall back, but then Froz has been taken out in window. That's the Killjoy setup now gone in mid. Some puzzling fights being taken. Now this is the entry point to C that's been found.
It's not only that, though. Now you're being pulled to the left, right, and centre if you're UNIVERSITY. You don't know exactly where to go, but that big ping on towards Michael might punish him. No, gets out in time. Although there's just players pushing left, right, and centre, finding themselves in tough spots. The paranoia through, AK in, and that's exactly what it's going to be. The players trading it out for UNIVERSITY. They're finding their groove, and they are grooving with the rhythm of the round.
They definitely are. I mean, as I said before, very, very testing. Your upper bracket final is a best of one. Do or die in many ways. I mean, the lower bracket awaits you if you lose, but I mean, nobody wants to be in the lower bracket, right? Yeah. It's a much more favorable position to just keep winning out your ones. We've seen a lot of Ascent and Haven today, two very testing maps in their own right, and I'm thoroughly impressed with how UNIVERSITY have risen to the challenge in what was a struggled, a laboured start for them, down 6-2, of course.
Pings out on towards the Omen. You know, at least one player's there. There we go. The Op already finding Michael, and HGI already on the back foot as AK comes through time and time again. The Op not stopping, and there's the UNIVERSITY.
He's even seen that second position already off the back of the dash across. Just takes a quick little glance, and it's micro things like that as well, which is just proving why this is such a good Jet player.
Yeah.
AK doing some brilliant work on the operator, makes it look simple. And now HGI are forced to respond. I mean, they don't really have any rifles to be saving through here, not in great abundance at least. And they are simply just waiting for an overextension, one which they were granted in the previous round, but seems like Yeditepe have learnt from their mistakes.
Oh, there we are already, just moving into the crosshair of AK. But AK swings through as well. One player for the ace. It is going to be Tackett on towards long. And there it is. The confirmation for AK's ace. How many times have we seen them come close? Finally, we get it. And Yuritepe, again, coming in. The momentum firmly at their backs. That's 4 in a row.
Yeah, AK has now presented themselves as the star in the server. That ace puts them, well, they already had the most kills at that point in time, but now it puts them past 20, 23, in fact, when we look at the kill leaderboard. In terms of ultimates, I mean, there are some big ones. Both lockdowns are in play at this point in time. Needs a return on investment. You've got to be thinking as well about your initiators and just shutting down this operator. Priority number 1, working out where it is and then treating it at arm's length. Perhaps even using those lockdowns to clear away some of the space that would otherwise be restricted.
The players taking their time from HGI to move through, although those steps might give away the jig here.
Yeah.
As the players already, I guess it's Jan B just to contact up from heaven. Lockdown now completely confirms it. And that's going to push Jan B into a tough spot here.
And they can trade these lockdowns quite happily because you have the Hunter's Fury available for HGI. Like, this site is fairly secured in their respect. We might need to see a slight adaptation of where it is that Froz actually wants to place this if they're able to escape the clutches of that Hunter's Fury, which is just going to be coming in. They have to use the window to retake now, but they've been stopped at the gate.
Yeah, Paranoia has come through. The players slightly delayed, but AK with a double updraft is found 2. That's a 2-person advantage here for Yuritepe. Make that 3. As there's only one player left out on towards short. A tap on the spike forces a peek, but the players all run down the last player, and Yuritepe find a way to get themselves on equal terms.
So nicely done from them there in the retake as well. I mean, it goes layer on layer, stage on stage. Lockdown comes through, gives you the sight. Obviously, you expect the lockdown to come the opposite way, and you have the Hunter's Fury. But Yeditepe, they twist that to their advantage. They understand, okay, at the very least, we're not going to see the involvement of Ju, the top fragger for HGI at this point in time. So let's actually use this chance that we have to just catch them a little bit unawares. The nice Paranoia comes in through short. It's actually a lot deeper from the A-Link connector position, and it's forced them onto this low buy, and a brilliant chance now for the Turkish team to take the lead.
It's not only that though, if you're HGI at this point has it, you start to second guess yourself. Everything that you've tried to do has not worked, and again, it's not working here. AK's aggression pays out in dividends, and that is Berserker gone off the board, as well as probably your most lethal bit of weaponry, the ultimate.
Yeah, your duelist gone as well, your space taker, space maker. And now we're seeing a little bit more space trying to be taken. But I mean, Frost can just shut them down. I mean, you have a rifle, you have the setup. AK on the shorty should just be one pumping, and they do. It's a 1 versus 4. Not much expectation coming into that round, and you leave it with them shattered almost as well. 11 to 10. Yeditepe have the lead. When do we see a timeout come through?
That's a question I've been asking myself the past few rounds. I didn't want to see it, but that's been 6 rounds on the bounce. Surely you don't wait for the next. Surely you would rather use it on a rifle.
This is now the round which, in many ways, decides the game, or at least the fate of which is most in proximity with where we currently stand. I mean, Yeditepe should understand this, and you've seen them flex the setup just a tiny bit, a little more priority towards the fast B, the operator on the deep angle for the C. As I said before, we need to see that counterplay come out here from HGI. They know exactly what the stakes of this round are.
They do. Oh, the operator's coming in and already finds dupe. There's a second as well. Not again. Not AK to come through on an op. Not even a Vandal has it. The player's now stuck out on long.
We knew exactly what was going to happen, though. At least you should have.
Oh my God,
Michael's
that's
been
leg.
legged through the dark cover. I was surprised that it even got put up here inside the choke, because when you've got an operator, you can't just dictate the longer sight lines. But yeah, HGI, they've jumped the gun a little too early with that util usage. You even have a rolling thunder to knock them off their perch, but not happening. This is the round. As I said, this is the big round. And right now, it is slipping away from HGI, as is the rest of this game.
It's not only that, though. Uditepe, I mean, they've got ultimates in pocket that they can use whenever they want. Hunter's Fury and Rolling Thunder, the biggest of the two. The Spike making its way towards A, but there's still two players out on long, and the op knows exactly what this is all about.
Yeah. So even just going to disengage, rotate around AK. Making a guess that perhaps with another shot ringing off, HGI want nothing to do with it. It may even be in their best interests to save here. Yes, they have the full loss bonus, but I mean, there's so much time that has already been spent messing around to try and get this execute happening. You're not going to have enough time to get the spike planted, let alone if you take the site. Frost finding two more, and Kato finishing it off.
This is map and match point. A best of one here in the upper bracket final, and I believe, Hazza, you can correct me if I'm wrong, whoever wins this does qualify.
I would have to get a double check on that one from production. Don't want to say it as it might not end up being. But yeah, I know for certain that through the lower bracket and the lower finals, you go into the best of threes then. But right now, in the best of ones, Uditepe have done a brilliant job. And the fact that they're able to keep a level head and just chain 7 rounds in a row here to take the lead and nearly take the win has been brilliant to watch.
It seems as if mid is going to be the priority for this round. AK now holding the extremity of A. It's going to give a little bit peace of mind with Alarm Bot there, but I mean, all the information's there for Uditepe and where HGI want to go. As we've now seen. Oh,
this is about to get ugly. And there we go.
As the players and the it seems as if don't even get started. We can't even get started. A flawless round for Uditepe. They might have looked a little bit out of character on the attack, Kaza, but on the defense they looked exceptional.
Yeah, and I mean, by the time you even come into that last round there as well, it felt like a bit frustrated from HGI in the way that they played that round. Nothing had worked, so they were like, okay, let's just rush B. But if you take a step back for a moment and think about it, another reason why I would like to have seen a timeout, look at what it was that Uditepe had available to them. Hunter's Fury, Rolling Thunder, Lockdown, and you're funneling yourself into the smallest site, the most retakeable site on the map. Like, it is just literally frustration personified, them trying to go for that kind of a play. How many times have we seen a Breach player just line up the stun, Hunter's Fury, plant denial, Rolling Thunder into the fast retake, Lockdown to take some more of that space? I mean, it's frustrating for them, and it's frustrating for us as well when you can see, so many chances they had to sort of like punish these gaps, engage in the counterplay with AK's op, for example, and they just weren't quite hitting the heights that we've already come to expect of them, especially with how good that first half looked.
Not only that, though, you've also got to think towards it. HGI had a really good start on that second half, and just fell away ever so slightly, especially with, I mean, the retakes, the post plants was the biggest issue, I think, for them.
Yeah, it definitely, Haven is always going to be about those retakes and post plants, right? What your setup looks like, if you're being proactive, what's the ultimate game like as well? It can sometimes take an ultimate or two to crack a site as fortifiable as A has been, and we saw both teams actually make great usage, giving credit to them, to find ways through, and then also, go that step further. Look, okay, if this ultimate is expected, how can we change the outcome? And I think that Uditepe actually did a brilliant job at doing that when we saw, like a Lockdown get traded, for example. I think there was an instance when the Rolling Thunders tried to get traded. It was a bit more staggered, right? It's these very fine margins now which are having a much bigger impact on the lay of the land, especially in the upper bracket final.
Yeah, 100%. But folks, I think that's us ready to head towards a 5-minute break, has it?
Yeah, it certainly is. So we will be returning after that 5 minutes, I believe, or no, I'm not sure if we are just yet. We might have an MVP screen for you, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, right, okay. Well, I mean, who do you think would be MVP here?
It's got to be AK, right? Before the graphic even comes up, it's very much expected. And there we have it. A 2.31 KDA, 7 entry kills, and a 408 ACS, which is just ridiculous. I mean, we were speaking a little bit about those ultimates in the retake. Was it one of the rounds? A double updraft on the blades just completely blew it wide open.
Yeah, it was a double updraft with a double kill actually on the end. I mean, it's just crazy the fact that you have this a player like this at your university. Only this is a university level hazard. This isn't even like you know, your VRL level or your challengers level either. It's just mental.
Yeah, it feels like sometimes with uni games we have to put a bit of an asterisk next to it. But look, if this guy was studying at my uni, if I was studying in Turkey, then like I'm asking him for tips, right? You know, sort of in between lessons, I'm like, what's your sense? What's your config? What's your like hair care routine? I have absolutely no idea, right? But
I would just be asking for the carry, brother. I'd just be asking for a carry.
I know you would, right? You asked me for a carry, so I want to know.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, you know, I'm struggling here down on plat 3, but I'll get up there one day.
The fact that you're only like 1 rank below me now is actually worrying. Like I'm diamond 3 now. It's such a fall from grace. I feel like the more I've casted and the more I've done in casting, the worse my Valorant rank has become, and most of that is just due to stacking with you.
Thanks, babe. Thank you for giving me all the confidence that I need for my competitive games.
No worries, mate. No worries. And I think there might be a moment here where some of these players who might have had a lapse in that confidence need a little bit to get themselves refocused, reconfigured when we speak of configurations. So we're going to be taking another 5-minute break. As promised, when we return, we'll have another game lined up for you.
Don't deny that I could use some company. All my friends say, honey, just let him be. Now your perfume stuck on my shirt, and there's an empty left in my bed. I don't know about you, I'd put you first. I bought some new flowers, they're all dead. First you are in, then you are out, like snow in the spring. I just want your time. I just want your time, oh, time. I need your time. 365, 24/7, I'll be fine. As long as you spend a little time. Just want your time. You make me feel like we could be something more. The way your light shines, there's no shadows anymore. But then you put doubts and doubts and doubts in my mind. Still, you make me feel like we could be something more, something more. First you are in, then you are out, like snow in the spring. I just want your time. I just want your time, oh, time. I need your time. 365, 24/7, I'll be fine. As long as you spend a little time. Oh, spend a little time. I need your time. Spend a little time, spend a show you how. I'm about to get down. So keep it up right now. So keep it up. So keep it up with me. I need to move. I need to feel the beat. Don't be a fool. You wanna hang with me. Life isn't easy. You gotta roll the dice. You wanna change. Join the paradise. So bring it on if you wanna hang with me. Alright. You know I know we kick it like no one else. We kick it like no one else. Listen out, there ain't nothing like this. You know I know we kick it like no one else. We kick it like no one else. Listen out, there ain't nothing like this. Take a real close look now. Baby, I'm versatile. Watch me when I come down. I make it worth the while. Take a real close look now. I'm gonna show you how. I'm about to get down. So keep it up now. So keep it up. So keep it up with me. I need to move. I need to feel the beat. Don't be a fool. You wanna hang with me. Life isn't easy. You gotta roll the dice. You wanna change. Join the paradise. So bring it on if you wanna hang with me. You know I know we kick it like no one else. We kick it like no one else. Listen now, there ain't nothing like this. You know I know we kick it like no one else. We kick it like no one else. Listen now, there ain't nothing like this. You know I know we kick it like no one else. We kick it like no one else. Listen now, there ain't nothing like this. You know I know we kick it like no one else. We kick it like no one else. Listen now, there ain't nothing like this. Ooh, I know, you know, we kick it like no one else. Show me the car when you turn me on. The way you tell me you want me down. Done it, I done this before you fall. I won't catch you, don't know I'm stalling. Cause you love to have him all crying. Calling me sweeter, telling me you need me. But I'm from a city that's high school. I give him this anymore, I go. Cause you a bad money, she don't love money. She break grass real fast like conman. Wanna swim down to the deep end. Wanna know all my secrets, honestly. Can you keep it real? Cause honestly, I can tell that you're real fond of me. Baby, don't be shy, I can see it in your eyes. I've been running around. Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I don't understand how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I don't understand how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Take it, baby, I ain't scared to take it. Oh, and maybe when I take it, oh, I feel it coming down too strong. Cause I want ya, and it's hard to resist cause I need ya. And it's hard to be here cause I believe ya. Hold me tight, holding on tonight. Holding cover, get to you clean and proper. Way I move, ain't no weekend lover. You gon' have me on your mind forever. Ever, thanks baby, turn it down like a sweet and ready. Go slow, keep it nice and steady. Know that you've been keeping patience. Too bad I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I
We have already qualified one of our teams to the Amazon University Esports Masters playoffs, the main event here from the Valorant LCQ. And now we have a couple more opportunities to do so. Now we're going to be going into another best of one in the lowers, looking towards the lower bracket final. A best of three will await whichever team can make it through. But for now, we are going to be here. It's the Undateables again against VSB. I am Hazard JC, joined alongside Cairo Casts. Will we see a resurgence here from Nottingham, Cairo, or could it be some more of the same old?
Well, I mean, the thing that Nottingham can take away from what those previous games has is they lost to what is essentially the number one seed now in this bracket. They have confirmed another first team to qualify through this last chance qualifier. So now it's all about, well, let's reset. What can we do? They've had plenty of time to do so, so I'm hoping for a Nottingham reset, yeah.
Yeah, against VSB, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we've seen them play here before, and they're the Dutch representative. Don't quote me on that. I'm not sure if we're able to get a quick look at the bracket, actually, and confirm what it is exactly that it's looking like right now in terms of the teams. But we don't have that available to us, unfortunately, so we won't be able to get that up for you. Of course, if you want to know which teams it is that are qualifying and what things are looking like, make sure to stay in touch with the socials. You can see at the bottom, UE Masters on both Instagram and Twitter, and University Esports Masters in full on Facebook. So heading into this one, Cairo, as well, I believe we have an idea of the vetoes, and surprise, surprise, it's going to be Ascent again. We have already seen Nottingham float this one previous, and that is the exact reason why we're going to be getting it again here.
Yeah, this is what what we're seeing Nottingham continuously pick, and I think every team that they go up against will be happy with that pick. Nottingham starting on the defense, so maybe with us getting to see a bit more of their defensive side, we'll get to see hopefully a better showing of them.
Yeah, of course, right? I mean, the bar isn't set particularly high right now. If you're Nottingham, we didn't get a look at that game that they played in between rounds that we broadcasted here. So, of course, there is still that expectation. As I said before, we're expecting the UK representative to do a good job. Nottingham, the Undateables, of course, winning that live final in spring. I say spring, it was a couple of weeks ago now. Live finals at Confetti X. And looking into their push for playoffs here, it's going to need to be more of the same, channeling those kinds of performances, playing as a team as we expect. Starting on the defender's side, it somewhat leans into that team play a little bit more. The foundations will definitely be there. It's whether then they can haul themselves over the line on that attack and make good of what wasn't the best of showings earlier today.
Yeah, and it's a little bit redemption arc maybe if they've not played Ascent before this one, has it in that in between round. But I guess moving in towards this one is definitely a proving grounds for them. Back on stream and probably got a chip on their shoulder after the last match.
Yeah, for VSB, our Czech team, of course, as it has been confirmed, they will probably want to try and pick apart a little bit of what it was that was working exactly for Yeditepe when they were up against Nottingham last time around. These very one-dimensional executes, I want to say, if we're being brutally honest, in terms of how it was that they approached the macro game as a whole from their attacking side. We know what their Ascent comp looks like. They like to play through the Astra, through the Cypher. You have a brilliant opportunity at taking a little bit more control of the map, but it's just what that can actually then realize for them if they're able to take those logical next steps off the back of having that space, raising a few more question marks here. But starting out on the defense, it should work as what we anticipate.
Yeah, and we're actually seeing a Brim being brought out by My Name is Tommy on the VSB side. Obviously, a lot more stall coming out with that Brim. The smokes last longer. You have that Molly as well. And obviously, the stim beacon that can be used. This is the thing about trying to speculate on things that aren't locked in yet.
Yeah, this is why. Look, you just can't do it, right? There's only so much that you can lean into saying. I mean, the comparison point to be made would be to the Omen, and of course, Omen is what we end up getting. And the reason why exactly it's going to be the Omen, of course, is just that map traversability, like I said before. You have the verticality, which you want to try and get the best of. The From the Shadow is always good for a quick retake into a B execute 9 times out of 10. Paranoia as well. Like, there are some sightlines that you can sort of shut down almost immediately. I'm thinking A, for example, across Generator and into Hell. Like, everything is so written out in stone by this point in time as to how the map is played. This is why we've got to then look at the reverse and look at Nottingham and say, okay, what is the Astra doing for them? What is the Cypher doing for them?
Yeah, exactly. I think at one point there was the B execute was written in hieroglyphs. That's how long, how set in stone these takes are. So yeah, I mean that is the biggest question. What is the Cypher going to do? How are you going to use that control? I mean, we saw a little bit of an idea of how the Cypher was going to be used in terms of the kill trips that were being placed, not necessarily for the map control, but more for trying to get picks off of that. But it was the early rounds though, so those chips could be changed.
I think on the attack as well, like I said before, having those trips up, having the spy cam available, it's all well and good, but it's, you know, making something off the back of that, using that utility to improve your scaling, for example.
Yeah.
Make sure that you can take the extra room, that you have footholds in certain areas of the map to then move off the back of. For VSB, that state will be in flux a little bit more. With the Killjoy, you have to stay within proximity, within range of what it is that you have set up. So a little more difficult to do so, but still, I anticipate them to find a decent job at it. And already the kill trips you mentioned, they're in place, looking to just be a fast B here from VSB.
Yeah, the only thing is though, lane is only controlled by that spy camera. Already the 0.9 through, already one of those kill trips coming out, and it's Laurent to actually capitalise upon Zero being chipped up by the fragment. Well, the spike going down in a spot that we know very well.
A very nice entry kill found by them. Now a little bit of main space picked up on. Nottingham here, they have a nice flank coming through. If they can isolate another duel, it's a 5 versus 3. And then looking in towards that retake, you do favour them heavily. The spy cam still just passive information. It's not been broken out, and all 3 players in the site have been spotted.
Oh, even that, look at that. Tommy taking out straight away, flashpoint to come in, or flash drive I should say, and it's going to be driving the players in towards the ground for Nottingham. A lovely pistol, and that's the most, I guess, confident we've seen them be.
Yeah, definitely. The strongest of rounds that's come out from them as well. It felt like in some ways we were beating a dead horse in terms of how Nottingham had been trotting along. But looking at it now, yeah, this defender's side is looking fairly strong from them, right? You had a really nice double re-clear in through main. On the retake, it wasn't just one single point of entry. There's good coordination, playing off of each other, the util there as well. Dipsy picking up 3 assists from the flash drive. You had the spy cam from Zero, just maintaining the site presence. It's so many positive aspects to pick apart. As I said before, it's about carrying this forward and then bringing that kind of dynamic gameplay to their attack as well.
Well, already a couple of shots being fired off, and I mean, Sean maybe dancing with the devil a little bit. One agent suppressed, and I mean, that was the agent that we saw previously. Dipsy now getting second eyes on as the KG looks to look through the site.
The difference between these good and great eco teams is just divide and conquer. They're trying to take fights all across the map with the sheriffs, and you can, in fact, win them out. Decent damage onto Sean, but ultimately it is just a scratch. Nothing but a flesh wound as Piotr, one of the final remaining players on this B push. I mean, the A1's already been completely dismantled, and the spike is nowhere near at this point in time.
Both trips being gone, we're given information that the east site has certainly got an infestation of attackers. With that spike being down, look at the re-clear through mid, Hazard.
Yeah, good mid-rounding here from Nottingham. They're probably going to hear the footsteps, perhaps, even of the spike being collected towards top mid. And while we do see that the Omen player has wedged themselves in the middle here, Tommy, they're going to immediately be shot in the back again, as we saw them do on the pistol round as well. Piotr out in towards the site, but sort of taken down almost immediately. Great read from Nottingham, and that should be a flawless round.
Yeah, it certainly is, and that's going to allow for a lot of those guns to get through in towards the next. The bonus looks healthier, or as healthy as it could be. There's even perhaps an opportunity to force in towards rifles if the confidence was there for Nottingham.
It's just about the economy management. Not all teams have seen the light, if you will, and want to try and pick up those light shells. I mean, yeah, Dipsy and Zero have it, but you're on a Spectre, so a little bit inhibited in that regard. I mean, I like the idea from VSB on that round to even sort of test all extremities of the map and have that kind of presence on their attacking side, which is something it's fair to say Nottingham were lacking last time out.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously they're not able to find the kills, but the expectation wasn't really there.
Well, again, not much happening here in terms of, apart from spamming through that smoke, poking and prodding, the Cypher can just hold down either by themselves.
Early mid control, presence there, playing behind the Nebula. You have Sean with this aggressive B main position, but has fallen back a little bit and might be calling for some more help from Dipsy and Market. Yet again, this spike not committed anywhere just yet. Only a minute left on the clock. VSB could find themselves in some serious trouble if they don't win out their fights, but the first has already been taken and picked up by Hassar.
Oh no, the Astra's been found, but maybe they think it's towards Pizza.
No idea.
They may find themselves in a good advantageous spot. Actually swings, but it's wild.
Looking for a peek off the audio cue there, and now Nottingham, the forces are falling one by one. 3v5, but a couple of them are prepared for this A. You've got Zero just tucked in towards Hell. Spike's still not planted. I mean, they are cutting it fairly close here, VSB.
They are, and they've not cleared out in towards Hell. As we see the players start to move through, hiding in the dark cover. Zero doesn't even realise that the KO's close, and it will be a KO. Laurent fires back 2-4 in terms of the count. They've also got that late win condition of the KJ re-clearing through shot, and that's exactly what this is going to be. As Dipsy tries to get through, we'll peek out and find out about the hidden knife in between the shoulder blades. Now we are starting to see the smokes go down. Time's ticked away. It's a done round.
It definitely is a done deal. Everything now finished except for crossing the T's and dotting the I's. Dipsy trying to find something there and catches a bullet between the I's instead. Don can trade it out 1-for-1 and will most likely be looking to die to the spike if not picking up the Vandal on only 10 points of health. Players anticipated to move into the crosshairs, but yeah, they can't even hold on to it there. A decent bonus round from Nottingham, but as I said before, you're already seeing the value here from VSB, having that map-wide presence, that sort of greater expanse than what we've seen from teams playing this map previous.
100%. 100%. I think as well here, the Cypher setup, I mean, I know they're playing for the kill trips and stuff like that, Hazard, but I certainly feel as if they could be placed more for that map control in a better spot, even like a deep one in towards main or whatnot.
Or like Market, perhaps, I guess you could say. It really is just how Nottingham want to set up, and I don't think we can be too hypercritical of what they've done so far. Oh, shot not quite finding the mark from Sean the Sheep. Now they know about this B position. Main, in fact, with the operator. You've got those kill trips up on short again. VSB funneling into this a little bit more. Needs to be careful.
Oh, that's a nice flash drive, but Archie was just quicker on the mark. Put Stone or KO out. Oh, maybe the Jet as well. That's a big ping, but they've not looked towards the left. There is a spam there, but the advantages are already taken. The damage already done. And VSB now looking to try and fight for a lifeline. There goes the op, though.
Yeah, Guardian turning a result, having to tuck into the corner jar there, not to be pinged out by the recon yet again. And out in no man's land, in mid, you're always going to struggle. Dipsy finds it on the op. And that should be finding its way into the hands of Sean yet again. 3-1. And this has been a great start from Nottingham, especially finding that gun round. VSB, the coffer's empty. They have to cough up what they can, but it's nothing more than a half investment at best.
Something you could say, I don't think off the top of my head, Nottingham had used the op when they played against their Turkish opponents earlier. So... maybe this is something that they were looking to play with, but I mean, at the same time, they didn't get the opportunity to.
Think about what the scoreline was in that game as well. 13-3 with the majority of the rounds played on your attacking side. On a map like this, it's not often you're going to see that operator used, but like you said, on your defensive half, they've made good value of it so far. Piotr just finding so much room here into heaven. Even the reload, perhaps an invitation for them to go a step further. They're going to. The spy cam heard the first shot in, and the second follow-up is just as good, if not better. An upgrade into the hands, and this eco could be finding its way for VSB.
Oh no, the upgrade's been found. Nice from Sean the Sheep. Okay. Now the rest of the players need to hold for a pretty decent post plan. The problem is, though, they're out on main, and is there a player isolated in towards Switch, moving in towards Jenny now. The KO finds a chance, but the chance is gone. Fleeting almost, but now the Cosmic Divide goes down. On towards the Spike, they've cleared in towards Hell. The Paranoia is nice for the re-engage, but that Cosmic Divide posing problems once again. The Spike is low. In fact, I'll tell you what, it's far too low. That's going to be the round, and a thrifty there for VSB.
It all comes off the back of Piotr in towards Heaven, just being a little bit more proactive, not giving Nottingham the liberties that they once enjoyed going into those retakes, for example, right? I mean, think how nicely set up they had been to go for it, having players moving in from both ends, you know, Short and Heaven. This time around, I mean, immediately inhibited. So nicely done. Picks up the Vandal as well, perhaps overheats just a little bit when you've already bought your team so much space. This is something that Nottingham need to be aware of, that VSB are capable of that pace change.
Yeah, exactly. The fact that you can switch up on a dime is something that you need in that strat book, and it seems as if we are continuously going to see that pace as the players look to go straight out. They've identified the site without the Cypher. The only issue is here. I was going to say there's plenty of bodies here, not anymore, as we've been relegated down to 2 players of Nottingham, scratching their heads as to what exactly has gone wrong. Zero on the hero rifle. The spike ready to go down already.
Looking to just weigh up what the angle is here. Dipsy can peek through. That is a weapon now into their hands. A 2 versus 4, most likely the save angle. A very progressive dark cover in towards the depths of spawn means that there's a lot of control that VSB have to work with here. And I mean, this round for Nottingham as well, from riches to rags, they find their pockets emptied almost immediately. So, I mean, you are just saving into the next, perhaps building up some extra creds so that you can get that operator online again. In terms of economy right now, VSB have a monopoly on these ultimates, which is something that Nottingham need to cycle out really well if they want a chance.
It's not only that, though. I mean, you at least you have the Hunter's Fury to deny. Oh, okay, nice place of the Nano. There go your collection on 0. Dipsy still hanging in the corners. There's money to play with here if they go hunting VSB. They are going hunting. They've found out where Dipsy is. The time's too low. They'll get the rifle into the next round. Point I was going to make is the Hunter's Fury's there to counter the lockdown, but there's also another counter to the Hunter's Fury, that being the null command. So a nice, I guess, usage of a combination of ultimates could really work out well for VSB.
I mean, no expense spared when you look at the initiators for both of these teams. I mean, while you can play around with the controllers, the Sentinels a little bit, there's some more wiggle room about what the composition ends up being. I mean, Sova and KO are almost a necessity here, I think. You know, you've seen a couple of teams play through the fade, but it can be difficult to get the most out of it. And here we go, null command coming in, flashes high, and everyone's blind, apparently. VSB don't care about it, though. They've taken the site. 0 is posted up on the Hell, however. With the Spectre, close and personal, could be a problem, and they need to cut the root of the issue.
Well, 0 still hiding in Hell, although Piotr hasn't even thought. Actually saw the Cypher! What is going on? Peeks at the right time and finds Piotr. I don't know what's just happened. I'll tell you what's just happened now. Stoner Chaos went massive. It's just all up to now the last 2 remaining players of Nottingham and the players outside of main as they re-engage. I've even got the Hunter's Fury as a late win condition.
Archie?
Maybe? Is there time?
No, it's so far away. The Hunter's Fury's run out, and they have to run towards this.
Wow.
I think Archie actually has it. The shocks are far too late. And just like that, Nottingham are gonna pick it up. The lead is theirs once more.
We have plenty of time, here and now.
I think that's enough. Enough is said with that silence, Hazza.
Oh man, I mean, look, I completely understand it, right? There are a lot of factors at play there we just need to break apart. We see null commands come in from both teams. That gets rid of 0 setup moving into the site. Piotr's probably thinking, how on earth is he still here in the Hell position after clearing it so deeply with the shoulder exposed? The null command comes back in. You have that information from Dipsy just sort of sat in the A main choke, and then trying to avoid it, the Hunter's Fury goes deep. Because you're so far back, you can't challenge the spike. The defuse comes through, and there we have it. A round for Nottingham. They win out early in this ultimate cycle.
Yeah, they do. Big round indeed. Now, as we look towards what's going on here, and I guess Nottingham already looking to set up for this B retake, playing off of kill trips and whatnot. You look towards the control that Nottingham have, and I mean, they control all the exits. They're really playing for this retake scenario.
Really, really deep on the lanes. You're looking at the lockdown here for VSB on your HUD as well, the heads-up display. You're seeing it and you're thinking, okay, right, well, we have to give them at least a little bit of respect. And respect given, none taken. Dipsy there, just like you see, finds the opening pick. KO dropped, no trade. And a slow start from VSB. Trying to put the pieces together. I mean, they've even re-challenged Market late in the round.
Yeah, it's really, really late. And not only that, though, look at this. Zero has an idea. Must have heard some sort of sound. Sees the body now, but the shots don't land. Oh, there's at least one player to line up on towards heaven. Oh, cool. Oh, there goes Sean. Lovely. There we go. Nice in towards this. And now they're already looking to head in towards B. Yard are going to be the big, I guess, win condition for this round.
Yeah, it certainly could be on the flank, especially when you're down in terms of numbers. Hunter's Fury played early. No worries about the lockdown. Doesn't even matter. Could have been suppressed. Tassa trying to disengage. Spike is planted. And they are put to the floor by Sean. A 5th round for Nottingham as they slowly creep forwards in this game.
That's going to be another one. I bet probably you could argue one of those swing rounds has it that comes through in terms of economy. 2 rounds in a row now for Nottingham as they start to get the momentum at their back. And it's all about for VSB. How do they reset after losing, 2 rounds previous? A big investment, a big ultimate investment from them.
Yeah. Still the purchases come through. Sending those credits into the fire. You got Piotr here as well. Looking to be on the Blade Storm, as we've seen, a few of the Jet players get really, really good results from thus far. And I liked it when Piotr was a little more dynamic, just going fast, running straight in. It will be a hard hit, but can Sean shut them down? The flash is great, and the exit just as brilliant.
Already the players looking to dip out. Sean the Sheep respecting this push and already gaining the advantage. They would rather take that into post. Although as the re-clear through mid happens, Asa just manages to find the engagement. Laurent not even have an idea of what's going on.
Just completely caught out in the open. You're sort of wondering for a moment, wait, what are they doing here? Do you know what I mean? Like, not playing in twos, no buddy system. You have the Cypher set up on B, and it's incredibly deep as well because you want to be on the opposite side of the map, making sure that it's not taken off the board. It's the global presence we were speaking about as the lockdown's coming in. You've lost your counter on the previous round, let alone the player that was holding it this time. A 4 versus 4, Cosmic Divide up, plenty of opportunities and outlets for this retake to get going, and the players are in position to make it swift too.
Yeah, bullets flying left, right and centre. Yarder though, finds Zero. First big pick, advantage taken, and well, even taken out more. Nice kill on towards the KO. But there's still 2 players left. You can bait out with perhaps a stabilisation of the core, or even just fully stick it. The bullet's not quite hitting as where they want to. And that will be a conversion from VSB.
Nice use of the null command there from Stuniko to just shut down the util on the way back through. You didn't even get a chance at a Cosmic Divide or anything along those lines there. So the gap slowly tightening up a little bit more. If VSB can take one more round here, they'll probably be fairly happy with how this half has transpired. All things considered, especially looking at the brief moments where Nottingham have impressed us. Picking up the pistol round as well is always going to be an asset to any kind of campaign you're trying to put here. In what is the best of one. Last chance is the best way to describe it as we are in the lowers. Sean now finds their turn on the blades, and as the recon doesn't scan anything, they're second guessing this updraft play.
Yeah. It truly is going to be last gasp attempt. Unfortunately, the blade's taken away. And Nottingham somewhat ridden towards an A play, but look at this. They're already sprinting towards this B site to set themselves up. The blades are back, but Sean the Sheep is not. He's out. Archie gets a couple of lovely shots. We're down to a 3 versus 3. That's a nice flash drive, but the players can't get out. They can't find a way, or maybe they can as they start to right and fight. That's it. It's going to be bloody knuckles. Laurent runs away elsewhere and is left with the spike down.
I'm not sure if they know about the spike here, Nottingham. You could fake the from the shadows to take the spike back into your control and then find a way to reposture the B. Instead, it's the mid avenue that Tommy is opting for. I think there has to be some awareness here from Nottingham. I mean, they have the guns, and even playing on the Sheriff, it looks like for Zero on that initial contact.
30 seconds left.
The fact that Zero is so low does leave them in a spot, and my name is Tommy. Tommy's completely second guessing themselves, clearing everything. 20 seconds left.
You have to. Just looking for that early advantage. If they can find a player, cut from the wayside, hits the trip, the peak should be off the back of it, a simple clear up, but Tommy's made it in the sight.
10 seconds left.
The tap's already come in. The recon is there. They understand about the stairs position. The spam goes traded. You have to stick this plant or at least find the kills. Neither gonna happen! Oh, Tommy! Zero gave it up. They showed the position with a counter spam of their own. And it may just have been the last thing that they wrote.
It's not only that though, Hazza. I love the play to rush the player on the spike. It's such a nice idea to like pull them off it. They either have to engage or they have to let the round go. It's just nice, well played from Nottingham. But the only issue is that second player who spams to try and deny.
Yeah, I mean, Tommy is clutching at straws at that point. They have to try and do anything that they can from that position. And you've pretty much shown them the route to success. On such low HP too. I mean, this is something we were speaking about. Both of the players on the Nottingham side were sat on death's door. You've got to be playing together, whatever it is you do. You're either swinging out as both players, you're baiting, or you're completely disengaging. And unfortunately, it's a culmination of everything that's brewed in their heads. And unfortunately, the result is a little overcooked. And from Tommy's perspective, I mean, you're literally just doing the best that you can in that scenario. As I said before, looking for the early advantage, denied it, but ultimately comes through.
It's not only that though, Hazza. How many times is Nottingham Trent going to deal with unlucky scenarios that happen? Let's be honest. I mean, literally, Tommy could have spammed anywhere and got unlucky with that spray, you know? And not only that, it's just like, for instance, that last game against the Turkish opponents. I mean, you literally had Yan B come through with like an absolutely crazy plays. Stuff like that, you just can't account for.
Yeah, it can be difficult too. Little... Not really vision strikers to start off, just an aggressive play. Sean constantly in the pocket of the KO player. Seen a few times them go for those more aggressive flash drives in B main as well to give themselves better extremity control. So coming into this retake as well, and one of the avenues being mid, of course, it's a pretty good retake from Nottingham. They just need to worry about how deep Stanirko is at this point in time, but the footsteps should be heard as they move in through main, and with that information in mind, the Cosmic comes out and they begin this retake.
Yeah, it's not only that though, Hazza. You've also got to think about VSB have played a few times through that short position as a late win condition. The players now looking have to bust out there, but the flash drive's perfect. So are the trades, and so is the information. It's lovely there from Nottingham, but they can't find the trades to go in their favour, and that's going to leave VSB in a man advantage. Lovely from Jarda.
What a round from Jarda there, playing the hell position. You even saw them tuck to the corner for the Hunter's Fury, just to make it more difficult on the point of entry for Nottingham. The utility usage was decent there. No, but once it dries up for both teams, it comes down to those mechanics, and Jarda has their head on a swivel, and an advantage now for VSB. They take the lead on the attacking side. Just when we thought they'd already found enough rounds, they go that step further.
Well, now they have the advantage, at least looking for the advantage now. Remember, Hazza was talking previously about slight defender-sided bias on Ascent, and well, that's already been broken here.
I mean, 6-6 could be fine, and Sean is looking to put them in that direction already. Nice use of the off in B main. Now you got to play through just the rest of the team. No Sentinel, nothing to lock down the backlines. In fact, with this kill in pocket, they actually just want to send it on through. The Owl Drone to take the initial space. A couple players inside the site, but they got to worry about the spam. It's coming back to bite them yet again.
Oh no, they've not checked the corner, but they miss out. Shaun the Sheep now having to go for some heroics of their own, but there's no heroic here. It's not going to even happen. Laurent at least gets the trade back even. You've got the info there as well. As Zero slowly and surely begins to clear out main. They know where at least one of the players are, and they're playing TQ. This is a lovely position and one that is really hard to dismantle. You're waiting for that utility to come back up. The Cypher spamming in. There's a big ping there. Zero now looking to find their way in, find that opportunity, but they're ever so slow, and that's going to give them the chance to. It's down to a 1 versus 1. Both players low, but it's Storia again to come in.
Yeah, it certainly is. 7-5 advantage. VSB. How do Nottingham respond? They need to find both pistols if they want to cut down on this advantage and tie us up yet again. And even then, that's with an anti-eco conversion. I mean, on the attacking side, it must be said, it can be a lot easier to swing those kind of rounds, those eco rounds in your favor as well, build up some momentum. But we have to say, looking at previous results, it was on the attacking side where Nottingham looked at their weakest. So we'll have to see an improvement come from them here if the tides are to turn.
It looks as if it is going to just be a send at A for the first round, at least, has. Do you know what? It's the pistol solo. I mean, it's not the worst round in the world. Something that you've always been advocating for is more of a default setup.
Yeah, I think defaulting on your pistol round can be so valuable. I mean, just in the current meta, teams wanting as well to get a little more proactive with their defender's side, look for some early space, work out where it is that you can punish those gaps, especially when you're feeling out your opponent, right? Not just locking horns from the get-go.
Spike now beginning to go down. Yep, and it is going to be confirmed. Now it's all about this post plant and how that looks. As we now see Zero at least getting the advantage, and you know what, they're trying to take in towards shot, and it's been denied. It certainly has been. The door completely shut closed, and now these nanos pushing players into sites for places they don't want to be. It's just going to be frag left, right, and centre. Dipsy gets traded out. And well, that is going to be VSB extending their advantage.
Oh, it's so close. And you now start to wonder whether Nottingham want to go for this force buy with the spike planted, attacker side, a little easier to conjure it up, or if they are not going to bite the bullet, play the traditional round as you would expect and let that lead slip further and further away, continue chasing those kind of shadows. It's going to be a sheriff buy, I think, and then you move into sort of the light. You can get a couple more buy rounds on the board, but I mean, right now it feels a little bit like the writing is on the wall for Nottingham, and it's horrible to say that as well, but I don't know, man. VSB have just been so good with this utility usage in a lot of the rounds, and this is now their 5th in a row.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough now for Nottingham to find it. Okay, nice way to get in towards this one. The two players, though, have already set up for the market spot, or at least they had done, but they've dipped off the angle, and now there's a real information vacuum in market.
They really want to get their hands on this Spectre too. I mean, you're already seeing Nottingham raising the question marks. On Ascent, it's so important to do your due diligence and take that room in towards market. Actually deal with it because of how common that alarm bot setup is. But look at the extremities getting pushed. Staniko, confident, Spectre in hand. Now drops out the fragment, has some suppression, but will miss it out. And in fact, this might lead them on to believe that there is extra room to be taken. Has managed to re-clear all of market while the backs are turned as well. So they're just funneling into an A, which is well prepared for.
Yeah, exactly. Piotr will at least get one, and Stonier comes in at that right time. 3-2, and the players are for the attacking side are
30 seconds
ever so slightly disconnected. The spike not committed anywhere, and you need to make a decision soon.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's already put in a pretty good performance this round, Nottingham, at least in terms of bringing a couple of those guns off the board, coming into the bonus. Jada just up close, has time on their side, pretty much every factor that you could possibly ask for here, and an Ares just to make it that little bit sweeter. Spam through the side of the wall, 9 found now for VSB. This is the big one. Could be double digits, could be a nail in the coffin in many ways. Nottingham need to start showing us what they're made of on this attacking half.
Yeah, if Nottingham lose out this round, then you can't help but feel that everything will go VSB's way. Not only that, this is probably the biggest and most important round of the match so far, something that we like to highlight every so often, just because of the way that the economy state is, Hazza.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I want to see VSB continue with this coordination in towards their retakes. I mean, the previous round, there were some slight lapses there. Freebies taking individual fights. When you have the guns, of course, you want the confidence to try and do it, but sometimes you need to be a little more humble, right? A little bit, just sort of drop the head, drop the ego, perhaps, in some ways, and not go for silly peaks when you don't need to. But I mean, this is a much nicer setup from Nottingham than what they've showed us before. You have Astra out towards tiles, you had the Cypher in A main, you have some of this early presence to just deal with those pushes on the extremities. They've tested in towards market, and now they look to hit short.
This is, oh no, it's an isolation, or they have to clear this.
Yeah, exactly.
Stonia.
Unsupported.
Ah, man, it's so unfortunate. The Eldro now looks to clear through.
Oh,
That's
my.
a lovely angle, and already dashes out. Zero now gets onto Tommy. Advantage regained. The rest of the players, again, we have to wait for this retake to come through.
Seeing perhaps a preparation here from Zero to be shooting out a dart. Has the Phantom. Perhaps waiting. Pops the Spire. Oh my god, it's a beautiful cyber cage. A one-way. Something perhaps from a video or two, short form or not. Zero playing for the long game, keeping Nottingham in it with a fantastic 4-piece. And it's little things like that, little adaptations, little sprinkles that you can add to the round that you have pre-prepared that can really change a game sometimes. And I'm loving the depth that they're showing on this Cypher.
Yeah, we're really seeing, we were asking the questions, what does the Cypher look like and what are they going to do differently? We're seeing it there. It's nice when you actually get a chance to, I guess, properly execute on towards a site rather than facing up against a Turkish jet. But yeah, it's been good so far for Nottingham.
When they were looking up in towards the sky, I thought they were preparing to break the recon. I mean, we saw that happen a couple times here as it will be flying in towards Jada's position. Now on the Odin, best gun in the game. What can they do? Instead, it is the Operator, the slightly more costly of the weaponry there, which will ring off first to the tune of a kill. Nice use of the cyber cage to isolate the fight onto the Sentinel the opposite way. Piotr still holding on. Neural Theft should flush them off the angle. At this 4 versus 4, Nottingham not in the worst of positions.
As the players now look to head through B main, the Odin spam is just going to start to oppress them. You know, they're not going to actually be dissuaded from this angle. That's going to be a big info dart now. We're already getting 3. Is there any capitalization? No. But we've still got that crossfire already set up, and now everything on the map is starting to be suffocated.
No kills found, no dog tags claims, and Nico trying to do it. Look how low all of these players are already starting to get. The chip has been coming through, slowly whittling away from the defense. Util coming out, Tommy maybe trying to go for the TP play, will in fact go inside that smoke, but it's just an overextension. Nottingham punish. Now it's a 4 versus 2, and not much to go off.
That gravity will actually put Yarda in such a tough spot, but they fought out of it. This classic comes out, but not at the right time. If Piotr can get a move on, they could deny that spike plan, but it's not going to be. Making them double think about lane is now. Piotr walks through, and now finding an opportunity to find a way in. Just a couple of bits of spam, nothing to be capitalised upon. But Zero will, and it's a 2-round advantage on towards VSB. It's being slowly and slowly reduced.
Yeah, a nice little jump spot there out of Archie as well to just confirm that positioning and then follow it up with a nice double swing. I mean, there's an immediate trade even if you take the player down in that situation. I mean, VSB were already in a position where it didn't look rectifiable, especially on the op there. Perhaps there was a save call. Jada with the Odin puts you in a position where you want to go for the clutch, but it doesn't happen for them now on an eco round. The fragile defenders economy showing those cracks yet again, and Nottingham offering some resistance on their attack as was required. Spycam slowing down this push in towards mid, and now the player's getting crunched.
Oh yeah, well, it's not necessarily a crunch sound, but it's certainly the sound of Blaze flying. Dipsy at least gets one back, and Hunter's Fury firing off bullets of their own. VSB have completely capitalised upon this. I don't even know what's happened, Hazza, but I'll tell you what has happened. It's a thrifty round.
I mean, look, the revolution may not be televised. I didn't see what exactly was that happened there. It's just the Hunter's Fury coming in, piling on the pressure, and Nottingham not reacting to that. They just stay firm in the positions, take the fights head on, and allow for VSB to dictate the pace of the round. Something which they've done a fairly decent job of, actually, in the past couple. I mean, Nottingham are playing this incredibly slow default at times and sort of grouping up in positioning. You need to be trading 1-for-1 at the very least from those kind of spots. And yeah, it just didn't come through on that occasion. Now they head into the timeout. And like, yeah, the default works all right. Like, it's decent, but there's no, like, yet again, late questions being posed, not pressuring in areas of the map. You know, VSB can just gamble on some of these rotations, stack players up, and 9 times out of 10, you are winning those fights.
10-7, the scoreline has finally reaching those double digits has pushed Nottingham in towards that timeout. Oh, it's all about. I mean, I'm trying to think, like, what do they actually adjust? We've seen the hard hitting executes. We've seen the default, and you've already dismantled the default that they've been posing. So, like, what do they change up?
Define the roles, play for each other, set each other up, right? Piotr, or sorry, I should say Sean the Sheep, he's your entry, right? You're always going to be using Sean as an outlet, have Dipsy and Laurent sort of paired at the hip with this Jet player, give them the supportive utility they need to take that space, keep fighting these market positions, keep sort of interacting with that operator using this owl drone, your 0 point and your recon, and then have a much more defined lurker, which now we're actually seeing. Look at this position that we have from 0 in Link. This is going to be huge in the late round, and it's not something that they've made the most of before. I'm loving this change.
The players now stuck in towards heaven, waiting to see if there's any aggression. There shouldn't be. That would be a death sentence. The paranoia being used to re-enter back in. Util being used all up as the Cosmic Divide comes down. And it's still out, and has it a feel as if this retake may be done already as the players try to force their way through. The time's so low, all you need to do is hold the angles and not let anybody in. Although there was a chance, it's gone. It's going to be another reduction of that lead back to 2 after VSB winning out that last 50.
It's the small things as well. Like I said, define those roles. Sean takes the space, heads in towards the site, and now VSB can't go for that quick retake that they've been trying to, which has been punishing Nottingham for the past 2 maps that we've seen them play. You have 0 on short. As soon as Nottingham understand, okay, no one can just quickly come through tree and sort of shut us out of door, you feel a little bit more composed, right? You can actually just mainly all you have to worry about is heaven. You have like 4 players looking at heaven to shut it down. It makes things so much more simplistic when you're running that 4-1 instead of this homunculus of players trying to sort of barge their way through the front door.
Talking about spam, I believe that was the Odin just firing away just to set the Jet up, and the Jet has been set up well and truly. Piotr gets punished, and you want to know what? That's a big loss, Hazza.
Yeah, shut them down, right? It's an entry point. Whether VSB want to mid-round this a little bit and look for some more space there or not is something that we're yet to see. The drone trying to clear out mid. Playing through multiple avenues. Tommy there nearly peeking and sort of getting their head laid on a platter here as well. And there we go. Another pick into Nottingham's favour. Now you can group up and go for a hit. The numbers sit firmly with you.
Yeah, they truly do. Jarda is actually peeking aggressively. Found one. I don't know if they're going to find another, though. They've already dipped out. There's pings there, but on 4 HP, all it would take is a sneeze and they would be gone.
It's that the angle of the wall as well means that you can't spam the players as they're getting close to moving in from that choke. It's a 3 versus 4 situation here. A frag has been found at the very least for them. The flash comes through. The players are well prepared for this. Jarda's still spamming. Time is running low. Nottingham need to get a hold of this site, and they're still only on 4 HP.
Oh, they either need to hunt or they need to get this spike down. Yeah. At least the good thing is Laurent is there. We're 1 round away from making this all equal. It's another ascent. I hate to say it, Hazza. It's another ascent barn burner as we look to head towards the end of regulation.
I mean, VSB, I feel, only need to offer us like 1 more round, and I can very easily seeing this go the full 24, right? Because it's a very close game at this point in time, and Nottingham are definitely the ones with the wind in their sails at this point. They've also got a much better default on their attacking side than they did before. Yet again, 0 playing outside of tiles. I absolutely adore this change that Nottingham have shown us. And it's not even like anything too crazy, too out of left field. Like, these are like sort of entry point basics that they're engaging with, but it's that change having a follow-up variable to your attack and it not just being as simplistic as it has been, which is making like so much difference for them.
Yeah, but not only that though, as you're executing into a stack here, there needs to be information gain at some point.
Yeah, I mean, you are getting a little bit of it through the spy cam, but I mean, from how VSB have been playing, they've stacked up their A fully. It's just pistols that they have to work with. But as that time ticks lower and lower, you do get ever so slightly worried. Trepidation sets in if you're following Nottingham, because they've done this before, a very late execute, and they don't have any extremities control right now. They're purely banking on A being somewhat vacant and then no opportunity for denial. And still, towards the 30-second mark, nothing has been shown, and there are 4 players here waiting.
But what have Nottingham done to actually pull players away? They're just going to run in with a sledgehammer approach. The Sheriff ringing off shots. The players being denied that space in towards main through nanos. I mean, VSP have set themselves up pretty decently, especially Jarda finding 2. The rest of the players come in. The cast is helping out, and it's not even just a supporting cast. Every single player seems to be in a spot where they could be the main character tapping on the spike. Time is actually too low, and that means all you need to do is hide for pure What a clutch from Laurent!
Oh my god, Laurent done. They get it done. And I just, oh man, it's such a frustrating round to watch as well, because like I said, Nottingham, they're just walking into the stack. When you have the Sova utility, the KO utility, all of it being regenerative, if you're using it in the execute, and also as well, because it comes up sort of every 35, 40 seconds or so, you have an opportunity to just cycle it, constantly be probing for that information. You know the gun advantage is yours. There's an expectation that VSB are going to be stacking. And the fact that it gets that close is so worrying coming into the gun round. Nevertheless, they get it done. And now we're all tied with 20 rounds played.
Yep, now it begins to hold in towards Tiles. That seems to be how VSB want to play this defense now. But again, very one-dimensional approach from Nottingham. They have not approached anywhere else in the map.
And look what VSB have done off the back of this already. You have mid-control established through your alarm bot. I mean, you could even rotate the Sova player over towards the B site itself right now, and that's not any kind of a grievance on how they've approached this. KO's already found all of A main. The trip is there, but it's not really doing anything. Sean posted into the corner, going for the peak. Hunter's Fury dealing decent damage. A lockdown inside the site, invited through. Hassa finds a singular kill. The rest of the players, no chance to walk in for a trade. And where do you go with a round creeping towards a close?
Players slowly beginning to walk through. That's the issue here, as it is. We're now looking towards VSB. What's their mid-rounding like?
Nottingham haven't challenged this position in Archers either, so they're moving into a site where you know the rotation is there.
Yeah, and already that Cypher, that Neuro Theft not really working out for them. Now it's just all up to VSB to trade it all down. No, trading it down to 11 to 10.
They wipe the floor with the mop in the end. Nottingham, you're going in towards mid. You see that Stunir is stuck in the corner in Arch. You need to fight that player. They know that as long as he stands in that position, it's not going to be an A rotation. You already have 2 players on B. You simply take the fights when they present themselves. And that's exactly what they do. Every single one of the duels taken and 1 out. It's just so frustrating every single time. I'm saying it here, right? It's difficult to paint the picture any different, and I don't want to sound like I'm being really harsh on Nottingham or biased or anything, but as I said before, fundamentals play such a huge factor in this game, and if you're not engaging in that team play, going for the trades, taking the duels together, then it's going to be just such an easy read for VSB.
Spike not being committed, more of a default round this time, and it usually ends up with market control for Nottingham. The only thing holding that would be the alarm bot, but the response is already technically there for VSB. They've taken main.
Look at this setup as well. You've got the contact off the turret, 2 players that can go for a double swing. Yeah, Sean the Sheep's taken a lot of this room in market. But you expect VSB to re-clear this later in the round anyway, or even just, take it to the next level on B main, and they're already doing that, taking fights towards Tiles, just preparing on an aggressive angle, which Nottingham shouldn't be prepared for.
Especially when you've got the Astra who's going into Astral form. Is the trade there? Yes, it is. But there's no follow-up from that. Now you look towards this, and it's continuously getting worrying. The players running all the way up market, Spike not committed anywhere, time very low, and you've also got players hiding in rat spots that will be more and more efficient as time goes on.
Yeah, you're heading back towards this A execute with no main control, and as I said before, look, Piotr is just going to slide in here. It's so comfortable. Crossfire to the site, dark cover up, and 20 seconds left.
Now the players getting the way out here, the updraft and the knives actually work out. There's an advantage to be taken, but they don't think about Piotr and where they could be as that swing comes through, though Sean finds it. Players winning their ones is what's decided this round has not the macro and not anything else. Pure mechanical ability. Stonier up on the heaven spot, just continuously waiting to see if there's anything gifted, but it is going to be a save call, and they are going to respect the hold that Nottingham have.
Yeah, there we go. Right, 24 rounds now confirmed as we reach 11-11. And one of these two teams just need to make that initiative into the last couple. Stanirko will be holding onto the rifle at the very least. But yeah, like as I said, again, I mean, Nottingham, they win this, 4 players to 1, but still it was touch and go on some of those positionings, right? That market push that they were going for, which they ended up cancelling, like could have been really decent actually to just crunch main from both ends, take solid site control and B, and set up for post. Heading in towards A so late with a lack of information and no A main control was like really, really worrying on some of those positions. Like there was a good crossfire established there. VSB just don't make the most of the position they find themselves in. And in fact, because they've lost the round, the investment is incredibly shy. We're looking realistically at sort of like 2 half buys here to creep over the line, or perhaps Piotr on a rifle with a blade storm for the next.
It's going to be an aggressive play through mid. We've seen this before, and it's worked out before. But look at this stack from Nottingham. They're already holding the angles. One player isolated, that would be Zero, and it's been found. Here comes the blade storm. Yep, this is going to be massive. Already a ping out from the owl drone, the delay now. And the players of Nottingham are on the back foot, trying to hold a firing line, and they're being pushed into spawn. There's already players there.
Oh my god! Just herded like sheep. This is what I'm saying. How VSB are able to dictate the pace as much as they have been is absolutely bewildering. You're against an eco. You understand that you could just play 2s across the map. They invite that pressure in B main, but like you can see a real lack of confidence to be fighting these duels. And Piotr's won another one on the blades. The Nottingham players falling one at a time, and this isn't even the full investment.
Well, now as the players look to try and find their way in towards B, there's shocks to be had, even an opportunity on towards Jarder that's been found. The Classic can't quite hit hard like they wants to. There is the, oh no, there's a Vandal at the back of the site.
Yeah, I mean, Stanirko just needs to buy as much as they possibly can as this flank comes through. Laurent Don has had the clutch gene before, but now a 4 versus 1 presenting itself. Spike in the open, needing to be recollected. Any kind of a timing, impossible almost to try and find. Every single angle compromised. VSB pick up the 12th.
No. On towards that last and final round. And well, you look towards the buys here. Both teams looking pretty confident here, Hazza. Looking pretty doable.
Yeah.
Not only that, you look towards the ultimates and you would favour Nottingham here to push us into overtime.
Yeah, you definitely would. They sit right on the precipice of it. HGI awaiting whoever wins this game in the lower bracket final. A best of 3 for that final qualification spot in towards the playoffs. Nottingham having a much better attacking side by all regards, all accounts, in comparison to what we saw against Yadipite. But even then, I mean, this is a completely different caliber of opponent. What do they have for us here? Perhaps a different look. You're already seeing this fake util for the B. Could be huge.
Could be. But the key point in that sentence is could.
Yeah.
Is they've not cleared out Zero, they only get Sean.
The conditioning is already there for these executes, so the rotation perhaps expected as the turret's already hit. Look, it's managed to pull 2 players. You have Zero for a flank. Sean the Sheep always going to be that first port of call on the entry, and they get shut down. And that might just be the wall from in front of their eyes gone.
Yeah, already scarpering towards the other site. That would be Zero. Spike being committed. The players on the site, though, are set up and ready to go.
Good trades.
Yeah, that is good trades. There's ultimates to be had there, even an advantage as well. As Zero's found one in towards mid. Spike still down, time ticking away. And now the last 2 remaining players for VSB are in position.
Shock Dart coming in, looking to catch a player, but it won't even make it over the first hurdle, quite literally. In what is a photo finish in the horse race. Utility traded, the players coming through.
Yeah, now already Piotr dropping out in towards the side, but it will be pushed to overtime. Zero gets the big pick, and Zero probably the winner of the round there. Has it not?
Definitely.
Only that, getting that advantage in towards mid.
Definitely goes hand in hand with Sean on the way through. I mean, the B fake, not fully sold, and purely that comes down to Jada being in a decent position to immediately shut down the jet dash towards Switch, which we've seen quite a few times. But nice that Nottingham Trent can pull out a round like that. Do you know what I mean? Like, when we've seen them on this attacking side, it's been so few and far between. Some rounds where they're playing both ends of the map, they look really good. They can go for that kind of a fake. And then others where it's so like homogeneous in the way that they approach it, like everything the same, 5 players just walking slowly in and letting the defenders dictate the pace. Now a second chance at the defender's side of their own, and well, they have preparation for this one.
Already dashing out there. Hassal. Oh, that's the pings. And Piotr's got the advantage. There goes your KO. Isolated on Dice. And well, it's going to be a roll of a dice now for Nottingham to get back into sight here, Hazza.
Yeah, I think that Piotr's done a great job scaling into this sort of verticality, taking Gen space, taking Heaven space, sometimes piling the pressure on. There's a setup that is already prepared for VSB with that paranoia, just sat in the hell position. Flank coming in from the opposite end. Hassa finding one, 9 HP, low. The advantage that they have is, well, very fickle, fragile even, and it could be cut away.
Yeah, now the crunch coming in. Laurent's even found Jarda. Let's not look away from how good Laurent could be in this spot. Time is ticking away though, so they need to get a move on. Dismantle a hell hold as well. It's going to be tough to ask, but is these players going to be able to do it? The answer is no, a resounding one at that. VSB's post plant, perfect. And not only that, the entry that decides the round.
13-12. It's so difficult as well. Someone just needs to break that recon that gets fired towards the backside there on the canvas if we're being realistic about it, because you had a nice setup prepared. Stonirko, you can see preparing the flash drive over the top of the wall for a more aggressive peek out of Sean. But the set play is completely dismantled. I think this is something we've seen quite a few times. Nottingham not being so adaptable when the pressure is piled on. They have these nice ideas that they want to set forth, but their reactions to the execution sometimes lacking at that final bit.
Spike still down, and that means that probably Nottingham haven't made up their decision. Their decision, no, might be made for them after getting that pick on towards Zero, or on towards Stonia. Yeah,
aggressive play in A main. It doesn't pan out. Piotr finds one back though in mid. What a huge kill to be taking. Laurent Don, no less. That's your sort of premium info gathering gone. And if we're speaking about Nottingham walking into a dark room without a flashlight, I think that's probably the best way to describe what exactly it is they've been doing on this attacking side. Some kind of flash of brilliance perhaps required, as the Killjoy util is here laying in wait, and Yada with the Odin spamming on 2.
Nanos, though, are the ones that finish off. The only thing is, though, is they're not checking the corners. And they're not checking anywhere. The players are just peeking one by one. Sean's taking the site. The last 2 remaining players go in towards a more disjointed retake, making sure to clear market as well. There's even trips to deny and gain extra information. Spike down now.
They could probably play off the back of this really nicely for a spam on Tommy, something they're anticipating. No main control established yet as well. Players can just set up inside the site. The trip has been hit. The shots not quite connecting. Player advantage for the B hold. Piotr's found the first, however, and now the pressure rises. What could be the final round?
Hopefully not. If you're a Nottingham fan, Piotr just sees the head, but look at this, the KO able to disappear. You can't see me, that's exactly what we're seeing. Now the rifle not quite hitting the mark, and time's getting so low. My name is Tommy. Well, your name might not matter at this point. The time's about to go. Yep, there's no time left, and that's going to be all she wrote. We go into the deep once more.
It's a ridiculous round as well there, because like, hey, that's so doable. It is so doable, even in the 2v3 as well. It just requires a change of pace, a little bit of coordination. For Nottingham, you expect them to haul it over the line, and they'll do exactly that. 13 apiece, 26 played, still not enough for either of these teams to make their way to that lower bracket final. HGI perhaps twiddling their thumbs and actually just quite enjoying what they're seeing here, as the more rounds that get shown, the better that preparation becomes. Into the timeout for Nottingham, they want to improve on this defender side, which they've already shown us. In terms of what it is that was doing the best for them so far, Cairo. I mean, let's try and be positive here. What sort of credit can we take away from how Nottingham have approached this?
I mean, the way that they've been able to, I guess, on the back of timeouts, adjust. I mean, realistically, we've seen the adjustments post timeouts be really good for Nottingham. So hopefully, this is going to be an advantage for them.
Yeah, I guess that is what you would hope, right? With the timeout invested. In terms of what I would say is the setups, I think have looked pretty good. Sean on this operator is still a fairly unknown quantity. I think not really doing too much work with it, but it's how you play around the back. And I think we're going to see here Dipsy look to flash them into the B main position, find an early kill. That's something which they had on the final round of regulation. They just weren't able to see that through fully. Can they do the same this time around? It's a very heavy A-lean, and I like this for their chances.
Yeah. As now the players look to... Oh, Piotr, I was just about to say, create a little bit of information gap in market, but there's still a little bit of an angle being held there by Stonier. Sean holding onto that B main spot by themselves.
Goes a bit deeper. Aldrone invested. Turning away from it as the space is cleared. There's no follow-up. It is just the one player there. And you can see right now, VSB are very much preparing for this short push. And yet again, Nottingham taking those positions, preparing themselves for an immediate rotate to challenge one of the sites. A looks to be the answer. The kill trip is there, but is there a player to follow it up? Laurent Don is.
Players still, though, not really taking heads on gunfights, although they will this time. Zero committing to it. It's a pretty bad one at that. Gives the advantage away. Archie now looking to try and regain it. That's a nice flash drive just dropped onto the feet of the players taking shot. At least we're getting back to 3 versus 3. Sean the Sheep, though, is still on the op. I guess there's rifles shrieking across left, right, and centre, easily to be picked up. Now
Hassan's going for this late flank as well. You have all of the utility there on the site, but the players are split up from main and then in hell. There's absolutely no way for this crossfire to work. Hassan has to go big.
Yeah, it needs to go big indeed. Stoney up, finds Archie, but look at this. It's a 1v2 from Sean. Time is low. The retake might have to be forced on towards the defuse to at least get it half, but it won't be. VSB again with another advantage.
Really nicely played from them in the end. And you had the paranoia actually there, which breaks one of the arms of that split retake. I believe it was Dipsy coming in from short. The paranoia slows them down. They can't fight with the rest of the team. You don't have the recon to sort of tag up the players because of how passive Stonirko is in towards hell. And all of that just buys time for Hassa to move into position and clean things up. Eventually, not looking as messy as perhaps we anticipated. And now, yet again, advantage VSB, one away from doing it. And they're going for this aggressive mid play again.
Yeah, they are, and they've found many times players to advantage. Zero's been tagged up and been made to sprint away, tail between their legs. They get found out, and the advantage now in towards the retake.
And you conceded A at that expense. I want to see Nottingham, with this information in mind, take some control towards heaven, take some tree control, anything to give themselves a leg up, because you are currently a player down, and it looks like Sean has got to work.
Yeah, it's only going to be Sean, though, that holds on to that. It might be an untraded fight, as both flash drives have been wasted, trying to defend main or delay the take from. That's from VSB. The rest of the players, though, is 3 versus 2 on site, and it's 2v2 on main. The advantage, though, works in favour when it comes towards the site take. The spam, very, very wild, and Nottingham fall to the wayside. VSB convert.
It's going to be VSB in the end that lock in a matchup against HGI in the lower bracket finals. Nottingham, they gave us a good showing. They learned from some of those issues, but at the same hand, a few of them came back to bite them. Yet again, those reactions at times a little bit labored, taking a little bit more than perhaps they should have to make these kind of protocols work for them. The attackers' side, definitely an improvement, and there are levels to their game. Do you know what I mean? They can pull off this B fake. They can show you a different version, a different iteration of Zero on a lurk in through mid. The ideas are certainly there. It's just they don't fall into place at the right time sometimes. And as I said before, with us being the UK casters on the desk, you have to just say it plain and simple as it is. It's disappointing.
Yeah, it is disappointing. And not only that, though, Hazard, you may have jumped the gun. We're not going into the best of 3 just yet. We have one more best of 1 still to come. So HGI still lie in wait for that final.
Oh, okay. Well, I've just been told then. Yeah, there is one more best of 1. We were informed that this was the last best of 1, but we have an extra treat prepared for you, so HGI can sit and twiddle their thumbs for a little bit longer and get a look at both of the opponents that they might be going up against. But for now, we're going to send it over to a quick break. When we return, we'll have that one up and available for you.
Girl, I see your face everywhere. When I'm going out, you'll be there. 'Cause everything reminds me of you. I can't take no more. Girl, I think I'm losing my mind. Try to go to work, but I lost track of time. 'Cause everyone keep looking like you. I can't take no more. I miss your touch from your hands and your body. It hurts so much to think of you with someone else. Can't get enough when you're sweet talking to me. Now I'm talking sweet all by myself. Put your arms around me, put your faith in me, put your love on me. What you need from me, need your love on me, put your love on me. I'ma do everything for you. I don't want anyone but you. Put your arms around me, put your faith in me, put your love on me. Can we stop the clock and rewind? Go back to that moment in time. When you say you want me for life, was it all a lie? I gave my all to deserve ya. Begging on my knees just to show ya. You're the one I want and I love ya. No, 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 no lie. I miss your touch from your hands and your body. It hurts so much to think of you with someone else. Can't get enough when you're sweet talking to me. Now I'm talking sweet all by myself. Put your arms around me, put your faith in me, put your love on me. What you need from me, need your love on me, put your love on me. I'ma do everything for you. I don't want anyone but you. Put your arms around me, put your faith in me, put your love on me. Your love, 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 your love. Put your love on me. Your love, your love, your love, your love, your love, your love,
dark circles. I would love a long life, cause I love how life's worthless. I'ma paint purple, cause blue's overrated. We all outdated, we all so jaded. We all lost love like love's our savior. It's a dark place when it's all about the paper. Counting pretty cards before they deal you something heinous. I've been steady sitting on my ass. I'm so contemporaneous, in love with my behavior. But really, I could probably try and be something greater. Good, I'm my favorite. You could tell me something different, but I probably wouldn't listen. No, I probably wouldn't listen. The word, that's the ego. Scared is taking over. But fuck it if it's fun to run my tongue up on these road fronts. But I know I could lose it all if I'm not careful. I sound scared. Hope you feel that my heart's there though.
Don't need you to save me, but I just really need to be saved. I'm just so sick of waiting for any luck to come my way. Yeah. Feel good, be good, stay good, live good. I could feel good, live good, die good. Lingering inside my head space, turning minutes into hours into days. I'm thinking about the situations. Wonder if it's ever gonna change. Feel good, be good, stay good, and live good. If I could feel good, I'd live good, I'd die good. Feel good, be good, stay good, and live good. If I could feel good, I'd live good, I'd die good.
Look, only thing showing this late be the freak show. Call for your come, I be checking through the peephole. Everything closed this late, but your contacts. Here to catch a vibe, you might catch a little contact. Only thing showing this late be the freak show. Call for your come, I be checking through the peephole. Everything closed this late, but your contact. Here to catch a vibe, you might catch a little contact. Baby, live it up, you know the work week coming. Turn it into profit, so the hurt means something. Shine on the competition, shawty, that's easy. Cuban on the collar, so the next day freezy. Fresh white tee, ain't good, no stains. Swinging in the rental, got it hogging both lanes. Quarantine clean, but the streets still dirty. Round to the 9 if it's past 8:30. I've been on my grind like I'm tryna get sharp. It ain't come with keys, all I did is hit start. I ain't even planned it, but it hit still. Car full of baddies, got me playing fifth wheel. Juke jammer, baby, got the party going up. I do what I wanna, I don't plan on growing up. See you slamming Henny and don't plan on slowing up. Call your boss and tell him you don't plan on showing up. Lungs full of gas with a handful of goals. Boys in a band, get a band for the shows. Stack it up tall till I stand on my toes. Come and get your man, he'll stand for the. I've been on M's, got 'em hopping on deep. Tell the bartender, get it popping on me. Know they see the vibe and I came up quick. See around the city on the same old. I've been really working and it's steady, got me buzzing. I've been getting money, now I'm everybody cousin. Waffle House run and it's back to the bed. Hit it from the back, pulling tracks from your head. Only thing showing this late be the freak show. Call for your come, I be checking through the peephole. Everything closed this late, but your contacts.
Welcome back to Amazon University Esports Masters, where we are now heading into the penultimate game before our lower bracket final later on. HGI await whoever it is that can be winning this match, which we have lined up for you. Of course, it's VSB yet again, and the UPV Stingrays making their return after debuting in that first game today. They have a different level of opponent to be facing against.
Yeah, they really do. I mean, the one against Nottingham has you can probably say Nottingham not necessarily having the best macro read of that game. But as we move in towards a different map for today, a nice little bit of Cajun to add into the spice, it's going to be Split for us.
Yeah, exactly. It will be. You see UPV here as well. They get the map pick, which means they don't get the side selection. And VSB have actually opted to start on the attacking half. So this one could be, well, will be quite demanding for them in that regard. So I'm curious to see what they have planned, what exactly it is we can expect from them coming into this one, because I think last time around they didn't necessarily demonstrate that they had too much up their sleeve, but on Ascent, a map which we sort of expect teams to have that basic level in, they were definitely at it, right? There was absolutely no doubts about it. For UPV on their Haven, I loved seeing some of the set pieces that they demonstrated. So if it's going to be a standard procedure for them here and they can offer us a little bit more of that on the defense, maybe it's more difficult to get value from. But I'm thoroughly excited what comps both of these teams are running as well.
Yeah, I think that's probably the most exciting part, is to see exactly what can be brought out and Split. The meta not necessarily as structured as we have seen on Ascent and Haven. Maybe there's a little bit of leeway for different picks and stuff, is what I'm most excited for.
Yeah, I mean, as much as people like to bash on Split before, I think the meta for this map is in a really good place right now in terms of what everyone is picking, because it isn't as clear-cut or outlined as it has been on Haven and Ascent maps, which we've only seen today for the past 3-4 best of ones that we've shown here on the stream. And of course, by the time we get to the best of 3, the map pool looks a little bit different. There's a bit more depth that gets added to it exactly in what we can expect. And, well, at the very least, we'll get a repeat of what it is here. And Yada is already floating this Gecko choice, which I find really interesting. Raze, of course, being the better of the duelists to be choosing on this map if you're not going for that double setup. And the bigger thing for me is that it doesn't surprise so much that Rulio would maybe be looking at that breach, but I'm not sure if that is to be the case or not.
Yeah, Stonier also with that frame of thought, Hazza. As we see, first full team lock-in from UPV, it will be that Omen, the Sage, the Jet, Squirrel, basically a double duelist. The only difference being the fact that rather than a Cypher, they've went for the KG.
Yeah, it's that standard Ascend comp that we see played on Split quite frequently with the Cypher instead of the Killjoy. Killjoy, of course, perhaps just a pick of comfortability for Rulio. It wasn't them that was playing it last time around. I believe it was Kerlele that we actually saw, but they've had to shift over the roles a little bit to run this double duelist composition, with Perpetuo, of course, being on the Jet as they were on Haven as well. And it's nice to see that these teams have a little bit of depth to their agent pool, that they can flex onto a few different roles and present some different ideas. So I am looking forward to seeing how this one pans out, and how in touch exactly UPV are with this double duelist.
Yeah, you've also got to think about on towards the other side. There's going to be an initiator on that front. It's going to be the breach setting up that raise, and I mean, there's a lot you can do with a breach on towards Split here, Hazza.
Yeah, you're almost playing exclusively through this double duelist as an initiator of their own, right? And even without having that Cypher, you're missing out on quite a lot of opportunity for scaling towards your A ramp, for example, using the cyber cages to just deny information, because you don't have a Viper either to use that toxic screen and sort of cut up the angles, which is going to make it a little more difficult to dissect. Starting out on the defender's side, however, already we're seeing those players work in tandem. The Sentinel just locking down the beat. The players on the VSB side are slowly creeping into this one.
I mean, already that A main spot has been cleared out as the players begin to rush through, but there's plenty of delay with these nano swarms. The pistols finding picks of their own, and it's going to be UPV to get the advantage here, Hazza.
Yeah, nice early advantage. You see this barrier orb doing quite a lot of the heavy lifting in mid in terms of the map control, which UPV have. They can begin to encircle this position with the Killjoy drop, no turret, no flank, and that pressure continues to mount. A smoke from Groldy to separate the sight lines here, not allow the players to fight together, but fight together they will, a 3v3.
No, look at this. Perpetual already finding picks. 2-3 versus 2. As the players now look to all group together, encircle their opponents. That's exactly what happens. But it's Perpetual to put their opponents to that sword.
Yeah, you can get the idea as to why the dark cover was placed there as well, to stop the players from both ends of the site behind Pillar being able to support the main play. But UPV or VSB don't expect that second player in the form of Perpetuo to be turning up into main as late as they did off the back of Chuvi, I believe it was, or Growly, I should say. So nicely worked from them. Big pistol round to be picking up on the defender side as well. And you can see here a mixed investment, a couple sheriffs. In fact, it is just a full set of Spectres with Perpetuo on that Phantom.
It's going to be the Phantom. Realistically, the biggest thing here is getting that Phantom in towards that next round. On the assumption that it was going to be a 1 round. But already that Phantom down on the ground, and VSB have something to play through.
Headshot from that distance is a 145. The light shields and the Phantom's exactly what means that UPV get cut through and Perpetuo falls. Phantom picked up, rotation coming through in behind the barrier orb. So they need to break this. Rulio can just isolate the fight. Oh no! It's come back to bite them. And that's an upgraded weapon as well to just keep on maintaining this position as they look to the players swing together, but the spray transfer is fantastic.
I don't get why you don't just execute A. I get the players at the other side of the map, but just cut noise, wait for the players to come together and just go straight in towards the site.
You can't really get too much off the back of the advantages because the players are in mid. You know, they'd already taken quite a lot of that space. If it isn't for the barrier orb, sort of placed post-mortem or whatever from Kelele, then I mean, the round should be secured. It's just the spacing and like running in through vent when you know that space isn't clear and Stonirko isn't in a position to trade. Yet again, it's just coming down to these fundamentals.
The players already lining up for a really aggressive main push. And do you know what? As if they're not ready for it, the judge comes through. There's at least aftershock there to trade that out if anything did go totally wrong. And things are going wrong. All wrong for UPV as they aggress far too much and get punished for it.
Against the gun round, we've seen a change in the barrier orb. It's a lot deeper this time around. They're inviting the mid pressure. VSB grouping up for the B execute. They haven't dealt with the Killjoy just yet. And actually, this rotation can come through when you look at how much of sewers has already been cleared. At UPV, this is almost the best case scenario for how they should be holding the round, especially once Chuvi has cleared up the entirety of mid and found themselves an upgrade.
That alarm bot's about to pop, and so all the nanos has it. As the players now start to find themselves in very, very hard situations. The paint shells doing chip damage, the Spectre at long range. Well, you know exactly how that goes. That goes in the favour of VSB in the form of a round.
Yeah, nicely done by them there. And now we go into the full gun round for both teams. Perpetuo has the blades and is going to be looking to use that as their primary outlet into this one. I'm not sure if they were maybe vying for some kind of a double updraft somewhere, but it's a lot more difficult to do on the defender's side. I mean, I think there's perhaps an angle from B if you want to catch someone off incredibly deep, but even then there's not much expectation. It's easier with a wall in the box on the A side of things on your attacking half. And speaking of attack, it seems like VSB have broken away from these slower rounds and want to go for a much faster hit on A as they take their time. However, that Blade Storm is getting to work, starting to clear out garage, and yeah, it's a full rotate by the time they've hit this site.
Yeah, really, really quick. The only thing they need to be wary about is that mid push, but with that dark cover coming in, paint shells out, lovely satchels here from Piotr, and already an advantage being gained. VSB take the site, the barrier rob to double up from the dark cover, and now you got to get that spike down.
I mean, the wall was up in towards heaven. I would have liked to maybe seen an open plant there, maybe something to work with in your post, because now the map is slowly starting to shrink deeper and deeper in towards the site. There's some utility to hold these players at bay, but being contested from both ends.
No, the Blade Storm needs to come alive, needs to find ways to gain advantages, but tell me, it's going to find all the advantages. One player left is Perpetual with that aforementioned Blade Storm, and already thinking about dipping out, even with that rifle in pocket.
You've only got 2 blades left to try and unsheathe. There's one of them. Going to be using it perhaps in a dismissal, hoping perhaps the pre-fire can catch someone off guard. There it goes. finally vacates, and look at how quickly VSB are trying to hunt down Depecho. They'll have information that this is a player on low HP. Unfortunately for them, it's just too far away. Cut out the mix, and that's going to be a Vandal at least that they can save into this next one.
Yeah, something to play through. Perpetual going to be the one on that Vandal hazard. As for VSB, good start to their attacking half. I mean, 2 rounds in a row. You win out the rifle round of your opponents, and now you're going to dismantle their economy. It's all about rolling with this momentum now and making sure to keep your opponents on the ropes.
UPV are always going to struggle at least a little bit to get the most out of this setup on their defenders' side, especially without the Cypher. Like I said before, the fact that they're absent means that the spy cam setups that you can be playing for these nades, these slow combos, is a lot more difficult from a turret.
Yeah.
Immediately VSB taking all around.
I was going to say, this is deja vu all over again. With the way that they've been able to just manipulate A and how quickly UPV have been able to clear out the rest of the space as the players move up on towards ramp. Chuvi pushes Piotr, Jagroldi coming up now, and then somehow the frags fall in the way of UPV. Well, back to a 3 versus 3. There's a res available, but it's more about that spite code.
It's a very open plant right now, just looking to posture into a different position, perhaps even take the fight inside the dark cover. Pepecho, that is the rifle, making light work of Yorda, and now it's a player advantage for these defenders.
Oh, the blast packing in. It's 1v1. It's all up to Tommy, but it's Chuvi that wins it out, Hazza. I can't believe it. Just gives it up at the wrong moment in time. The engagement's just not advantageous at all.
Yeah. You can see there in the 3v3 as well, you have Yarda trying to take a more aggressive fight, but like you mentioned, it's unsupported. Try and find a way to make a crossfire. If you want to take ramp control, bring a friend along with you, right? You know, double date, take them down. It's just that kind of stuff that you need to be thinking about. The plant is incredibly open for them as well. So, you know, you can invite UPV to be taking those duels. Looking at VSB now as well, they have these ultimates to be working with.
UPV, one off a few of their own though, had to make that one off 3 of them. 3 decent ones as well. Oh, I like this though. It's going to be a quick take in towards B, very execute focused. The only problem is Piotr's being caught. Can they get a showstopper off? Yes, they can. A descending jet gets punished, and so does a KG trying to trade out. It's gunfights left, right, and centre. It's turning into deathmatch central at this point. But the only thing is though, it's fell in the hands of UPV.
Just trying to peek up Piotr, bobs the head and gets taken out. Here is the flank. That's late to the party, but with how they're playing exclusively through Heaven, they've conceded the spawn position. There is that expectation from Kerlele to just take care and worry that Hasa could be making an approach, whether it's through the spawn side or more the site itself. And there we have it. Nicely done. UPV up to a 4th. Those ultimates, like you said, starting to rear their head from the shadows. And the resurrection available, getting close to even the showstopper as well. So nicely done.
Not only that, though, you've also got to think about how VSB's economy is going to start to look, how it's going to start to, I guess, I was going to say develop, but it's not even developing. It's, what would you call it? Develop?
Stagnating, right?
Yeah.
It's more backwards than anything else. And, yeah, I don't think anything that ends in velop really works in that instance. You're seeing the operator brought in here as well for UPV. That's a development, a progression in terms of the power they have behind themselves. And immediately the follow-up is to just place the barrier orb. With the lack of weaponry that VSB have, you don't even really challenge this. You just simply have to respect it. A setup on A,
right there.
With all the Killjoy utility, and then the operator's now rotated into the B. Whichever way you go, there is nothing favorable to be had. No positives to take from this round.
Yeah. They're finding it really, really tough. As all the players are just sat outside of the barrier orb waiting for it to drop.
You just have to hope that UPV are going to get impatient here and do something stupid, play through the numbers, and try and cause some issues. They've at least secured vent control.
Yeah, and they're going to try and use that as a way to find their way in towards the A site. But the problem is they're peeking out into the off and everything else that goes bump in the night for this A site. There's more things to find, and that more things is going to be in the form of Jarda. Unfortunately, Perpetual can't find the rest of them. But look at this, VSB are just running in towards what is a Predator with their mouth open. It's snapped shut, and it will be UPV to find 5.
Yeah, they're so quick on the rotation. Even the nano that comes in towards spawn there is fairly expected. They can just walk past it with ease. The operator posts up, and yeah, that's the round. 5-2. This is a big one. Ultimates on the board for both teams. Their investment pivotal as to how this pans out. Paramount, you could say. And dealing with this operator now is a threat that VSB need to try and find a way to contain. And you have to be looking at Stonirko's utility in meeting that end.
Oh, the op's going to push through the boombot, looking to clear them out. The thing is, though, he's paranoid, and even Perpetual gets out with one more.
The flash is there. I mean, I'm slightly surprised that we don't see the fault line come through, but I mean, they know about this operator now. What is the reaction? Is it quick mid-space? Is it just a full A pivot? It certainly seems to be the case, but Perpetual is hot on the heels and already prepared for anything that could be laying in wait. I think the big gap with this defensive setup currently in the Killjoy is that sole alarm bot towards ramp. It's very isolated. You could quite easily crunch through spawn here with how the players have found themselves closed in towards mid.
No, Rulio's going to find this really tough to hold the site by themselves. Already being in towards a gunfight, finds one. More players, more to come through, but peeks out in towards the middle of sight and finds himself at a really bad spot. Spike's being planted open. This is carnage. Chaos even. Showstopper finds another. There's even a res in the advantage firmly in UPV's favour.
Great showstopper there from Chuvi as well to just thread the needle and sink it over the top. The round slowly submerging for VSB underneath UPV. The weight of 1,000,000 hands as they just bear on down. Pepe Cho on the operator has looked so good for this defensive half. And that is just textbook. Really, there's no other way to place it.
Yeah. That's exactly it, and it's just a situation that you find yourself in. A lot of spots or a lot of moments in the round, Hazard, where there is a question mark on it. Rulilo, I mean, peeking out in towards the middle of sight, planting open without having control. It's just simple things like that can cost you the round.
I understand the peak from Rulio somewhat. I mean, yeah, it is a slight overextension, but all of the Killjoy utility being used up and only seeing Piotr fly in with how they can bypass everything with a double satchel. You have to be slightly aware if there's anyone else there, but like you mentioned, yeah, some ever so slight lapses that can be punished by VSB. Unfortunately for them, UPV have been pretty airtight, and as I said before, this operator's doing big work, and look, when you're going for those kind of solo fights again that Piotr's doing unsupported, you're never winning them out.
No, this defensive side has such a good read, and not only that, good hold of the choke points.
Yeah.
And they're beginning to choke out VSB's control of the map once again. Here comes the op, and now the players are funneled through main.
Yeah.
And the players of the UPV are ready for it.
Yeah, this is sort of like the half investment as well that we're seeing come through. Really, there, Paranoia just denies the beak. Hassa followed up on. Tommy can get the spike down, but it's a 5 versus 1. Pepecho's already there. You've used up your ultimate, and for what? Another lost round. 7-2. Advantage is the Spaniards.
It's not only that, the Spaniards just continuously going with the momentum, and it's not even as if like they've been using ultimates, that things have been getting close. They just have. Again, it's just a read of the map and the way that they're playing it. Now they have, for instance, if they go to a disadvantage, a lockdown to get themselves into sight. They've got, I mean, the Omen ultimate from the shadows for quick rotates. Even the Bladestorm of Perpetual feels the pressure.
We've not seen any timeouts from either of these teams yet. I mean, UPV certainly used them before. Here we go again. Double satchel in. There's a stun. They've taken the space, but at the cost of a fair amount of that utility. I mean, Raze is probably going to have better impact from the damage that she can output on the paint shells, for example. But I mean, look exactly what it is that UPV have to work with coming into this retake. They can just group up and have not expended anything just yet. Brilliant trade on the op. So 4 versus 4.
Well, the Bladestorm comes out just to deny or be able to thrive in the close engagements. Already dipping out Perpetual. Obviously accurate while it's moving, but not going to be accurate anymore. In fact, not even going to get a chance to. Lockdown now invested, the pressure on. And look where the spike is. The spike's at the back of sight. The player that's on towards the wall, that being the Sage, is going to feel the pressure. The rest of them are out on towards main, but the gunfight's not quite working out. You've detained one of the players. You need to get in really low, but the time is low. In fact, the time is gone.
Yeah, look at the supportive play from Stanirko as well. Moving up in towards Heaven, repositioning, taking out any players that would have been moving through. You have the operator potentially recycled there as well, no? Deciding a better of it. And on Split, I think it's one of the harder maps to get value from on your attacking half, in fairness. But yeah, I mean, you even have the nanos there later on. It's just really nice trades towards the ramp position more than anything else. VSB actually holding on to it, having a concrete post plant, extra layers to how they want to approach it, not just simply funneling into the site, sitting, perching up, stagnating, waiting for UPV to make their move, putting themselves, you know, in that advantageous position, having win conditions more than anything else.
The fact that all those ultimates were used up, I mean, a lot of those would be win conditions, Hazza.
Yeah, exactly that. Here is another one of them. Rolling Thunder in. This is going to be a great supplement to the double satchel. And finally, the result is there. Piotr can confirm a kill. But yet again, I said when you're double satcheling in, the rest of the team gets hung out to dry from time to time. And that seems to being the case. Piotr finds another one to just ease that pressure. 2 versus 3, but they're still set on this execute and maybe thinking better of it as Kalele finds an additional kill.
Barrier are being used to get themselves on towards site. What to talk about later, but Piotr has found himself a chance. Still Sage versus Sage, slower, denying any way of getting out. The spam not quite working through here. Is he Kalele just walking slowly? Don't want to give away themselves too much. Still spamming through. Obviously got an idea of where this player actually is. As they peek out, it's not going to work out. The spam is wild. The spray is wild. That's going to be number 8 for UPV.
Building on that defender's side of advantage. 8 rounds for them now is looking pretty good. And it must be said, at this point in time, UPV are just continuing to roll forward with this momentum. VSB rolling with the punches. It's, you know, the 2 ends to the attack, and this has to be a comment made about whatever UPV's attack looks like, because you have 2 duelists, it's the double dive, they can create a lot of space, they can cover a lot of ground, but for VSB, with it just being Piotr, you need much better follow-up, and it's so difficult to do that when the player is just double satcheling in, and you even see it on that round as well, right? It's a very quick shutdown, and then into the retake, like there's nothing additional to it. Do you know what I mean? They're so restricted yet again.
Oh, these satchels have been unreal from Piotr. Just unfortunate, not able to capitalize upon it.
Like, it's exactly as I put it. They go flying in, no follow-up. I mean, there's some utility there in support, but that's the only proxy that you have. You're locked out the site. I mean, UPV haven't had to expend anything to do this. And Perpetual just posts up with the op. Needs to worry about Stanirko up close when this smoke will dissipate, and there we have it.
Oh, there's a couple more bullets wild. These 50-50 gunfights need to be pulled more towards VSB's favour. It's not going to be the case as they slowly walk through, and look at this, they only just giving themselves up. It is absolutely surgical. 9-3 the scoreline. I mean, UPV done more than enough on the defensive half, and now it comes down to the pistol.
That one, it just felt like walking into target practice more than anything else. I just don't want to sugarcoat it, basically. You have one player TPing through, the follow-up not really there. The double satchel as well, like you said, it's flashy, it's cool. Piotr's obviously been watching a few flights videos, but even at that point in time, it's all about the follow-up. Like I mentioned, now they're going to be feeling more comfortable if you can pick up the pistol round, because the utility is definitely there for them. The breach will be giving premium stall. We need to see just a better coordination in tandem from UPV, because they don't have initiation to work with. They've solely got to rely on, realistically, you know, that paranoia, perhaps some smoke coverage, and the Jet and Raze working together.
We've seen some nice satchels of their own from UPV, and they've taken C site completely. No engagement whatsoever. VSB want to play for a retake.
Yeah, fully for the retake. What does the post plant look like? Barrier orb goes towards spawn. The plant, a little bit deeper, viewable from heaven. If there might be, there are nanos on towards it. You still have this ramp position from Relio.
They're looking to play through the extremities, but the only problem is trade's not there. Although they try to take CT in response, but the main spot is already there. The player's taking this out, and well, UPV completely punished. They like the ideas, but the execution has not great at all.
No, definitely wasn't. They perhaps tried to fight a little bit too much. I mean, Rulio there, yeah, it works, but the smoke dissipates in heaven, and then you've got the players already coming back through, causing you issues. You really need like 2 people within the site being able to hold on to that, and it becomes porous in the end, like a cheese with so many different holes that you need to worry about plugging. Right? Not exactly a block of cheddar, a little bit more of a. I've completely forgotten what it's called. Not Edam. I literally had it earlier on.
Yeah, Emmental.
Emmental, that's the one, exactly. Emmental, perfect. A little cheesy line from me there as we now head into the next. And but really, we are just looking towards what this bonus is for VSB, how many guns they can keep. Is there anything left for them in this game? Are we going to get a competitive match, or can UPV... Have they already done what was asked of them?
Well, at the end of the day,
first half.
Well, we're not quite at the bonus yet, though, has it? The anti.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, right? You've got to look at how many guns they can carry through.
I understand that. Perpetual already coming in. I was just saying, but now, oh, what a shot!
Wow!
Now the upgrade's there. It's all about how much Perpetual can get out of this possession, and can pull out more apparently. Now UPV looking to play through this jet, swaps over the Spectre just because of the higher HP, but it doesn't work out. Now the spike's being planted, only one person advantage. There is, I was going to say that it was heals. Yeah. There is. They could potentially bring the players back up online. That's exactly what happens. As they now push in towards the stack, it's all about trading down towards the end of the round, and that's exactly what happens. Perpetual now has to hit the head, but misses out. You're talking about a healthy bonus. That did not look like a healthy anti-eco, Hazard.
No, it definitely wasn't, right? That's what I'm saying. Whatever guns you can carry through from this round will be an asset. It's only going to be the Bulldog and the Ghost for Hazard in this situation. Would Hazard JC have found more? Who knows? Look, I'm not in the server. There's a reason why I'm casting and not playing. But yeah, like you said, like Perpetuo goes absolutely nuclear there on the Sheriff. Unfortunately for them, in losing out on those fights in screens, the one weapon that they had picked up ends up disappearing. And from that point onwards, you're so restricted in your post plant in the site that it's going to be a real uphill battle, even if you do have numbers from that position. Now into this one, it's a full set of rifles, heavy shields. Like, happy days if you're UPV.
Oh, Piotr's just waiting to bust out at an opportune time. There's no support as well. This is going to be completely untraded to the Sage.
It's being held on to. Yeah, exactly. It's a false sense of security. What? Hello? Nice kill found. That's only going to be one, but a great follow-up from Hassar onto the turret. Now the numbers are with VSP again. Might not have the guns, but, you know, there are some upgrades.
Certainly is. Graldi already thinking about this swing, and Jarda's just there. Easy pickings potentially on towards the Sage, depending on how the gunfight goes, obviously. But now let's look at what UPV are looking to do in the mid round, though, Hazard.
Yeah, off angle on the Sheriff. Maybe invited to take a peek. I mean, Graldi, very, very tentative about this. Wants to take ramp control so that they can move in from vent. The shot's coming through. Oh, that's so far wide of the mark. Jarda not quite finding just enough. Shrouded step to move away. Chuvi actually doesn't really want to follow this up. They're just using it as a pump fake, and they will pivot onto this B.
Right there.
Yeah, not only that, Stomir's seen the Omen retreat. That could be enough time to call the rotate, and it is.
Telegraphed it. Yeah, they know all about it. The plant is really open, though, and both of these dive players that took so much space in mid earlier, now actually they just fully separate. One towards heaven, one late on the flank, lockdown coming through, and Perpetuo's already in heaven, but only 45 points of health.
Yeah, no, man, this needs to be a big fight. Can't lose out anything. Does so though, but the biggest point is the fact that the Rays won the first fight. Time is now low, and that's going to mean the lockdown goes out. It doesn't catch Chuvy though, and as they tap the spike, my name is Tommy, won't find that player. Geraldi comes in the right time. Perhaps the winning goal, and it is! The ace up the sleeve. It is going to be a royal flush, and perhaps VSB down the pan.
Such a difficult round to lose for VSB. That had to be it. You got the first 2 picks on your bonus. It's a 3v5 situation. But a great adjustment from UPV. A laboured affair in ramp. They wanted to try and push in towards the A, I think, if there was more ground to be taken. You know, with how long it took, the rotation makes plenty of sense. The post decent, open plant. They take the ones on the better guns, and yeah, they win it out. It's an eco for VSB as well. There are a couple of guns there, but far from ideal.
It's not only that though, you look towards the control of the map and it's just continuously relinquished. Jarda can't get the trade, and as the players all go in, they're denied lines of sight hazard. Although they'll be not denied it anymore. As it dissipates, a player walks into the line of sight. At least there's a trade advantage still kept. But it's more about how, I guess, fragile this situation is.
Oh, look at the map control. Really nicely worked from Rulio. Piotr wants to maybe even save, look for exits, look for frags. I mean, all of these players really low, but it's that satchel play again, which just doesn't work. Pepecho finds it 11-5. That's the gun round gone. I mean, I said it was an eco. UPV were the ones coming in with the inferior weaponry. Just the blades for Pepecho to give them a more dynamic edge, and it's a razor sharp one which has sliced them through VSB. That defense a little fragile, and it's only going to get worse for them here on the pistols.
It's just the fact that it's so easy to dismantle gunfights. Jarda not wanting to swing out, obviously, because could be more than one there, and imagine it was calm that there was. And it's just waiting for that. And again, like for instance, that control of mid, as you were saying, is unreal.
Yeah, Pepecho is like a Pepe, a bouncing frog, just striding through mid, and everywhere they go, they are leapfrogging their opponents. Both of these duelist players doing a great job at just working together. The spacing is nice, the kills are being found. And while I like some of this breach utility to slow things down from VSB, it's not a round that you're expecting them to pick up, and Pepecho is just so aware of every last position. Systematic is the approach, and the execution exactly the same.
So tough as well. I mean, Heaven now going to be tough to get out of without giving away some sort of information. And it is looking like with a 5-2 post plant and 2 sheriffs coming back in. If they could make that, if they could get this done, Hazard, I would buy you the Radiant Entertainment System bundle. That's
really?
how confident. That's how
I'm
confident.
wondering if Hussar has heard that maybe and wants to help a fellow Hussar out. Probably not going to happen. Oh, it gets one through the side of the wall. Okay, I see you. Look, it's not too bad, but unfortunately, it's that participation prize that nobody wants to be picking up here.
Yeah.
As VSB are right on the edge of a tournament exit. UPV, the lower finals, and finally HGI await them in that best-of-3 game. What a matchup that could certainly be. I'm sure that the Germans have been enjoying watching this one so far, but maybe a performance to strike fear in their opponents when you've seen how good UPV have been, just like most of the time, running it down, having good set pieces.
Yeah, that's exactly what's been happening. Not only that, though, look at this. Already clearing out the site with the rocket launcher, the showstopper. Unfortunately, doesn't hit anything from that, but put a bit of fear into the players' hearts.
Look at this open plant as well. You have Geraldi here towards Heaven. It's not actually going to come through because the barrier orbs denied it. The lockdown is in to try and give them the room that they actually necessitate here. Oh no, Staniko can't get it done. The flank comes just about around in time. Piotr keeping them alive. Pepecho 1v2. The star of the show so far for the Spanish team. Minute left on the clock for them to get to work, and now the position is known.
Yeah, Piotr already looking to engage off the back, and Perpetual, I don't even know where they were looking. I think they were trying to get on towards Heaven, and now back on towards the site, trying to juggle between the two angles, not knowing who's going to peek first, but does get the spike and plant safe. A tap to make players move. Nobody wanting to bite at this cherry. Now with the turret gone, Perpetual could escape. Make that
30
Oh. I heard the footsteps in heaven, so now wants to go for a fight and maybe win out. The only problem is this is double layered. There's an alarm bot here as well. Now they know it's got to be a last chance dash towards B in the last chance qualifier and potentially the final round for VSB. Gonna hunt him down. Looked a little worrying before. It's an open plant and the players are separated. Perpetual's going spawn. It all comes down to Hassa. Can they find it? They can indeed. 3 picked up and they stay on the board.
Yeah. Definitely do. And I mean, it's just that open plant that punishes them. Having to fight for that spike back, the engagement's a little bit of desperation, even though there was so much time on the board for UPV. I'm sure they'll make good of it on another round, but it certainly seems like it was struggling.
It's that small change in just putting the barrier orb towards top ramp as well. Like, you don't really see that too often, but the reason why it's done by VSB is because this is an area of the map they've struggled to deal with. It's more of a, if they can't see me, if I can't see them and sort of deal with this issue, then it's not going to become a problem. It's a non-issue after all. Decent work from Perpetual there to try and clutch it out. We've got 6 more opportunities for UPV to close.
And the players are just going straight into it again. Jard are just spraying through the smokes, just worrying about where these players could be. But it's the supporting party that comes through, already taking deep control, the lockdown invested. And while the players try to engage on it, they need to try and get rid of this lockdown. The paint shells landing where they need to, but the issue is, though, there's nothing to follow up on the damage, running straight in, no one actually being detained. It's a 2 versus 3, and they're fighting for their lives. Those lives, though, are being thrown to the wayside. As again, VSB to win the round.
Yeah, VSB doing well when they can funnel players into these areas too. You have the Rolling Thunder now available. It's not the first time that they've gone for a lockdown, and it's been really, really useful in the retake, like a valuable asset for them. We're coming into a bit of a weird ultimate cycle right now between the teams. I mean, you've not got the most ideal accessibility here. The Rolling Thunder will be good for VSB. I mean, both teams have a res. In that res matchup between the Sages, I'm really curious as to what that looks like. Right now, it's just a question of UPV getting some slightly better post plants because they have been struggling on a few of these rounds. More than anything else, they're finding entries, they're finding early advantages. It's just VSB have a brilliant response, and that res and Rolling Thunder are only going to help.
Nice. As the players now look to, I guess, go to more of a default and play this a lot slower rather than the fast executes they've been, I'll be able to allow them to manipulate the map and find those picks that they need.
You have the Sage paired up with the Raze as well. You can pump a lot of util damage if needed. Control on both extremities. Shrouded Step to just disengage from this. And there we have it. An aggressive fight taken by Hassa, but they win out onto Relio. A very early Rolling Thunder. Both players stunned. And Chuvy wins it.
Yeah, but you've got to look towards the KJ here. Moving in towards main as it responds. The issue is they're going to get cleared.
Yeah, they're just looking for the res here. If Hassa drops without finding any more than just the 1 kill they've already picked up, this is really, really worrisome. Kelele taking the fight for what could be the round, but Hassa will claim it themselves.
2v1v4. Bet still up, by the way, Hazza, just so you know. Yeah. And I guess it's not going to happen. Unlucky, mate.
Yeah. Oh, what, the bet for the
bundle?
The bundle. Yeah, I mean, like, you keep sort of dangling it in front of my eyes, but I'm not biting, right? You know, like an anglerfish. And I'm a much smarter fish, perhaps. I don't know what a smart fish would be. Something that I've just realised is Stonia, if you didn't know, is actually used to play for a team called LAN Party Hotel. Used to be that's what LPH is. Yes, LAN Party Hotel. Are they playing in VRC for East right now? Because I know LAN Party Hotel are big in Siege, but I'm gonna be honest, they've not exactly created tidal waves in Valorant before, so I'm not too aware of the roster. I think they are VRC East. Okay, nice. There's some decent teams in VRC East. One of my favourites, Armani Briefs. Incognito. There's some good teams in there. Quality players. In fact, Patatech was on one of those rosters for a while.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. Patatech was in one of those.
Guy just loves the game. That's the important part, right?
Yeah, exactly. And so do we, mate. As we're in towards the site once more, another A hit. Papito, unfortunately not working out. Oh my god, it's a really embodying a Hazard GC moment here as Chubby doesn't know where to look and is being thrown left, right and centre. That's a real comeback for VSB and you don't want this to happen because it's a defending side on split. This could easily be a comeback.
Well, that it could, but not if Aurelio shuts it down with a 4K to finish. Spike out in the open. 10 bullets left. Rez coming through, knows the position, probably wants to fight it fairly early, but it's brought the turret back online for Hassa. Needs to pick up the spike. 4 remaining. 2 would be enough to take out Piotr, and they won't find it. 3 for them. And 3 rounds now between the teams.
That gap now be getting lower and lower. And if your UPV has it, you might start to doubt yourself. And I think that would be the killer blow for them.
Gonna be on the Sheriff buy. 3 players, Light, Sheriff, mixed across the board. Gonna need to see if this can be the X factor for them. Aurelio's even bought into this Phantom here, and I'm wondering whether that might send its way to the hands of Pepetro. In fact, it doesn't look to be the case. Not quite hitting the mark as they were on previous rounds. Mid looking to be the play here. Again, going for that fast updraft play. Seeing if anything is being given on the VSB side. But they've been a lot more reluctant, a lot more patient so far. And it's a look which has bested them well.
It's this mid spot that we need to look for. They have in control. Can it be held? The slow orb goes out. The Sheriff's not hitting. Although there is an opportunity there. The show. Oh god, the paint shell's not quite working out. There is a trade though. An advantage in terms of rifles. Oh no, Rolilo's lost out.
Piotr flying in. Phantom's traded. Now there's no rifle on the board for UPV anymore unless they're able to pick up that one in towards the male position. I think it's a Bulldog actually that finds its way in the hands. Stanirko on the ramp, playing for the spam and looking to just mow them down into the shorty. No bullets on the knife! Groldy finally gets that response. Has a gun. Has an ult. Could go for a rotate here. Pretty much the ball is in their court. If you can twist and mold this malleable 1v3.
30 seconds left.
It's not only that though, they've got full shields as well.
Yeah.
And in terms of these gunfights, this is workable.
Like I said, it's all there. The only problem is 20 seconds left on the clock. This rotate now, almost impossible. Stick or twist, you have to stick the A. The turret is there for the CT play. The cross is being held. Goes for the TP as soon as you tap it. And the player's already inside the site with you. Inside the dark cover. Out comes Hussar. Needs to find the kill and get the plant. Can't do it. And all that VSB have to do now is tuck and hide. They'll give up another kill, but not the round.
Yeah, getting that spike down just for those extra couple of creds could be pivotal in this last round as the players look to invest in towards the heavy shield. Not only that though, Hazza, you look towards the win conditions here for the side of UPV. Rez, lockdown, I mean, showstopper. We're even going to see a formulation of a plan come through in the form of that timeout. Maybe thinking about what they can do differently.
In UPV, you're going to get one more buy round in this game. You know, maybe 2 light investments if you want to go so far as to say it, but all of your chips are going all in on this one, I think. Nice little timeout to think about what you want to do. Perhaps start on some form of a default, create those question marks, gain some kind of map pressure, and then you have a lot to go off in the execute. Lockdown, showstopper, take your pick, right? These double duelists have been good at scaling in, covering a lot of ground. As I said before, it's just in the late round where it seems like UPV are falling short, or even VSB taking early advantages and being able to trade very effectively.
I mean, the site holes have been perfect, and as you said, like the micro synergies between the team, trading out, stuff like that has been working out excellently. Their holds, their denial of space. I mean, as we've been saying, like if you're UPV, that doubt slowly starts to creep in.
Yeah, very quick on the return. I'm wondering if we might get a fake lockdown towards the B play here. I mean, you have this fast A setting up. The spike is there. Both satchels gone for Chuvi. Paranoia in, Rocket out. Paint shells as well. I mean, the positioning of this Omen should be well known. Tommy looking to try and disengage. They've called in this big rotate, but B has been pushed. The issue forced the wall up, and the spike looking to get planted going into the retake. The mid map is so big here, and Stoniko stakes their claim on it. Perpetro falls, and the round could too.
There is the res available, but obviously that's not going to be going to come in anytime soon. Nice response, but the lockdown, obviously, Stoniko pushed in towards deep, and that's going to gain a little bit extra delay. Graldi find an opportunity to dip in between the lines, just saw the eyes, the shoulder of Piatto, and look at this, the showstopper comes through. You could probably find more than one. The spike knocked down, and it's been denied, but at least gets Rolilo, even the hiding in the corner, can't really get much from it.
Managed to find a way out of that somehow. UPV only lose one kill, and Bavecho's been given a second lease at life. Finds Tommy, opens up A, still player disadvantage, but they have numbers in this site. The rotate from the shadows is there. The alarm bot down, elbow known. How quick a VSB on this return?
This is a big round, because if it is lost, then UPV will almost be damned to overtime. Huzzah just walks into the opening, but it's went massive. Now it's up to the two remaining players of VSB to fight back into this. Tooth and nail. Well, there's only two players left. Graldi now in towards Elbow, and Carolili just holding them behind screens. They can easily be spammed up, and they have been. Just waiting for that opportunity to swing, and they will do. One player left on either side. Graldi finally gets over the finish line. Yes, they might be limping, but they are happily going to meet their German opponents.
Battered and bruised, but not done yet. HGI, the opponent that awaits them in the lower bracket final. But what a game from both of those teams. A fantastic resurgence as well. We have to give credit to VSB for how they dealt with their defenders side. As I said, they had the side choice coming into the map. They could very much have started on the defense. Perhaps it was a confidence thing. They wanted to, get the attack out of the way early doors. Of course, the scoreline reflected, how much better they were on the defender side, I think it's fair to say. But yeah, it's unlucky for them, and for UPV, yeah, battered and bruised, but not done yet. One more game awaits them. It's that best of three. We get a look at the deeper map pool, lots to pick apart, and well, not much time to do it.
No, there certainly is not at all. And not only that, you're going into a best of three now. It's going to be pretty tough for them. And not only that, the German opponents are coming up against. I mean, they almost beat the Turkish team as well, and nearly pushed themselves in towards that end. I
think we sort of had like three different contenders for making that upper bracket qualification spot. I think that they could probably go blow for blow, and it would be interesting to see in retrospect what a UPV versus Yeditepe matchup would look like, right? A Spanish versus Turkish matchup, because I think that they're teams who have these really cool set plays and like explosive executes. I think is the big thing to speak about. Like HGI are pretty well drilled in the fundamentals. Like they have a good game from front to back. But for UPV, when they turn up the heat and they go for these fast pushes, I mean, like what they were doing on Split, and the reason why they ran double duel list, like, it looked really, really good.
Yeah, it really did look good. But I think we do have an MVP to be looking at.
We do. As with all of these bigger games as we creep towards the end here, we have an MVP. It's going to be Perpetro. Even on the last round there, I think it would have been as well. Got rezzed, then had huge impact to just help them see it through. And they were chasing shadows for a lot of the latter end, the tail end of that attacking half. 6 entries, 318 ACS, 1.76 KDA. Nothing to be scoffed at, like we've said a few times here already. So I think it's going to be that battle of the duelists as well against HGI and Berserker, seeing what that kind of duel looks like and who's going to be winning out there. I think we're going to be very execute heavy, very retake heavy. Wouldn't be surprised if we get repeats of Ascent, Haven, those kinds of maps that we've already seen. But now we simply just lay and wait.
Yep, we really do just lie and wait for that next matchup, which will be coming very shortly, Hazza.
Yeah, we won't be leaving you to wait too much longer. We're going to go to a break, but when we return, we have the lower bracket final, the final game of the day, a best of three between HGI and UVP.
Damn, Reggie.
Poorly
Fabricated thoughts of judgment in a cluster. Drop kick 'em, drop victim, life living. Don't drop love, it won't get 'em. Drop cops, disband prisons, break it all vicious, free fall. But don't let 'em at all odds with no heart. It's just obvious I can't do all of this now. All of this time got me wondering when I'ma stand on the ground. Cause I've been sitting in a free fall. Don't think I'm ever gonna land. They playing T-ball. I just hit a grand slam. Life is seesaw. And I'm a heavyweight man. Think I'ma lead off in the place I wanna stand. But I've been stranded in the air, hanging out with empty hands. Begging for a chair, at least a place to rest my band. Pushing vocals for Barada. Got no morals, got my partner by my side. Even when I'm acting like a monster. Sorry that I ever got her. I wish I handled you with more heartfelt manners. My manners disappear constant. I blame it all on the world. Think I should focus my posture. No, my position is perfect. Repeat that like a mantra. So self-deceit like a guru. That's how I'm feeling, like constant imposter syndrome. I got that. I'm asking something unlocked and I put myself in the boxes and stack alongside my awkward. Think it's time that we knock 'em and watch 'em topple it over. Yeah, this a free fall. Don't think I'm ever gonna land. They playing T-ball. I just hit a grand slam, think I'ma lead off in the place I wanna stand. For I get stranded in the air, hanging out with empty hands. Yeah, this a free fall, don't think I'm ever gonna land. Life is seesaw, and I'm a heavyweight man. Think I'ma lead off in the place I wanna stand. For I get stranded in the air, hanging out with empty hands. I made some bad decisions, let's call them learning moments. I'm my worst opponent. I said I didn't notice, only cause it hurt to notice. See, it was perfect for a second, till a minute turned a leap year and I couldn't hold it. It's all falling down, I dropped the hurt upon us. See the worst in every person, I'm my surface monster. Only show a half face, swing bashes for the bad days. Get lost at every pathway, someone save me from uncertain somethings. The whole world is broken. Humpty Dumpty got no pieces, he can put it back together. God is mad the weather, how we show his temper. Hurricanes, fires, plagues, and locusts think the world is falling. Someone catch it, please. All these catastrophes got me scared. All the love in me will atrophy. Dissolve the apathy. But think I'd rather be right here in this second. For it all falls down and I'm left with the embers. Yeah, this a free fall. Don't think I'm ever gonna land. They playing T-ball. I just hit a grand slam. Think I'ma lead off in the place I wanna stand. For I get stranded in the air, hanging out with empty hands. Yeah, this a free fall. Don't think I'm ever gonna land. Life is seesaw, and I'm a heavyweight man. Think I'ma lead off in the place I wanna stand. For I get stranded in the air, hanging out with empty hands.
You're like the wind. You're like a butterfly. Need to be seen. You always need to fly. You always leave. You never tell me where. You need the wind, the wind. It always takes you there. Always the same routine in the morning. You always leave me without a warning. Without you here, babe, I'm feeling lonely. Come on and calm down my body, baby. I need your healing now, so don't leave. Spare me this feeling now, but it's okay now, as long as you're here. As long as I know you fly back to me, but it's okay now, as long as you're here. As long as I know you fly back to me. You're like a dream. You're like a waterfall floating downstream. answer the phone, spending the days on my own, then repeats this for weeks to come. I don't care what I miss, 'cause my life is dismissed. I keep searching for my bliss. It took days to finally start writing songs, but now it's begun. I go oh, 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 I go oh, 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 I sing along. I keep pushing myself now, deeper I knew sound more than ever before. Keeps repeating my phrases to see if it changes rules I've gone before. Like I couldn't get over, couldn't get over, couldn't get over you. Couldn't get over, couldn't get over, couldn't get over you. I go oh, 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 I go oh, 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 I sing along. But the look in your eyes when you told me goodbye is the one thing on my mind. It took days to finally start writing songs, but now it's begun. I go oh, 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 I go oh, 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 I sing along. I keep pushing myself now, deeper I knew sound more than ever before. Keeps repeating my phrases to see if it changes rules I've gone before. Like I couldn't get over, couldn't get over, couldn't get over you. Couldn't get over, couldn't get over, couldn't get over you. I go oh, 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 I go oh, 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 I sing along. I go oh, 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 I go oh, I sing along.
Ay, 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 ay. Look, baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, it ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you? Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, it ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you? Big flex, my swole up. Double cup and I'm pulled up. Hating like hold up. What's the problem? I'm pulled up. Big flex, my swole up. Hard body, they fold up. Shorty say I done glowed up. Double text on my phone up. With your boy, I'm the man of the year. I'm not a fan of your peers. Serve him with fate, I'ma hand him the shears. He not the man of your peers. Heart of a lion, I'm trampling fears. I love the man in the mirror. Cry me a river to stand in the tears. You better stand in the clear. I'm going crazy, fugazi. How would they ever go with a kid? Put it on, baby. It do not faze me, boy. I do not get what you did. Eating that kitty, she stuck to my rib. How can I trust him? He the pigs. Bro got a Glock and a couple of C's. He think about splitting a couple of wigs. Shotty my DNA all real. Sweatsuit, all heel figure. And I ain't even got to deal with you. If I ain't never split a bill with you. I got Hennessy and horchata. Baby girl wearing nada. Growing from a cider. Bad robe in his Prada. Fiji water by the cold glass. Granddaddy by the Ziploc. Flex season, I'm road running. I'm staying all on my tip top. Young man with an old mind, so I ain't worried about slight. I be up till sunrise. I'm staying out on my night shift. I got a bottle of bourbon, a bundle of hundreds. I'm jiggy, I'm flexing it. Figured I hit it and quit it. I'm busy, I ain't got the minutes for texting it. Came from the gutter with me and my brother. I'm moving my mother right out of the city. I'm a star and they know I go hard, so I'm kissing them babies and signing them. Gold blinging like Chingo, rock star like Ringo. Checks coming in back to back, I'ma line them up like bingo. Oh, I think that they like me, they be all on my wood tip. Not a stain on my white tee, I'm popping all of this good. Big flex, my swole up, double cup and I'm pulled up. Hating like hold up, what's the problem? I'm pulled up. Big flex, my swole up, hard body they fold up.
We are back with a lower bracket final prepared. In many ways, it feels like a grand final here in the last chance qualifier for Amazon University Esports Masters Valorant. I am Hazard JC, joined alongside Cairo Casts on the cast yet again. And we have UPV versus HGI, two teams which we've already seen quite a lot of, Cairo. What are your expectations coming into this one from both?
Well, my expectations is going to be good fundamental Valorant. Both of these teams have a good grasp on what they need to do. We've seen some pretty decent maps from them. Both have played Haven, and both of us showed us exactly what to do on there. Maybe a little bit eyes in towards a deeper map pool there for the Spanish side. So we'll see how that continues when we get in towards this veto.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what the veto looks like specifically, because this is our first best of 3 matchup that we're getting treated to. We've been all best of 1s at this point in time and only seen 3 maps in the 4 or 5 different ones that have actually presented themselves on stream, mainly being Ascent and Haven. Those maps which are fan favorites, I think, quite consistent picks of comfortability. A little bit more, I think, is demanded here in the best of 3, and at the very least, we will be getting a repeat of those maps and maybe a split. Maybe that we do just get the same 3 maps the whole way through. That's not going to be the case. Pearl, Ascent, and Lotus is the scores on the doors.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost expected. Surprised that we never actually got a Haven, to be honest, between these two, Hazard, considering how both of them like to play earlier in the best of 1. But as we move in towards this best of 3, we now get to see, I guess, a higher priority of what these teams want to play.
I think the HGI bans somewhat reflect the strengths of UPV. They've banned out Split and then Haven, so the 2 maps which we've seen played by UPV on stream. Absolutely zero reason in their minds, I suppose, to be trying to prepare around VODs that have only just gone up or are barely available to you to try and work from. So Pearl, Ascent, and Lotus is the veto. With Ascent being that middle ground that we sometimes speak about, it can be a very interesting one going through if UPV take their first pick, of course, of Pearl. They'll be starting on the defense for that one.
Yeah, I think the Pearl map will be somewhat interesting. It's not a map that is considered even in terms of It's not a map that people are considered to be even in terms of preparation for it, but it's certainly a map that has been very popularised and certainly has been quite fleshed out, especially amongst that tier 2 MC.
Yeah. The ideas that you can run on Pearl, obviously not completely set in stone. There are a few different sort of meta games that present themselves there. Double walls, of course, being a really strong one, but not a composition or a style that we've seen any of the teams play today, and perhaps not the expectation that we have of UPV or HGI as well, especially with how execute heavy they are. I guess coming into the retake, it could be pretty good. We're seeing some different ideas floated here, but I believe we are just being trolled. From the picks that we do have selected, however, yeah, UPV, they want to go for something a bit different. The controller for them this time is going to be the Astra, and we're seeing Berserker go for the Phoenix, a very interesting comp with a double duelist Phoebe also picking the Jet.
I don't know if I like this HGI comp, Hazard. There's a lot of holes in it. That solo initiator of Dew there is going to, I think, struggle somewhat. Usually we see the Sky being that solo initiator just because of what you can get out of the Trailblazer and the double flashes in terms of information as well. But I guess the Prowlers on the Fade just don't have that much range as what the Trailblazer does.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to make a counter argument here and say I don't wholly dislike the comp. I think yet again, we said these teams very execute heavy. Double duelist with Viper solo controller. Their expectations definitely there that it's going to look quite similar. You're in many ways playing that Phoenix as your secondary initiator, having the flashes, building into the run it back every sort of 3 rounds or so, either by finding a kill, a death, or picking up one of those ultimate orbs. So very excited to see how that plays out in practice. And then the Gecko on the UPV side. In terms of the defense, it's a little bit more retake heavy, but even at that point, when you flip the sides over, it's all about the power creep, recycling the utility as much as possible, being regenerative in your efforts and getting the most out of what his kit can provide.
Yeah, that Phoenix need to be farming those orbs. Has it looking to control the mains, but we're not seeing that at all. Straight away in towards that mid spot, and I mean arc control it's pretty much been given up. All you need to go is go and destroy that turret that's up on the box.
It's quite passive control. You have the turret there for the first contact. Geraldi getting ready to play from the back of it. In comes the first incision, but they've been instantly held at bay by this Nebula. The fact that the turret contact's not even been hit yet means that if this isn't fully dealt with by HGI, it could pose a problem later in the round.
Corrali already feeling that pressure coming through. The wall not placed right, and the players allowed to get in safely towards lane. Oh no. As the players go elsewhere, look towards what UPV are looking to do, and they're isolating fight after fight. Geraldi now still in towards Connector, even has a gravity well to support. The wingman now coming in, the utility just being thrown at lane, and it has just been a complete stall out for HGI here.
Nice shot from Perpetuo. Puts him a little too far astray. That's 3 for him now on the round. Berserker looking to make their way out, but even if you do, it's without the possession of that spike. 20 seconds or so left on the clock, even if you deduct the plant from it. And this one's looking all but done. I mean, HGI looking that they have that priority towards mid control, try to take some jewels there, but yeah, they didn't deal with the art setup fully. They walk into a crossfire. It's well dealt with by UPV, and they take the pistol.
Yeah, it is, and not only that, it's the defensive side, slight bias towards that, like it is on towards Ascent. There's nothing really to take away from. The only thing to take away from is Perpetual has decided that they are going to be taking a lot of lives in this server, Hazard.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we can certainly anticipate that coming through as well with how dominant they've been in some of the previous games, putting up some real hallmark statistics now on the Marshal. Full set of Spectres. This is a very, very standard buy-in from UPV. And HGI want to test this mid area yet again. Now, the Barrier Orb is going to restrict them even further. It's this art control that they struggled with last time, and they're going to attempt it again.
Already a response from Geraldi. Gets one, dips out. That's enough for them. Don't want to, I guess, tempt the devil any longer. As they try to move through, though, Geraldi begins to cut them down more on terms of the Dizzy being thrown forward, but they're just throwing themselves in towards these SMGs, Hazard.
Yeah, just taking different positions each time, folding back round on round, stationing themselves deeper and deeper. It's flawless in the end. Even the site under control there with Rulio just holding onto it and getting a nice peek on towards the art, just crunching from both ends. And yeah, HGI, not much expected of them there. Only a single kill found at this point in time. Even with the numbers and the issues that you can cause for UPV, they're going to need to increase their efforts a little bit here on the rifles, because if we see more of the same, then you're starting to get pretty worried.
Yeah, you really are starting to worry a lot about the issues, the Viper wall being put down. It's not one that's used for looking through the site. It's one being used to execute upon.
I mean, with the solo controller, these executes can be quite telegraphed from HGI, so UPV, I'm not going to read into it too heavily, but there are quite a few players that, I mean, in fact, they don't have to read into it. They already have the information. The writing's on the wall. The A control is firmly theirs through Perpetuo, and as that rotate comes in,
look at the stall.
They are well set up for it.
Yeah, it's not only that, the stall's perfect, Julian. The slow orbs, the gecko molly. I mean, if they decide to go towards A, which already we can see the spike moving there, I mean, this Viper wall is wasted, and they're going to be going in towards head-on gunfights with an Astra at their back.
No smokes, and that lack of art control as well, splitting in into the last minute or so. It quite frankly has to be B. I mean, you're seeing A get tested at least towards A main, and they might look for some form of a fake here, but the player numbers for UPV as it stands, not exactly dwindling. Yeah, they're on Spectres, but still so much util that has not been baited out, and finally they go through.
Oh, dashing straight in, it's Tackett to get the first. Phoebe also helping out. Garaldi just found a chance there, but managing to get through. Now, as we see the spam being returned, that's going to be Garaldi to get one back. 3 versus 4, but look at this. Oh, the Phoenix was vulnerable for a second. You thought it could have been done. 2 players low on HP. The Sage coming back in.
If hull control can be established here, there are upgrades to be found and weapons for players that could be taken out. I mean, they're so low at this point. The Phoenix has gone for the self-heal. In comes Kalele, but it's just them by themselves. A 1v3 for Chuvi. More damage coming out the barrel of the Spectre. The wingman onto the spike to fake a little bit of something, but that is all it is. Rarely a semblance. And the team ace will be the round for HGI.
Yeah, it certainly is. And yeah, good round all in all. I mean, there's not much to talk about other than the stall that UPV were able to conduct there in terms of utility hazard, and then on top of that, the fact that HGI just waited it out.
Yeah, they bided their time. They cut noise. As I said before, there's that expectation that when you only have the Viper, you place your wall so early. That's what the execute is going to look like, and it's not even the case that they've been, like placing it on B on this round when they're heading towards A. It's just going to be a late investment of the wall, and nothing really put down to chance for UPV. Perpetuo on the operator, given a chance to move into position in sight. Doesn't have the dash, and the Hawk will hold them at bay. There's a lot of stall here on the nanos as well.
Already the jet in towards the cubby position, but lost a lot of HP for that control hazard. Put out those mollies left, right, and centre. Tackett finding Chuvi. Going to be a big loss of utility, but not only that, it's the map control that's most important. And in terms of map control, it's all in HGI's favour right now. Holding the choke points, the spike goes down, and now we're into a 4 versus 3 post plant.
Yeah, barely any HP left on the jet player. Not much on Michael. The 2 stationed inside the site. There's the spam swept off their feet. Kelele takes it. Slow trying to just funnel through the window, but it doesn't happen. They still know that there's someone tucked here, and they'll look to clear it out. They won't! Phoebe finds 2, and so do HGI. The scoreline now tied.
Yeah, 2-2 the scoreline now between these 2 teams. And yeah, I mean, on top of that, just the control that they were able to get and isolated gunfights. Chuvi finding himself isolated in towards Art leaves the opportunity for HGI to really establish the control of the site.
Yeah, they just had the numbers coming into the retake as well. Like, you tried to shut them down on the site, but the closest player in proximity to those nanos as they open up is Perpetuo, and he's holding on to an operator. It's so difficult to get that done, and even with how low Phoebe was, there's a chance with the shorty you can pick him up at that kind of range, but yeah, it didn't happen. Toxic screen up on B, there's nobody in that position, so they don't even know that it's been placed. Instead, UPV just hole up inside mid, and it's likely a retake that's pretty heavy on the flank end.
Now as the players head in towards the site, it's all about taking this deep control, holding it, because that Viper wall is going to drop and the spam's there.
Down B.
I mean, this wall, with it being so restricted, you're conceding that space in the backside. You don't know if the spam could come through. It does, and it drops the planter.
Yeah, Perpetual gets on towards Berserker. There we go. Now the players just begin to fall,
reset.
and they are really starting to decay in the numbers. That's exactly it. Tackett now left to do what needs to be done with a Vandal in hand. UPV wait for the smokes to drop to find what they have got left. And well, there it is. Left up a spring chicken, a thrifty round there for UPV.
Yeah, Perpetuo definitely has a spring in their step, flying over the nebulas with that Blaze Storm, and now sufficient credits to reinvest, repurchase the operator, which has suited them well at times. Like I said before, not ideal when you had the nanos up and they were trying to defend the A. I'm curious to see as to how that's going to work this time around. It was a few instances where we saw them fighting for A main control as well. I mean, really, UPV are either playing one person here or not playing it at all, and I think we might see a similar scenario in this round.
Well, the players, oh no, the op moves up, not even supported by the Gecko or anything, Hazard.
Yeah, I mean, just we're looking to dash out with the operator. The timing's completely off more than anything else. Pepetro wasn't aware that they could be up so close, and now they head into the site.
As they head in towards the site, the players now. Oh, okay. Oh, the molly's come through. Let's actually force the players into an awkward spot. 2 players left, and oh, how it makes that one. They still have plenty in their pockets to get this over the line. Spikes is still to go down, and well, Fabi will just swing wide.
Yeah, hits the mark. Nicely done. 3 apiece. These teams going tit for tat, even on the rounds where they quite simply, don't have the best of setups. I mean, Phoebe there on the blades, yeah, you anticipate them to get good value and the rest of the guns. UPV should have been well prepared to deal with that threat. Like I said, Perpetuo just wasn't entirely aware that the players could be up as close as they were. And I think these are just the small details. The devil is in the details, of course. That you need to pay attention to when you're a Jet. It's all about your timings, knowing when you can engage, when you can disengage, what the movement looks like. And right now, both of these players going very close in terms of their impact in that department.
Lockdown, obviously, a big factor that could be used. Not only that, though, there's plenty of big factors. Viper's Pit. I mean, you've also got the Thrash there, Cosmic Divide. I mean, both of these teams have pretty good cards to be playing in this round.
Yeah, I think I somewhat prefer what UPV have here too, as well, with that Thrash in towards a Pit, for example. Trading out on a Lockdown. As I said before, good retake utility if you can make the most of it. I think right now, UPV aren't fully utilizing this Gecko. They could be doing some very early flashes, like a Sova player, for example. You want to be sending your first recon right at the spawn barrier, just so that you have some early information if there isn't some kind of a setup. And that lack of information means that this hit is coming through incredibly late, and by the time it does, there's already hall control established. HGI will pop the pit and set up for post.
Yeah, it's not even that. The whole position that Phoebe's been able to grab has been perfect. Still more delay coming through in the form of this lockdown, everything. But the kitchen sink being thrown at this round, which you may have a little bit of an eyebrow raise at, especially the way that Perpetual's tried to rescue that rifle. Not only that, Berserker's just got aggressive right in towards the lane spot. They're looking to save these rifles now, and that's exactly the call.
Yeah, they will be. It's going for the save angle. I mean, if this was a 4v4, invest the Thrash, maybe go for it, right? You can clear out that pit. But yeah, Perpetuo sees a gap, tries to go for it, but you need to at least be pre-aiming the corner before you go ahead and pick up the rifle. So unlucky for them, I guess. Maybe more just an oversight. I think it's fair to say. You also anticipate HGI to be holding on to that space hall, which they were able to pick up really quickly, by the way. I mean, we both highlighted it there. When you don't have the early information that this UPV side are incredibly lacking right now, no aggressive turret, for example, not using the Dizzy to find this early info, it's going to be really restricted in how you're able to defend that site, especially when the Sentinel player isn't there.
It's always been this pressuring through mid that HGI have been going for, but they're switching up this round in particular and just going straight towards A, executing through there. And the response from UPV is actually to clear through mid, Hazza, which might leave this KG a little bit isolated.
Yeah, and I actually really like this read from UPV. No toxic screen towards B means that most likely it's going to be an A, or at least there's some form of mid presence. They just completely vacate the site and have a brilliant stack here to try and work with. The Nightfall's not hit anyone, the flash has come out, and Kelele takes the first, the second, and the third from the Nano Swarm.
Even if Thrash has come in, they've invested everything into responding to this, and the response is there. The rifles saved through from the last round have worked out, and you can't separate these two, and there's barely a wedge in between them.
I think that is a bit of a watershed round for UPV though, and for HGI as well. I think it should be, because you look at what their setups have been on these last few rounds. No Viper Wall instantly before the spawn barriers, it's an A hit. Viper Wall B, it's a B hit. There's been absolutely zero variation, fluctuation in what that attacking default looks like because they're only running one controller. We've also really not seen that same prioritization for the run it back that maybe we were expecting on the Phoenix. They're going to take main control here and try to do it. But you know, as I said before, UPV being a little more clairvoyant here, thinking a couple steps ahead.
That's a nice Viper's orb all the way to the back of site. Spike is there on towards A main. There's a couple bits of spam. Mid is going to be a big contention point, and the Gecko just continuously re-clearing it or trying to hold on towards that.
Yeah.
Barrier Orb just shutting down the arc control.
They've not dealt with it just yet. There's an immediate trade. Berserker will fall. The run it back now available. They've taken the orb in this round, but unfortunately, that is all that goes with them. In terms of ultimates, UPV have the bulk of the bread to work with. And it's a good position to be in if you're them right now. I mean, it's quite a passive setup. Graldi just needs to be careful in dugout. Other than that, shouldn't be too much to worry about. But as soon as Fibby finds that kill, the whole map opens up for them.
That was because the Gecko went to try and recollect the wingman. Spike down, 30 seconds left, and now Graldi fighting for the life on towards the site, and they do so effectively. Prowler isolates him, blinds him up. And not only that though, Azza, they've gained the advantage.
There's a lockdown in play. Relio, if they want to be the hero, could certainly do it. Sees over the top. Ju trying to peek, offering themselves up, and that's some information on this positioning. Nano coming in, and now almost immediately, Relio knows where both of these players are. The lockdown should be going off because they can't challenge it. They'll get flushed back towards main, and on low HP, there's a definite chance this could be workable.
It's not like that though. Spike is planted for them. And there's a couple of pings just in case there was anything to go out. Nice haunt. Really trying to get aggressive there. There goes the alarm bot to give away some information, but nothing there. Just holding the cross, one peeking one by one. You know what the other is, but it's going to be a safe call because the time is so low.
Yeah, Relio really wanted to get at least a half stick there. I love the turret from them. They put it wide to the right so it clears the player from the right side of main as they peek through. But then, you know, yeah, it's just as soon as the haunt comes out, you have to shoot it. They know you're not on the spike. Like, it's such an unworkable position, really. But a valiant effort from the Killjoy player. And we go again. Both of these teams up close. But with Perpetuo on this op, they've not found too much from it thus far. This needs to change that if they want to maintain this gap as sort of being a level scoreline and HGI not run away with things. The run it back is now available for them, of course.
The Sage up close and personal on towards those double doors. I thought it was actually because the barrier up had been invested, but no, it's not. As for the main, this is going to be a big contention point if Graldi can get a pick.
And look at this variation we're seeing on the Killjoy utility as well. You've got the turret for the arc contact yet again. But this time around, the nanos and the alarm bot have been pressed more towards that cubby position that we see HGI like to move in from. So, not sure this is going to be something that they're too aware of. Has to be thinking about this run it back though, and what kind of value that can deliver.
Well, the run it back is going straight. And already the engagement's fallen in favour of UPV here, Hazza.
Growly towards the backside. This toxic screen actually gives a lot of room for the defenders to work with. Tried to throw the Dizzy over the top of it, but it hasn't worked out. Cosmic Divide coming through, pinning the players back from both Art and the site itself. Jules being taken. There's a spray both ways. But a 3 versus 2 ultimately presents itself for UPV. The Wingman can go on the spike. They're just waiting for the contact out from the wall, and it is good. The Wingman keeps going, in fact, finally shut down by that snake bite, spam around the corner, but just doesn't go close to the wall. Michael gets the kill, but not the round. UPV just about do it.
Snatched away at that last moment, has it? The Viper, unfortunate. And it's not only that, though. I mean, the fact that the spam doesn't work out. I can't even get my words out. Perpetual now relegated on towards the knives, but they'll be happy with what they've got from that last round.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they definitely will. Perpetuo again on the operator, and like, how close does the round get? It feels as if they're playing retake every single time, so I'm not really seeing what the retrospective value of investing it is, if I'm being entirely honest. I think the best way to play it would have been put your Jet on B long, for example, see how much ground they're able to cover. If nobody tests it, you have extremity control, and then you can look to play a heavier setup on one of the sites, because like I said before, both of these teams heavy in that execute, heavy-handed, you could say.
No, the Jet just pushes out, and Perpetual does get traded though. Drew's there, and towards a 4 versus 4.
But it's the Viper gone, the smoke's gone. This execute's going to be horrible for HGI, and they're starting to move towards B as well. The amount of vision on these sight lines that UPV are going to have to work with is going to be ridiculous. This mid clear, not the biggest fan of it, but hey, it works. They've isolated the lurk, and now the game should be up. They know exactly what the play is.
It was a real chokehold there. Oh, well, though, with the Perpetual back on, that is going to be the firepower that is potentially needed for this retake. Not only that, though, the numbers as well, and they're just going to be trading down, although the shot's a little bit wild. But tell you what else is wild, the advantage that the UPV is able to get.
Finally, they break the balance and have the lead for themselves. Can they double up on it? Triple up even when you look at the timeline and find something a little more succinct for themselves, right? You know, a sinking ship almost under the waves of Pearl in the big Simpsons bubble, I guess you could call it. But yeah, it's choice weaponry here for HGI coming into the final round of the half. Perpetuo has the op again, but I mean, like I said, this B setup is going to look so much better.
I mean, it needs to. It has to.
Yeah. And this is definitely the better setup of the two, right? Look how much of the site, like you have such early information on this B. HGI can't scale into it. You have a really nice stack on A and all of the utility to back it up.
It's not only that. Look at the KJ util setup for that spammable spot on the left side. This is going to be so tough, because this is usually where the Jet dashes into.
And they've already rotated into it. It's just a singular lurk here. Yet again, the Gecko trying to clear it out. Chuvy finds the kill. This round, it's not over yet, but HGI have to be really proactive and take some of this room back for themselves if they want any chance at winning it.
That's a big if. Rulio's even got a turret kill here. 4 versus 3 advantage taken, and they're just waiting for the players to try and get out, but it's a Viper's put this in. It's 4 versus 2. They're already spamming up that Viper.
Yeah, Michael has 2 snake bites, needs to dip back. Wingman's found their position. Jew able to get a couple kills, but the pit has gone. The veil has faded. The facade no longer with us. And UPV, that round felt like a foregone conclusion. I didn't want to call it too early, but HGI did nothing to respond, take some space back for themselves. The post plant's so restricted, even with the Viper's pit, and they get the advantage on this half.
We also got to think about Hazard. It is going to be the slight advantage towards that defender side that comes out of it. So it's what we expect from the general kind of consensus coming from this map.
Yeah, both of these teams do have very different compositions, though. So I'm curious to see how this double duelist, and specifically the Phoenix, is going to be working for HGI on their defense, because you want to be a little more proactive. You want to try and build up those orbs. It's going to be more difficult to fight the A main position. As I said before, only one controller, so into the retake, things are going to look a bit dicey as well. For UPV, as I mentioned, just recycling that utility, building in towards the Thrash where you can, and making the most of it. Already you see the Dizzy come through, and this immediate challenge is happening.
Oh, but just over
stays their welcome. The only thing is, though, they're completely baited for the KG and just taking 2, spike down, and the players now having to come in through the site. The response just ever so slightly late, but TAC is just better. This is going to be perfect for them. HGI already putting UPV on towards the back foot.
The Nano Swarm goes up, and in some ways it stopped the players from the site rejoining, but the flank is through, and Fibby finds the kill. Round for the defenders, HGI gets on the board immediately with the pistol round. Nicely done by them. But yeah, I mean, UPV already, you can see that they want to prioritize main, but so does HGI, and now we just have to work out how this one is going to develop, who can find the best way to, you know, maintain that space. On this round, it's a little different. Mid, seemingly, where this one is set up for.
It's the B long push as well. That's going to be with the wall just kind of been able to, I guess, come up and delay the info and stuff like that.
Ooh. Nice. Flash in. Pepecho finds the kill. You have the Dizzy now back available. UPV actually just want to send this through. I mean, they have the wingman to go for that spike plant. I think it might end up breaking the barrier orb here, actually, and I think it does. Behind the toxic screen, they got to worry. You've not got the guns to be spamming this.
No, you don't at all. Not only that, it's all pistols. I mean, that's what you're saying. There's nothing there that can really support this post plan from UPV. I mean, you think there was perhaps a Marshall, but nothing's been collected here. Perpetual finally getting onto it, but the thing is, though, this defuse is already half.
You got to go wide to go around the corner, and they'll do it. They just win the gunfights outright. UPV, what a round from them. I mean, it all starts with Pepecho finding that opening kill. Because you have this setup, which is heavily reliant on Fibby just having decent control of B, collecting that early information, understanding if players are going to be roaming towards the B side of the map, but taken so swiftly out of play means that they can just move into a fast site execute. And with the wingman getting the plant behind the orb as well, or behind the wall, it's just so difficult to try and frag any of the players on site, even with that, you know, poorer weaponry.
Yeah, now the players looking to run it down long. It's going to be quick. The spam working out for Perpetual. Once again, up high, that's a player that you need to worry about. Is the Phoenix, how did they get up there? Well, the barrier orb invested, but the only thing is, though, if you even get past that gap, there's still Phoebe holding that judge. Best thing is about it, there is the Gecko there to at least traverse that space.
Makes it a little easier. Guerrilla warfare, or monkey warfare, whatever it is exactly that wingman is, I have absolutely no idea. The slow orb coming through. The judge picked up, but like Jude's not going to be able to do much at range with this. May even prefer the classic a little bit. They need to run these players down, hunt them down. It's only Tackett that can try and meet that endeavor. The final two sat behind the wall. The sheriff must be sharp, and unfortunately for them, it isn't. 3 for Aurelio, and UPV continue to build on that lead.
See, that is the one by geniuses, and I am a genius. So
Coming now into this one. We're seeing the operator brought up for Fibby for the first time.
Accidentally muted there by accident. Oops.
Yeah, I know. So now UPV, and they have a good set of rifles here. The fact that they were able to keep 60% of them on the board in the previous, and the credits are starting to come through as well. If HGI don't win this, it's such a big swing round, and Pepecho's the one swinging. The hand wraps have come off. They are here to play. And that's such a big opening kill with a lockdown available to just ensure control of the site. They'll get even one more.
Now the spike starting to go down from the wingman, but unfortunately the barrier orb's there to deny any spike plant, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
The hitbox is so difficult to predict from that position. Run it back coming out. Lockdown needing to be broken. Berserker finds the kills but can't quite swing off it. A 3 versus 2. Space for the UPV players, but they're just going to let it marinate. They take a back seat to this one. And HGI going into the retake. Don't have the utility necessary to deal with this.
The only thing is, though, is the peaks aren't really working there. There's a Mosh either. The players now, as they swing through, Truby might get taken out by his own Mosh. Although it's not the case. Now Giraldi having to juggle with the angles. That's exactly what happens.
Nice.
And now there's only one player left. The time getting low. Don't give up the round. But Graldi just wins it out on the angle anyway.
Yeah, they had the numbers throughout the entirety of that fight. They had 2 Phoenixes, for goodness sake. But HGI couldn't quite do it. UPV, the util usage, I mean, wasn't ideal. The Mosh missed the mark, like you said. And I think, no, they had the gravity well to pull a little bit. And yeah, as I was mentioning earlier, the hitbox of the Wingman is actually so annoying. The fact that they've managed to double layer it with this barrier orb, this Sage Wall, multiple times has been majorly beneficial on the B execute. It seems like we're seeing B executes, you know, round after round after round in a lot of these games. But yeah, I mean, what a one to find for them on your gun round, the swing round, as I put it. HGI lose out here, and UPV are one step closer to finding their pick.
I think it was the tech pause, I think.
Yeah, we were just in a quick P10,
Okay.
hopefully resolving one of the issues.
Yeah, that's still right. I mean, HGI on our eco for the next one has it. It's just all about the extending these leads as much as possible.
Yeah, it definitely will be. See, they've got that Viper wall up towards B again. It's a strong wall, a retake wall. I mean, more than anything, you actually want to be fighting behind this wall, not really setting up for the retake too much with it if you can afford not to. Right now, I think plant denial would be huge with that layered utility I was speaking about, the Wingman and the Sage Wall. You have a lockdown 2 to work with. For UPV, it's a Thrash, and I'm really curious to see how they use this Gecko ultimate, because we've seen a few teams try it before, because you get to use it twice if you can pick the orb back up, the globule. Then, I mean, there's so much space taking that you can work with.
Yeah, there's a lot that you can work with here. I mean, on top of that, Berserker hasn't really been farming up that run it back as much either, has it? That's something that should be a win condition for HGI, but they've not been doing it at all.
Yeah. It's a lot harder to do on the defender's side, like I said. The main control was something which actually worked out for them with those early fights that we saw. But yeah, it's not really a point of consistency that you can bank on your defender's side. Whereas the attack, I mean, yeah, go ahead, build into that, run it back as much as you like. Even at that end, the half finished 7-5. So really, HGI would have wanted to bring a little bit more into this. I mean, they have been more heavy on the retake so far, but UPV have managed to find a way to sort of like pull it back even when they didn't have those advantages.
That's what it's all about, is pulling those advantages back. And I mean, in terms of what's been happening, I mean, there's been a lot of consistent B hits here for UPV.
Yeah.
They've not really approached that A site at all, but it's probably because of that Gecko.
Yeah. And all it's going to do is just keep setting up this conditioning, this idea that UPV want to exclusively play through B. And that's exactly why this adaptation from HGI, this risk is being taken on the round to just stack it heavily. I think we have a firing line of marshals and sheriffs prepared for those players as they make their way forward. And there we go.
Already getting to the work being done, clean up crew being brought through, and on top of that, Hazard, there's also a rotate being called from the KJ ever so slightly, but I think that's just a swap. They actually swapped over the spike. They might be trying to fake out this B play.
If you're UPV here, it's a difficult one. You don't want to give up the weapons. HGI want to take the weapons. The fights are hard. And yeah, the heal does come through onto Relio. But by that point, they're already in body shot range. And now Kelele is as well. You had the position of the Gecko to sort of fight through. Now would be a great time for that Thrash.
It would be, but it's not going to be invested just yet, apparently. Phoebe now holding on towards the long angle,
Nice
gets
shot.
picked up. Mosh going to push the Berserker out, but it just misses.
Yeah, jumped too early. Didn't get enough velocity behind it, enough oomph into the corner. Wingman's going to follow it up too for Berserker. The stun not happening. The shots need to connect, and they will. 3 for Chuvy, but it's not up just yet. All on
30
Tackett.
seconds left.
Oh no. The angles haven't quite worked out. Still has Spike in the pocket though and is able to heal up. So we'll be able to at least survive more than one sheriff shot.
Oh.
Not a headshot though. But it's a headshot of the Vandal that works out.
Look at that from Kelele. They absolutely disregard what the setup looks like. The lockdown comes in and they want to fight immediately. I understand it from UPV as well. When you lose quite a few players in that position, you don't want to turn over some kind of a rifle. If that exchanges hands, then it's power in a very dangerous place. Nasty round in the end. But look, they just about get through it unscathed, as I said before. A team which is very, very strong at stabilizing in this mid round and preparing themselves for those latter stages, as now they are on the home straight to finding their own pick.
Yeah. Now as Perpetual begins to run it down, Cosmic Divide as well. Will secure Phoebe's position for this time being. Will it allow for anybody to peek out and even get the spike or deny the spike?
Perpetual has been watching over all of this room. Spike's going to get planted. It's behind the wall. They need to swing through if they want to go for it. Lay it up with the barrier orb yet again. I mean, no player's going to be found. You have that proxy of the wingman to be doing it for you. 5v5, and now look at this lurk coming in through alley. Could be huge.
It could be, and there's no util to catch it. Now the players are all set up from long, as we see here. Now HGI winning out all the fights, and that's what it comes down to. Already tapping out the spike to force the players into gunfights they don't want, and Relilo finds himself in towards sight. There's so many crossfires set up.
I just need to play passive in that position if you're UPV. You know that you have what could be a round-winning lurk coming through. And by the time Relio appears on the scene, like, wait, what? The war is already over. I mean, they told us it would be done by Christmas, and by this time, it's New Year, 3 years later. Like, what's going on? No one has any idea. And just like that, yeah, the gap has been reduced. The deficit continues to shrink. I mean, as I say that, this is the first round in a while that HGI have found, but being in position for the retake almost immediately and, you know, even attempting the plant denial there, I think, was definitely a strong improvement.
Phoebe now forced on towards the judge that knives in towards the back pocket if needed. The Gecko going to be used to clear out, and look at this, Perpetual trying to follow up and does so. The player's somewhat vulnerable. The Prowler going to have to re-clear in towards lane, but respecting what was there. Relilo elsewhere, finding Berserker.
And kill's already found, and you know there's no follow-up on the Prowler. Here comes the Thrash to start to work on this B. Not going to be quite the detain on Tekkit. They want to put this all in their own hands. Headshot after headshot, the follow-up is there. But the res available, and the Thrash soon to come back online. This mid-round stabilization from UPV as they want to consolidate the site. And in fact, they just steamroll the whole way through.
Phoebe now at the back. Judge in hand, spike planted with the knives already used up. Let's see, I hope they hadn't been, but they are. And now they are forced in towards map and match point.
12-7 from HGI. Of course, Pearl is a map that they floated here. It was banned out in previous BO1s that we had seen them play. Going into map number 2 of Ascent, I said, look, whoever wins the first map, you have to be favoring going into the second, purely on the basis that Ascent is so open. You know, so 50-50, even at best, it feels like a coin toss, depending on who has the better set plays. And when we speak of set plays, man, like UPV, this is their bread and butter. They've got so many facets to their gameplay. The playbook is, you know, not exactly short and sweet, right?
Exactly. Taka, oh, they've just gave themselves up ever so slightly. The alarm bot goes off, and so does all the nano swarms. Everybody getting tagged up here, and well, they're going to have to just wait for the lockdown to go off. Berserker not finding much from that and being pushed out just like everybody else, having to respect it, but Taka goes huge.
Really nice trade in the 2-for-1 there. Backside control trying to get taken by Pepecho. The Nightfall prepared. Drew won't have time, but the position is good from Berserker. That almost shuts down the round in its entirety. I was wondering, you know, what can Groldy get done through mid? And it doesn't seem like there's going to be too much. It's cut out for them in many ways. The Nightfall's even been saved onto here. Drew can think about that one for later on.
Players slowly approaching through art. Taking their time. And this is the thing, though, with everything being set up for HGI, this is a one round. It has to be.
Oh, look at this, though. I mean, if a position can be found through Connector, if you can take down that player, the rotate is a possibility. It's going to keep Michael in play, but The problem for them is that you're already hearing the gunfire, the rattling of footsteps as they cascade in the sight. The seize is great. Singular point of health makes the spam that much easier. No kill on the flick there, on the turn for
10
Graldi.
seconds left.
I think that's going to be it for this round.
Yeah. 1 versus 2. Graldi already looking to run elsewhere, but the time gone. But it's a 1 round for HGI, and the A site set up perfect for them. And
Hello?
hello.
And you just said and. I didn't hear the rest.
All right. Okay. No, it was just the set up just didn't work for them.
Oh, yeah, no, it certainly didn't. 4 more rounds here for UPV to try and close it out on their own pick. They have another set of weapons, and they can probably keep this one ticking over a little bit longer. But you're looking at sort of like 2-3 more buy rounds out the rest of this game. For HGI, it's do or die every single round. They have a good set of ultimates, one for each that they're expected to play from here on out. Just depends what the spacing looks like. And Phoebe goes for an aggressive mid duel. Have the pit up, but they've still gone for it and they lose out.
Yeah, check it now. Another one, a lamb to the slaughter.
Drive by.
And yep, there we have it. The players now looking to get in towards the site, and there's no KJ to stop them, and they'll have that. Even we look at this, Perpetual taking the deep space.
I mean, the Viper player has to be kicking themselves in this position. You've just dropped an ult which is holding both lanes in towards mid, and you've had 2 players immediately peek into it and lose their life. I mean, how unfortunate can you get? Berserker run it back online into the retake, an opportunity for them to work, but Michael has to be big and it's not going to happen. Run it back comes in, first player taken out, the follow-up is there through the wall, and Graldi will find it. 13-8, and a conversion of UPV's pick.
Yeah, exactly. A conversion through, and UPV looked pretty decent. They looked well set up for it, Hazard, and we can see that through the conversion.
Yeah, we definitely could. It was a very, very strong game from them in the end there as well. I think a lot of it came down to how the teams were playing in their post, and then also what the mid looked like. Right? I think Pearl is a game which can be dictated quite a lot in terms of the flow in mid. There was a little bit of pressure created on a few of the HGI attacking rounds, but they didn't really scale up through that too often, right? They sort of poked their nose in, saw what was going on, and said, all right, I'm out. Went into the execute. And as I said before, when you only have the Viper as a solo controller, the reads for UPV there were fairly simplistic. Like, they didn't basically make them work, right? There was no sweat off their back in that department.
It's only that, though. You're now moving towards Ascent, and things look pretty, I guess, up in the air. If you're HGI, I mean, if you can't convert the Ascent, you could almost argue, that's going to just be it over. And which looked like a pretty decent veto is now going to fall to the wayside.
Yeah, as I said, whoever gets out the blocks fastest, the early bird catches the worm. It's been a long day. We have more action coming up for you, but we'll return after the break. Welcome back to what is going to be the second and perhaps final map of the day in the lower bracket final here between UPV and HGI. UPV with a mob map advantage. They pick up Pearl in what ends up being convincing fashion. HGI, they offered a few different ideas for us, but unfortunately they weren't quite enough to get it done in that late comeback that we saw them try and propose. Now heading into Ascent, we've weighted up as being fairly even territory, and for that reason exactly, I think that the fans of HGI have to be a little bit worried here.
Yeah, you would have to be, especially with UPV starting on the defence. You know, Hazza, that first half you can get the momentum at your backs and really get things converted over when you move on towards the attack. Because sometimes that's just the way the map goes.
Yeah, it definitely could be. I mean, looking at this here as well, it says that UPV have picked Lotus. I'm not sure if that is just the decider that's been left over, but even at that point in time, if we do go the distance to Lotus, we know how capable UPV are as a team that has a decent sort of macro read of the game. I mean, both of these teams do. I'm not going to lie, like even towards the latter end of this veto, I'm maybe, you know, sort of post-break clarity, thinking that HGI have like a fairly decent chance if this Ascent starts to shape up pretty well for them, at least on their defenders' halves. Because UPV, yes, they're very quick in these executes, but in terms of how they play the map and like the grand scheme of things sometimes, HGI have looked like pretty good at doing that.
Yeah, I think both teams have looked good on all the maps, or all maps similar that have been shown. I think if there's anything to be pulled across, there is similarities between Peril and Ascent, and there was only one team that came out the victors there, so there needs to be a massive improvement from HGI as we move in towards this Ascent Agent Select.
Yeah, just getting an eye at what the comps are going to be. HGI, the tried and tested, same as what we always see, and same as what we would expect from them as well. I believe that that will also be the case here for the defending side. Rulio taking up the mantle of the Killjoy player. Right, we've seen them rotate around these roles a bit more as well. I already said earlier we had Rulio playing the Breach when we were on Haven. This time around, it's going to be the Killjoy, and yeah, it's just quite literally a mirror matchup. Who gets the better end of it? If it is UPV, then I don't think there's any doubts that can be cast about their performance in this tournament and them deserving that spot in the LCQ to then move into playoffs.
Yeah, it's that resurgence that they've had in this lower bracket. I can't remember who it was that they fell to in the upper bracket, but nonetheless, it's been a terrific performance.
It was a game off stream that we weren't able to get a look at. I think we've only seen UPV win on stream. You know, we're actually yet to see them drop a map. So maybe just knowing that there's people in their corner, right? You know, as I said before, quite a bit of the broadcast team based out of Spain. They might be pulling the strings right in the scripts. No, I'm just kidding, of course. But yeah, definitely looking good for them right now. It all starts with the pistol round for HGI. They'll be beginning this one on the attacking half.
Already stat outside of that B. I mean, it was something that you were talking about, Hazza, is how easy the reads were actually able to be made because of the one-dimensional pushes. Yeah, it looks one-dimensional again.
I mean, it's all about that Viper that time around. I mean, here you can offer a little more resistance. They are sat in from tiles. That's the point of approach. Peppercho incredibly slow on breaking that dart there, like a controller holding the left stick and slowly glancing upwards. But it doesn't matter. It matters not. 5v5, but damage dealt on the UPV side. A couple players in the red zone already.
And Ju's the first one to capitalise upon that. There's a lot of sheriffs in the pocket here. Chuvy finding on towards Tackett. And yeah, the upgrade for a Ghost on towards Phoebe.
I mean, 3 of these players really, really low, and you've lost your Killjoy on that peek towards short as well. Not the agent that you want dropping first on your defender's side, because now there's no value to be gained or garnered from the utility they have. Nice stray shots from Growly. That's the player advantage.
Yeah, already pings coming out. You knew the play was on dice, but the trades are there from Growly. Lovely stuff so far from UPV in terms of the micro, but the shock darts. Oh no, they've not hit where they need to. Well, at least there's one body shot on towards the KO, a headshot on towards the Omen, but is it really going to work out? I mean, there's going to be no more util for the rest of this round.
Yeah, Chewy can get that dart up fairly soon, drops in. but ends up falling. Phoebe finds the kill. And yeah, 50 points of health. It's a body shot on both to be closing that one out. UPV fumbled the advantage a little bit. I think HGI caught wind of what it looked like and what the setup was, that UPV were constantly fighting. They were already in position. They had the read, had the retake set up, and then just faked the plant. Went for a tap, looked for those players to peek out, and then with even numbers, were able to make the most of it. So nicely worked.
Something that we're going to be seeing is that 1-4 split come through from HGI Hazard. It's the most standardised one, although it seems if it is going to be a prioritisation towards that mid spot.
We're seeing Pepecho just waiting out the dart this time around. Goes for the shot with the Marshall, but takes a lot of damage as a result. On to 13 points of health. Not the worst of weaponry to be on if you want to get anything done on low HP, because one shot will be plenty.
One shot is all it takes, as you could say.
Yeah, one shot does plenty. One sheet does plenty, something like that.
Oh, yeah. I was more going for a Calvin Harris type of vibe.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. Oh, they are literally just called plenty, aren't they? Those the kitchen towels, and there we have it. Tackett taken down. Low HP on the UPV side yet again, despite the fact they don't necessarily have the players. They are taking a lot of damage in these engagements.
Yeah, they are. And already Phoebe has pushed himself into a bad spot.
Oh no.
Chuvi finding that spot, that engagement. And that was a Bulldog as well. That could be something to work upon at a longer range. No one's picked it up just yet. Although, yep, there we are. I have it. It's just been complete and utter clean-up squad. I think that was only 3 busts for 3 players.
Yeah, something like that. The layering of players, sort of off of one another with the Bulldogs there was brilliant from HGI. They sort of grouped up, moved towards DICE. I mean, there were gaps there that UPV could have dealt instinctive blows, but when you just don't have the weaponry, like, you're going to struggle, especially at that kind of range. It was Berserker peering onto that heaven angle, but only a Spectre, I believe it was, in the hands of Graldi. So fairly difficult, but now they have the guns. There is an advantage to work with. Will take a while to bring it fully off the board for HGI. They can get started.
Well, they'll need to attack it. Just picking that short spot. Again, another ever so slightly one-dimensional push here as all the players line up on B main. And look at A main. It's been cleared out, has it?
They just want to brute force it. Go for something kind of quick. Berserker has the Cloudburst. Will be going for the switch dash, as is so common. Aldrone out in response immediately. Really nice tag. Onto the player in sight. Phoebe catches a shot to the back. A dagger through the chest. And now that's twice the advantages that UPV have coming into a retake, which hasn't come about just yet because the spike's in the open.
Oh no, the Bulldog just coming through at the right time. And now Tackett comes out from logs and they'll be chopped down.
I mean, I think Berserker needs a rebrand here. Call them Burst Zerker on that Bulldog, because they've been finding so much damage on the alternate fire. Look, we're here to have fun, right? I think that's got to be the primary objective. And for these teams, it's going to be picking up the round. This is the big one, the kicker, I guess you could say. UPV now have a bigger safety net than HGI did coming out of the bonus. But even then, Chuvi's on 150 creds. It's knife-edge stuff for both of these teams. A really big round right now for securing that early advantage for HGI and starting to chip away if you're UPV.
It seems as if Perpetual really wants to take that engagement, although missing the shots. Its presence shown, and the players now looking to maybe look to bait out their prey.
Hungry there, Perpetuo, is the best way to put it. Someone who's just been hot on the heels of every player in the server so far, and look at it, just finds both kills in main. That's the spike dropped. And again, these early advantages are huge. Berserker will swing back though.
That spike being down is going to prove a real problem for HGI. Has to be recollected. The spike, the dash from the jet will give that away. Not only that though, you're almost, I guess, hemmed into this A push ever so slightly.
You are somewhat. I mean, there is time left on the clock for them to reset. The biggest issue for me is that there's a full Killjoy setup towards that Gen approach, denying so much space. You're going to be incredibly restricted going into post here, HGI, and you don't even have the time to work with either because we're slipping into the last 30 seconds.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, we truly are. Chuvy, Hayden, passive, his full sight line all the way through on towards main, and the Soba peeks out,
Big
gives himself
kill.
up. Now the players rotate in, and look at this, the KO's ready to dip out. Even on top of that, you actually can't even get the engagement. It's all 1 versus 1s. Tackett now has to come up, but can't even cock the gun in time. That is going to be a conversion there.
Such a quick challenge that we see from Relite as well. Like, I'm not expecting them to be going for that so quickly. I mean, the nano towards the front side of Gen didn't open, so you didn't actually have that denial of the spike. But like you mentioned, really individual engagements being taken has to be the main thing we focus on there as well. And the brilliance of Perpetuo in the early round, right? Like just look at him in A main, taking 2 fights just around the valence of that dark cover, chopping up the angle, slicing the pie, and eating good, that hungry player we spoke of.
Yeah, exactly. Not only that, it's just the setup was just perfect for UPV at that spot. And yeah, the players now looking to head straight through. Already that AWP ringing off. Picho can't quite find what he's looking for, but we'll find it this time round.
Good kill. Good early kill. They are on the Sheriffs. Might want to close down some of these longer angles a little bit. The Aldrone does go through. And in fact, there's the Omen smokes have been traded. So there is a pocket of space in the middle towards Pizza right now, which these players will want to be keeping half an eye on. But it has left this gap, which could be, you know, taken up by HGI. You're just worried about the operator more than anything else. And now posted up in tree, getting ready for a short hit towards A, which I feel as if we're somewhat expecting here.
It's not like that. As you wait for, I think they're just waiting for this overswing, but they've still not made up the decision. HGI, they need to make it up soon. We're on the 30-second mark.
It is going to be short. I mean, you can see them culminating here. I feel like it's Ascent syndrome. If nothing mid, hit short. They do it, and Peppercho will have the answer. Immediate dash popped. Suppression looking to come through, but you've not done anything in main. Groldy locking it down, and that should be the round said and done.
Yeah, flawless indeed. UPV really shutting things down, and I guess the discipline there is the most commendable thing, Hazard.
Yeah, definitely. UPV not getting rocked whatsoever by the pressure that HGI are trying to forcibly create. You see the market position there as well, re-cleared nicely with the drone. The smokes go traded. They're able to just force themselves a little bit more to try and work with in that situation, because you trade the smokes, there's a gap. You put the drone in the gap, and then immediately you know that it's safe territory to be holding on to. So nicely done by them. The operator for Peppercho starting to provide some ROI where perhaps it didn't before. And just looking down mid with the players funneled in tiles yet again. Like, this is worst case scenario stuff for HGI on their gun round.
Oh no, you can already see it happening. Yeah. Can't you? You can already see it happening.
That's what I said, worst case scenario. They have extremity control here as well. Groldy is just living life in A main. Absolutely not a care in the world. Might take a stop to wine or gelato, get themselves something to eat and drink. Because right now, for UPV, it's just rinse and repeat. And Kelele is rinsing them in mid. Only one, a good trade to be taking. Minute left on the clock though, and the numbers continue to dwindle.
Not only that, spike down has to be collected. Tackett disconnected from one of their comrades, and the smoke makes it even harder for them to get out because you're moving into a KG setup. As soon as that turret goes off, that nano will be popped.
Yeah, you've lost both of your initiators. Taking any kind of that space back is laboured at best. Perpetuo might be dashing left and right, sending out stray shots to give you some kind of a chance. But still, look, Grandi is in towards A main, can immediately pivot off of any short presence that Peppercho finds here. And like, this is just what we're seeing. The op is roaming around the map, having free reign to just take these players one by one. And I'd be surprised if Phoebe is even supported in this short position if they opt for it. I think it's just the save.
Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward save if you're being honest though, because you're saving in towards mid.
Yeah.
Anybody could peek out at any time.
You're nested in the epicenter of pain right now. And UPV have their finger on the pulse in terms of this read. It's not even been anything crazy. Like, I can't say, oh, they've got really strong defensive protocols, like they're rotating well. It is just the basics, like the entry point basics that I was speaking about before. Peppercho not getting dealt with on this op. We're not seeing like an owl drone, a knife, anything like that to just give them confirmation of his positioning. And it's allowing for him to sort of monkey see, monkey do. Okay, I can go short, I can go arch, I can go wherever I want and take a single engagement every single time.
I think that's the biggest thing, is the fact that they're not dealing with things. This thing, no, they are dealing with it, and it's in the form of just a sledgehammer to the face.
Such a big kill for Grady to find there. Picks up the Vandal. Berserker wants to get away with it, get away with their life, and they can just about do it. An injection of pace, a different look at this HGI side, and it seems to be working out for them.
Yeah, now we're set up for a 4 versus 4. Knives being popped because of that op in the pocket. Now the player's trying to get out, but the info hasn't actually been broken and given a really big ping here.
Nice.
Big paranoia as well, and it's everybody being punished. One last player out towards main. The shot, he doesn't quite hit the way it wants to, but the rest of the players, well, on towards that spike. A big round for UPV.
Yeah, I mean, HGI, they showed us something different there, and I liked it. But unfortunately, it's an idea which was somewhat undercooked, a little bit raw in the way that they tried to work it. You had a really good null command, takes the space. Yeah, they lose out on that first pick through the smoke, but I believe there was a trade in heaven. You know, you got the rifle upgrade. So they have A control, but then the post plant is just a little bit sloppy. The util that comes back through from UPV is brilliant. You have a recon which lands on the top of the cannon, and it funnels these players in towards Gen. As soon as Graldi knows that, sends the paranoia through the herd, and they are lambs to the slaughter on that retake. Really nicely done from UPV.
Unfortunately, that's going to give information to UPV about that main pressure. Maybe that's what they want now. Pin someone to that A site, but the raid is already pulling Sova elsewhere.
We're not seeing any utility in this market position. I mean, they are dealing with it fairly tentatively. Peppercho has gone for the double up with the Killjoy setup here on B. Graldi perhaps expected. Don't know if they're going to clear wine, at least want to deal with the threat in the side first. The Dissipate somewhat played, both players lined up and teared down. Graldi doing so much work on this A side of the map right now, and it doesn't seem like anything HGI do is enough to suffice.
Chovy just spamming through. Oh no, wait, the reactions are just there. You have the chance, and again, the chances go. You need to take them when they come to you. Another big knife as well, gaining the information, suppressing the players up in towards the site. There's even going to be investment of the null command here, Hazard, of all things. They're just really making HGI go into a world of hurt. And the hurt doesn't stop.
Certainly doesn't. It's like putting a bandage to an open wound right now. You know, it is just pouring through in terms of round count. And we're not seeing a timeout invested either. It's just back to the grindstone, trying to slowly whittle away. But even at that point, I mean, UPV, they're making adaptations of their own on the fly. You can see the Killjoy setup now in towards short. Yet again, doubling up with this operator. So as soon as you're able to best it, you have even more problems to be worrying about. HGI in the courtyard setup once more. Peppercho, in fact, peeking out aggressively into mid, will find a kill and disengage quite cleanly.
Chovy also helping out here. The things do not get easier. Ju now forcing their way through market, but they've got Spike. Now, I know they're the last player just now, but at the time they weren't. And now everybody tries to run them down. This is looking pretty dominant so far for UPV. We talk about slight advantages. Well, I mean, UPV are going to be looking for massive advantages after that end of this half.
It's like all the small 50-50s right now are going towards UPV, and you can put that down to it being like a confidence issue and how exactly HGI are feeling. But this Ingolstadt team as a whole, you just haven't been doing enough to create those problems, like I said, right? Poke on those pressure points, because UPV have just been airtight. And I mean, they're even going to reuse the same setup that they did in the previous round, because it wasn't even tested, right? It was a quick foray in towards market. They're very happy to just keep this one. And with this short setup in mind as well, you have that lockdown that you can base the round off the back of here if you're playing more exclusively for that A retake.
You're already seeing the key already declare mid as well. Shots going out. That's maybe a go button for them. Already spammed up. The players in short, feeling that damage, feeling that pressure. And now they're moving in towards the KG setup. This is just isolating fight after fight.
There's just one player in the site. Relio off the back of the Hunter's Fury. Supportive play at its best, but trades are found. A return finally for HGI.
Isolation.
Berserker up in heaven. Needs to go big and will do it. 3 kills found. All up to Graldi. Been good on A so far, but might just want to keep this operator.
No. Oh, it just sends it in. I mean, they've got the money, has it? Why not send it back into it? But the only problem is Berserker goes huge. The flash drive just that little bit late, forcing Berserker to make a move, and the move works out.
Yeah, finally, we stopped the hemorrhaging. The rot has concluded, at least for the time being. 7 in a row that UPV were able to pick up uncontested. Killjoy set up back towards Gen again, just bunching up with the nanos here. And yeah, I wonder, could this be the start of something? Could we see the tides turn and fortune favor HGI eventually? They're going for A yet again, and it is another one of these fast hits. There's no Hunter's Fury to counter their own lockdown. If these go traded, HGI can come out the better of the two teams.
I mean, it feels as if right now it's like when your house has damp, but instead of actually dealing with it, you just paint over it.
You just wipe away, yeah.
Yeah, so like, I don't. It's going to take a lot to convince me.
Yeah.
But you know what? I can be convinced, and HGI already take the site.
Yeah, you're going to see this lockdown come through. Hunter's Fury likely to get invested if it does. And as soon as that happens, it's a window of opportunity for UPV. Player down, Peppercho from the flank. Berserker looking to break it on the Classic and will do so. Dips away for the time being. A 3v3 with a spike not planted. A recollection towards the site. Peppercho going crazy in main. Doing it all by themselves yet again. And even finishing on a flourish. The operator sending HGI to their doom.
Yeah, it does not stop here. HGI are really feeling it. They're feeling everything going wrong. I mean, the investment back in towards this round isn't the worst, but it's certainly not the best. You look at towards what UPV have. They have everything, and for HGI, I mean, they've got one player on a sheriff. They might be missing Util. This is going to be tough.
It's the Pepe show right now. I'm convinced it's the Pepe show. The fact that they can walk up the flank there with an operator, find that much success, move on to the blades in such fluidity, and do as well as they have done, is mesmerizing at the best of times. Now an eco for HGI. I mean, it's final round of the half. Buy up as much as you can, but it's still just sheriffs.
Exactly. Eldron going through, and Berserker waits for someone to push them, just like Geraldi did out on main. But it's Carolele holding passive, and the the passiveness works out the patience, I should say. June now trying to get the trade back, but it's Tackett on tiles that gets that. Spike down though on main.
I mean, Tackett there with a late lurk, getting a little bit of value, but even then, you looked at the players moving in through main. You had this 0-point lineup, which was so deep. It was really hard for players to like trade off of one another, and Kerlele finds that gap, the fine spacing to be extrapolated, and all up to Jew in this position as they are unsupported as of right now. Tackett 2 points of health, just needs to dangle on a string in front of Pepe Cho, that hungry boy that's done so much for them. Just about gets out. Now the flank in the back lines. Shot dart should be enough, but it's just wide. Player out, head found. A twist and a turn as Rulilo is hot on the heels.
Yeah, they know exactly about where Rulilo is. This is the time to make your name. Give your team an even better advantage. Yeah. UPV want to put HGI in towards the dirt as much as possible to give themselves a breathing room on the second half. As the bullets get tapped left, right and centre, Nano's going out just to delay. There's an opportunity. The last player on towards dies! What a flick there from Rulilo. And now UPV put themselves 9-3.
Two players in body shot range. Relio says, I can do you one better. What a clutch. You ask so much of them, and they will surpass every expectation. UPV, I mean, what a step up here on Ascent. You'd think that it was their pick, not even Pearl that we've just seen go by. I mean, how good is their attack in comparison? I'd have to say that it was the chalk of their trade in terms of previous games that we've seen them play here. That strat book, good. I mean, the util, very much written out. Purposeful is a good way to describe it. And a Vision Striker setup from HGI, I mean, they've got pieces of their own to work with, but you lose this main control, and I think the round's over.
UPV, that's how I describe HGI at this moment. Underperforming Valorant has it. It's not been good.
Oh my god.
And I mean, this is something because they had a good series earlier on, and since then they've just not been playing that well.
Yeah, they haven't. But here we go. HGI alive on the defensive side. They crunch in on the positioning of UPV, and it is as simple as that for them to get on the board here.
They've definitely heard me say that, by the way.
Oh yeah. I think I have to say, pretty harsh to call it underperforming Valorant. But
no, because it's just because what is it? It's because I would expect more from HGI.
Yeah, exactly. Right. These teams have risen the bar. I've been very impressed with the quality that we've seen so far.
Yeah.
And just like Perpetuo on those frags, once you get a little taste of the high life, you want more. And it leaves you gasping to try and snatch at it, which is what the last round felt a little bit like. But for UPV now, we take every round as it comes. With a new round comes a new opportunity. With Perpetuo on the Sheriff, you have every chance, but not up against Berserker with no armor.
Chuvy is going to be solo taken in towards Mark and destroys that alarm bot. The information gone from there. And the Jet being forced to clear this out. He now looking a lot more restricted in terms of numbers.
Oh, the headshot could have been good from Graldi. It's this slow creep, player after player, taking their chance like a fairground, stepping up to the plate, seeing if they can fix, a situation, knock a coconut off where things seem to be rigged against your favor. That's how the economy is working here, and the Spectre doing the bulk of that work. 9-4, looking to be 9-5. A long day for us here as well. And it could be one that gets longer if HGI have any more to offer. Nice shot from Relio, but there are players now aware of this position.
Well, yeah, unfortunate thing is it's only an Ares. It's not even anything premium that you can work with. If you are really low, that's exactly what you'd be looking for. The reaction slow. And that round felt like an eternity in the way that Relilo was just dancing about.
Yeah, it did. Tucked in the corner quite nicely. And you can even see from the pings there as well, HGI talking things over, wondering, okay, how did they actually get into such a deep position? Making sure that nothing slips the net here, that they can be airtight. Into UPV's full buy. This is where things get sticky if you're HGI. You need to try and find a way to loosen that grip, get yourself through, because against the full set of rifles with only Spectres, even a classic for Ju, who will finally make their purchase. The decision, the poison picked the Bulldog. Again, another slow round.
Crowdy's solo pushing this. There is a player in shot though. Alarm bot there as well. That'll give away some information. That was a nice flash drive, but not able to capitalise off the back of it. And certainly UPV will.
Yeah, that mid-brawl almost immediately. HGI giving up a lot of fights there, wanting to immediately front foot themselves, but it's that misplacement which ends up having them be the ones that trip over. Double the numbers, twice the weaponry as well, in fact. You very much favour UPV to take this, unless Graldi can sort of be isolated here on short from both ends, and that weapon taken back, recycled, and maybe some kind of a door opening for them.
The last two remaining players trying to force their way in towards this side, but you look towards the time. The beeps getting quicker,
Hastening.
time getting shorter, and yeah, it's looking to be done here, has it?
Yeah, it certainly is. Players want to get out with these guns, actually. Might want to pick up the pace and hasten themselves. Nobody is defusing that spike. It shouldn't be under the illusion that it is the case. The turret actually might have been a sly difference maker there, as you know the racing line has been restricted for the players on their exit. There's a couple guns lost. Pretty big ramifications actually to have those ones fall off the board. Berserker on the op, Ju on the fan favorite Odin, but nevertheless, double digits now in pocket.
Yeah, that's the biggest aspect of this. Well, with that being said, though, Hazza, the next round is a big one in terms of who wins it out. It's a big swing round for either team because there's a lot of investments being made into this.
Definitely has. Pipicho
Oh my god.
spots the head of Berserker, takes the king from his throne, the crown lost. I mean, this is your man, monarchy, royalty. Pipicho on the operator, biting down, looking for more. The subjects can do nothing but bow beneath him as the rest of the follow-up comes in. UPV, another 4v2 post as they slowly creep closer and closer towards qualification.
Looks like it's not the first coronation they're going to have this weekend, Hazza. As all the rest of the peasants are thrown to the wayside. It's all about that top 1% here for UPV, and they are looking to establish themselves for that playoff bracket.
Yeah, it's only the 1% that make it out of this, right? I mean, I guess the percentages are probably a bit different. I'd say it sits more like 5 or something like that, 5%, 2 of the teams in what was a very loaded bracket coming in today. Already had quite a few leave. Our fellow countrymen, Nottingham Trent, the undateables, unfortunately, the untenables couldn't find the result. And now it's all on UPV. Sit one away from finding map point on the second map, a quick 2-0, a dispatch on the stream. They've not struggled whatsoever to see these ones through.
Yeah, not even broken a sweat, unfortunately, for HGI, as they continue to put their opponents to work. They found out Berserker as well, and already found Phoebe. Put everybody in towards unfortunate situations, a position which they don't want to be. Berserker now having to retreat and get pinged out here.
I mean, Pipicho just reads the game so well too. As soon as there's that aggressive set play in towards A main, he's spotting these gaps towards short and just punishing the players who are just ill-prepared to deal with it. Couple pistols left. We had 2 4v2s. This is a 5v2. And there really feels like there is no silver lining to HGI on Ascent. UPV have just done a brilliant job at finding those gaps and manipulating them to the 10th degree.
Oh no, Perpetual understands exactly where these players are coming from. Unfortunately though, gives himself a really low there for the trade. There's more players coming in. And that is 12 has it. We are one off map, match and series point.
The Valencians continue onwards. They're getting closer here. They can smell it now. They have half a hand on the playoffs at this point in time already. One hand firmly gripping it. HGI needing to do something to loosen that grip. Like I said, Ju going to be on the Odin. There's no operator investment this time around. They could have opted for it if the Sova player wanted to spare some expense and move it over onto Berserker. And even then, it's not been working for them. Mid control yet again, and Pepecho at the forefront.
Already dashing down, the alarm bot's there, but Taki doesn't even need the vulnerability. Takes the head clean off. The rest of the players look to poke in through main, and as they slowly start to approach and encircle that B site, it's all about what can they do to get those numbers back on board. That's exactly what they can do as Relilo finds Taki.
Oh, dangerous. Shock Dart looking to follow it up. The spam continuing onwards, rampant from the Odin. UPV have a lockdown. This could be a parting gift from the low HP of Relio here. And if they can place it correctly, then the Odin won't be able to deny that either. They simply have to move towards the backside. The spike's not yet been committed. This is a very, very slow execute, a slow burn even. And Chuvi's positioning is fantastic to cut this rotate.
Oh, no way. They've given themselves up. It's not only that, though. I was about to say, You've got to look at the reclear through mid.
Yeah. It's all the
Last
Stingrays
player
right now,
standing.
looking
30
to have
seconds
the
left.
final twist in the tail. 12-5, so close to giving themselves that playoff position.
Spike planted.
Oh, we are getting it. Oh, okay. Well, it's done now, has it?
There we go.
It's truly done. Congratulations to the Stingrays of UPB. I'm not even going to try and attempt that
Universidad
Spanish.
Politécnica de Valencia, felicidades, vamos!
Vamos! Yes, exactly what you said, mate. But yeah, it's congratulations to the Stingrays. Played really well, Hazard, and really had control of that series.
Yeah, they definitely did. Like I said before, not just having a good read of the game, but the individuals to follow that up as well. Thoroughly impressed with Pepecho's series there as well. Always being the catalyst for anything that they wanted to try and achieve. Brilliantly done. And I would not be too surprised if we have them as the MVP on our MVP graphic yet again. It feels like round after round, map after map, it's always that guy alongside the rest of the team, because the assistive utility, the support, everything very well coordinated, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of them in the playoffs.
Yeah, we also have an interview with Geraldi coming up, Hazard. So it's going to be interesting to see what their insights are in towards that series.
Yeah, definitely will be nice to speak with them as well. It's not too often that we get to have these conversations with players in these different universities. I mean, yeah, we get to do it a bit with Null, but I can't say that I've spoken to someone from, any of the other regions in EMEA about what the university system looks like for them, what that progression really is, because this is a roster, and also from a university as well, that we've seen like pop up in a few different tournaments. I know that their Rocket League team did pretty well last time out as well. Like, it's so nice to see that development of younger talent, and especially with how brilliant they performed.
Yeah, and there's also lots of university tournaments going on international. I mean, we've got Riot stuff as well, Riot official stuff. So, yeah, I mean, these obviously seeing these teams come to the forefront gives us an idea for later in the year for these other tournaments.
Yeah, it definitely does. And speaking of later tournaments, I mean, there's still so much more that we can be looking at here. We're going to, of course, be going towards that interview and the MVP graphic as well when we have that available for you. But I mean, there's so much more coming up here on Amazon University Esports Masters. I believe it is going to be on the 14th of this month. So a week from now, we'll have the Rocket League playoffs available for you. The quarterfinal semis, the third place match, with the grand finals, of course, taking place at LAN. So if teams can book their ticket nice and early, as we saw from Yeditepe earlier on, I mean, it's a good place to be in.
Yeah, exactly. I believe the interview is ready, though, Haz, if you want to send it over to that.
Yeah, we have the MVP graphic available first, so we can get a look at that before we move in towards our interview. That should be Pepecho, if I'm not mistaken, and surprise, it's him again. 600 ACS! 12 entries! That is unreal, man.
That has to be a combination, surely.
The real McCoy. It's the real McCoy. There's absolutely no way. That is unreal. But okay, apparently the MVP is taken from both games.
Okay.
I'm surely you've added both ACS. I mean, it's not average anymore. It's like CCS, cumulative combat score, or whatever, right? But yeah.
If it's 300 ACS, then that's still really respectable.
300 each, yeah. It is unprecedented, almost.
Yeah.
At least very, very strong stuff. 12 entries across both of those games, I believe, is what the statistics say. So, Pepecho, one to keep your eye on when we head to playoffs.
Yeah, 100%. And I think, if I remember, is that the interview ready?
I think the interview should be ready by now, right? We have Geraldi. I can see him a couple rooms above. We'll sort of hopefully filter their way down sooner rather than later. So we're ready to speak to them. And I think the questions that I want to be asking is just sort of like, what was the preparation like coming into this? Because I mean, they looked so good many times of sort of in those set plays, right?
Yeah, 100%. One question that I would probably be asking is what they think went wrong in the regular season not to qualify through the regular qualifications.
Yeah, for sure. All questions that we will have answers to when Geraldi is here. They should be here in just a moment. I think they're sort of trying to cycle through the cam. Make sure they're looking good. Sort the hair out, Make sure they're looking good for the camera. We've got quite a few people in here. Some fans in the chat.
the Spanish fans, of course. We got
Yeah.
Pepe Cho in the chat as well. He's saying that this Pepe Cho is trolling. So maybe not happy with his own performance, holding himself to very high standards.
Yeah, exactly. I wish I could speak Spanish. That's
Yeah.
one thing I've always. I know Vamos.
Vamos, yeah,
wow.
of course. Felicidades, yeah, congratulations, felicidades
Yeah.
again to
Feliz Navidad.
Valencia. Feliz, that's Christmas. I
Yeah.
would say that's probably one of my favorite Christmas songs. So I
Yes,
have a
agree.
look with that one. Definitely top tier.
Yeah, I definitely give it up there. I've actually been to Valencia before, and it's
Have you?
It's a gorgeous city. So it's
You go and watch
gorgeous.
the football, or was it
I
just
did-
just
was
a
actu-
cheeky holiday?
No, it was for the football. It was for the football.
For the
Celtic
football.
were playing against Valencia. So
Did you win? Let's be honest, Cairo. We know that you didn't win. I
Yes,
didn't
we
even
did.
need to answer the question.
Yes,
It's
we did.
unfortunate though. Look, maybe another time. Maybe
listen,
another time.
I have my asterisks on that
Yeah.
game, and
Yeah, well,
we can
look,
talk
you
about it
can-
a different time.
If the city's beautiful, at least you got a
It
nice
was a
look
gorgeous
around.
city,
a bit,
yeah.
bit better than Glasgow, so no harm. done.
Yeah, exactly. Well, listen, it was the sun. Listen, I'll tell you something, by the way, that's amazing about Valencia. They're oranges. Oh my lord.
Oranges. They look like just squeezed, freshly pressed in the orange juice, or are we talking?
No,
you
do
know,
you
sort
know
of like
Valencia?
outright?
Valencia's known for its oranges.
Yeah. I mean, there's lots that you can do with oranges. I don't know
Yeah.
what something else would be as well, but
Marmalades.
yeah, good pulp. Yeah, true. I think Sevilla is known a little bit more, or maybe that one hits a little close to home for some of the Valencians among
Yeah.
us. But no, Sevilla make good marmalade. I know all about that.
Okay.
But yeah, apparently we are ready for the interview. The camera, the mic, everything should be ready to go. It's just a matter of us getting into that one whenever that sort of appears.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I can't wait.
I don't know. I'm hearing sort of rumors left and right that Growdy might be around somewhere, and I'm seeing him in the room above in the server. But I don't know how this is exactly going to happen and where we transfer through. I don't know if Growdy's got to come down for us.
Yeah.
Just a confirmation. How are we doing the interview? Are we moving? Are we staying? Oh, Growdy's gone. No more Growdy. Hopefully we can get the interview done. There we go.
there
Growdy
is.
has joined.
Hey,
Hello,
Hello.
Growdy. And there we go. We're on the interview screen. Growdy, it's been a long time coming, this interview. I don't know if it feels like this win's been a long time coming for you guys as well, or how the regular season went. Of course, you found yourselves in the last chance qualifier, but you blitzed through it. How did you feel coming into this event? What was the preparation like?
we had a bit of problems in the first qualifier, so we went to last chance. We got a bit of problems here as well, but we made a mental reset, and we went into the last game with more confidence and stuff, and we just destroyed them.
Is something that maybe your team has struggled with, and perhaps the first qualifier was it certainly was it something to do with the mental side of things that's an issue, or was what did you think went wrong specifically that when you say you had problems?
I think with our mental, there was a bit of problems with our mental. Like we lose some rounds and we get in mental breakdown.
Yeah.
And we can't even change it with timeouts and stuff. So we just said we lost today, and we said let's reset, let's change our mental, and we were good after this.
Yeah.
We're playing our game and stuff.
You guys were quite sparing on those timeouts. You didn't invest them too often. Do you feel quite comfortable to just adapt on the fly then, or sometimes is it a necessity for you to use one?
Usually we use more our timeouts, but this game was like our kind of snowball. So we just were winning rounds. So we didn't want to stop our winning snowball.
Yeah. Did you?
So that's why we didn't use those timeouts. Even these stage pause that were in Pearl game, we didn't want that stage, but it wasn't lucky for us.
Yeah.
We wanted to keep playing and snowballing them.
Yeah. Coming into the veto, did you think that was always going to be the case, that it would be so in favour for you guys?
How? Can you repeat?
The maps did before you started playing the maps, did you think it was going to be your series already?
Yeah, we was very comfortable after we won the last match, and we wanted to, like, we lost against the Germany before that, so we wanted to win really hard, and that's what we done.
In a position like yours, when you're on the smokes quite often, it can be difficult to get good value from the supportive utility, especially on the Astra or the Omen with your Paranoia. What's it like playing with a capable duelist player like Pepecho, who is able to, find so many of those entry kills and set you up in the round, especially for someone, in your position that's expected to be in that post plant later on?
Yeah, it's very easy to play with a guy like Pepecho. He's just destroying like all of them. So all I need to do is smoke, like flash for him, stun, whatever, like flash. I don't know. Just if he has that game when he destroys stuff, all we need to do is just support him, like, and play around him. That's all.
Yeah. I guess now that you're moving forward in towards the main season, is there anybody, or the playoffs, sorry, is there anybody that you're looking forward to play? That do you have any information on the teams that have already qualified?
Yeah, of course, we knew that from Lithuania, the guys from Lithuania are very good, as well Great Britain, like all of them are very good, and of course we want to face the UPC team, because we lost the National League against them. We want to do the rematch and destroy them.
Yes.
Yeah. It definitely sounds good. My final question before we wrap the interview up was about the communication within the team. What does that look like, the structure? Is there someone specifically that's like calling a lot for you, or are you kind of going with the flow on some of these rounds? Because as I mentioned before, when you have Pepecho, like sort of finding these entry kills and stuff, is it sort of molded off the back of what space they're able to find, or is there sort of like this bigger picture that you're ultimately working towards most of the time?
I mean, most of the time, me and Pepecho are calling the rounds. Like, maybe Pepecho has like some micro to play around, and we can get some kills with this micro. Or sometimes I call the round, and it is how we are communicating and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well, it's definitely worked out for you guys. So once again,
Yes.
Congratulations for the result.
Thank you.
Do you have any final shout outs before we shut this one off?
Thank you for my dog, my carrot, my mother, my dad.
Thank you very much, Graldi. It's been a pleasure to have you on here. Congratulations with the result, and enjoy the rest of your evening. I hope you heard that part at the very least.
Thank you, Sam.
Yeah, there it goes.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was great to talk to Graldi, and now Hazza, I guess it's time for us to sign off. As that's us done for today.
Yeah, that is us done for today. A few more obligations that we have to, of course, run through before we wrap this one up. As I said, University Esports Masters, it's not just Valorant. If you've got a feeling for some League, some Rocket League, TFT, that kind of stuff, plenty more coming up. If we get a look at the roadmap yet again, we can have that available for you here. So, of course, March, April, they've gone by. Now we are in the midst of May. This last chance qualifier taking place, another one in the following week for League of Legends, and then immediately playoffs, Rocket League, TFT, Valorant towards the end of the month, League again, and we move towards those live finals in July. A little bit of downtime in June for those teams to reset, steady themselves, sort of like Graldi was speaking about with their team, having that ability to reset and moving on to the next. So I'm really looking forward to how this one progresses through the weeks, and plenty more action to come.
Definitely going to be eyes on all the action happening here, Hazza, as we do not stop at all. And I think that's the biggest part about this, is the fact that there is so much constant European university action as well.
It's really brilliant to see. So just moving back then, that is all from us here, but you can keep up to date with Amazon University Esports Masters on the socials, Twitter and Instagram, UE Masters, and for Facebook, University Esports Masters. I've been Hazard JC, joined alongside Casts. You can find us on socials as well. Go have a look. They'll be there somewhere. But thank you so much, everybody, for watching. We will see you in a week's time with the League of Legends qualifiers. Until then, good night.
Your face everywhere. When I'm going out, you'll be there. 'Cause everything reminds me of you. I can't take no more. Girl, I think I'm losing my mind. Try to go to work, but I lost track of time. 'Cause everyone keep looking like you. I can't take no more. I miss your touch from your hands and your body. It hurts so much to think of you as someone else. Can't get enough when you're sweet talking to me. Now I'm talking sweet all by myself. Put your arms around me, put your faith in me, put your love